Evelyn to New Effington.
Expectations. Again.
Nothing in the principles of prosecution, in any other factors which prevent us from investigating anyone who's criminally responsible for an attempt to undo a democratic election.
In your view, if the evidence does all the way tie back to Donald Trump at a criminal level, would it be dangerous to leave that uncharged or not dealt with because of non-legal reasons, like, well, how it will look, or that he may be running for office again?
It would not be within the remit of the Attorney General to make that decision. He ought to make the decision based on the facts, based on the evidence, based on the determination of whether he can present the case in court that will convince a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump is guilty of criminal activities.
And we mentioned some of the interest in this. Much has changed in the nation since Watergate, especially in how people can get information.
Sure.
As we go into the final hearing tonight, how do you compare the way these hearings have met the moment or tried to break through with the public, which is part of what Congress's job is when you have oversight and investigative hearings, as compared to your extensive experience during Watergate?
I think there's a direct analogy. The Senate committee in Watergate did a phenomenal job. They got John Dean to talk extensively. They got Alexander Butterfield to reveal the existence of the secret White House tapes. They provided a foundation upon which we built as prosecutors, putting any number of individuals in jail for their crimes. We were at the point, after Nixon had left office, had resigned in disgrace, the presidency, the first to do so, and then we would decide what would become of now citizen Nixon. So in that sense, we had the same question before us, and we were united in our view on the staff of the Special Prosecutor's Office that Richard Nixon should be prosecuted. Now, Donald Trump is in a different posture, obviously, but our view was that if the facts supported it, it was our obligation to move forward. President Ford took that decision away with his pardon of Richard Nixon, and he paid a price for it. The wisdom of his decision is still something that historians will debate. But we don't have that situation with Donald Trump. There is no pardon in the offing as a preliminary matter. A decision must be made by the Attorney General. If there is evidence to present to a grand jury requesting an indictment, then probably a grand jury will follow that advice. And then it will be up to the process to reveal the facts, because a grand jury's activities will be secret, as they must be. And I have confidence that Merrick Garland is a very capable person. He's a very honest person. And those who are clamoring for an immediate decision, I think may be somewhat short-sighted. That Garland needs time to use the tools of the prosecutor in moving the case forward and building a case if there's one to build.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it makes
Congress
sense.
has limited capabilities. The committee, the January 6th committee, has done a phenomenal job in putting that evidence together and putting it before the public.
Well,
in
and
a
coming
way
from you,
so
with the
compelling.
Yeah, the experience I mean, that's something going into tonight, that you feel that way, having served again in that chief role in the Watergate prosecution and 9/11, and we will see what other evidence they come forward with tonight. Mr. Benveniste, thank you so much.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate it. Turning to a point on programming.
We are working to make the border more secure.
But the numbers do not bear that out. A record 1.7 million plus migrant encounters at the southern border so far this fiscal year. Already.
Tonight, there's a lot of news here in the nation's capital. President Biden isolating inside the White House after testing positive for COVID. And soon, right here on CBS, the final primetime hearing of the summer for the January 6th committee. The president says working from home.
I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done.
The new details about the president's condition. Our Dr. John LaPook will join us tonight on what the diagnosis means for the 79-year-old president. Prime time insurrection hearing. Tonight's focus, what Donald Trump was doing for the more than 3 hours of chaos at the Capitol. The new evidence promised, including outtakes from the former president's January 7th speech. It's hot, really hot. In case you haven't noticed, the heat wave is continuing across America. And now severe thunderstorms are threatening the East Coast. Eye on America. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti gets exclusive access to Yellowstone National Park after unprecedented flooding.
There's now concern that erosion in the area is so bad, parts of the canyon wall could collapse.
World's worst commute. A Boston train catches on fire before 7 a.m. as passengers rush to escape, one even jumping into the Mystic River below. And the Kennedy Center Honors will tell you who will be celebrated.
This is the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, reporting from the nation's capital.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on this busy Thursday night. Tonight, President Biden has now joined many of us who have tested positive for COVID-19 and is now forced to work from home. Of course, that home is the White House and is equipped by a full medical staff and team. The president tweeted out a photo and video since his diagnosis. He just returned from the Middle East and was in Massachusetts on Wednesday, where he came into contact with several members of Congress. The First Lady and Vice President Kamala Harris are also considered close contacts. As of now, neither of them has tested positive. More than 2 years into the pandemic, cases are once again on the rise. Health officials are blaming the BA.5 Omicron subvariant. New cases are up more than 27% in the last month alone. Well, we have a lot of news to get to tonight, including how the president is being treated, and CBS's Nancy Cordes will start us off from the White House. It's been a busy day there today. Good evening, Nancy.
Good evening. It sure has, Nora. White House protocols helped to protect the president from contracting COVID for more than 2 years. But now he has joined the estimated 200 million Americans who have been infected with this virus.
Hey, folks, guess you heard. This morning I tested positive for COVID.
Speaking from a White House balcony, a slightly congested President Biden said he's feeling well enough to keep working in isolation.
Thanks for your concern, and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
In a letter, White House doctor Kevin O'Connor said Mr. Biden tested positive for COVID during a routine screening this morning and has developed mild symptoms, including a runny nose, fatigue, and an occasional dry cough. The president was promptly prescribed a 5-day course of Paxlovid, an antiviral drug that dramatically reduces the risk of severe COVID. Visiting schools in Detroit, the First Lady immediately slipped on a mask.
He's doing fine. He's feeling good. I tested negative this morning.
Contact tracing has begun. The president spent time yesterday with 3 senators and the governor of Rhode Island. On Tuesday, he welcomed Ukraine's First Lady to the White House.
We always said that this was a possibility.
Dr. Ashish Jha is the White House COVID coordinator and spoke to the president this morning.
He hadn't even been able to finish his breakfast because he had just been busy. I encouraged him to finish his breakfast. The good news is his immune system is very well protected given the 4 vaccine shots he's gotten.
Tests will confirm whether the 79-year-old president was infected by the highly contagious BA.5 subvariant, which is now responsible for nearly 80% of all U.S. cases. The number of daily cases has nearly tripled in the past 3 months, and hospitalizations are up 20% just in the past 2 weeks.
Dr. Jha says President Biden does not have a fever and that his oxygen levels are normal. For now, the president will continue to hold meetings via phone and by Zoom in the White House residence until he tests negative, while the First Lady is going to be staying at their residence in Delaware. Nora?
Nancy Cordes, thank you very much. Well, let's turn now to CBS News Chief Medical Correspondent Dr. John LaPook for more on the president's diagnosis. So, John, we heard the president's got these mild symptoms, but he is 79 years old. How much of a concern is that?
Well, of course, there's concern, but he should have significant protection from serious illness by the fact that he's double boosted. And in fact, that's what we're seeing right now with these cold symptoms that are very mild. And on top of that, he's getting Paxlovid, which should further reduce his risk by lowering the amount of virus in his system. Now, compare this with 2 years ago, Nora. What a difference 2 years makes now that we have antivirals and these vaccines.
I do want to ask you about that drug, the Paxlovid, because there have been these rebound cases. Even Dr. Fauci had a rebound case. So how will this impact the president's recovery?
We are seeing in a relatively small percentage of people, we don't know exactly how many, probably less than 10%, this rebound 2 to 8 days after somebody finishes a course of Paxlovid. They can test positive again and get symptoms. The symptoms are generally mild, lasting 3 to 6 days. Now, the president is certainly taking some cardiac medications, including a blood thinner, because of his chronic atrial fibrillation. And the doctor decided to hold the blood thinner right now to just while he's taking the Paxlovid, because Paxlovid can increase the level of the blood thinner. I'm sure there was a lot of discussion about the risk-benefit of that, and that he's going to be followed very closely in the days to come.
Lots of good information. Dr. John LaPook, thank you so much. Well, now to the other major story here in Washington. Tonight, a newly launched criminal investigation into those apparently deleted Secret Service text messages from the days around the deadly riot at the U.S. Capitol. The texts were requested by the Congressional January 6th Committee. Well, CBS News has confirmed the Department of Homeland Security Inspector General has asked the Secret Service to stop its internal investigation. The IG doesn't want that probe to interfere, and it would refer any wrongdoing to the Attorney General for possible charges. Now, this is all happening as the January 6th Committee tonight holds a primetime hearing, the last one planned for this summer. CBS's Nicole Killian sets the stage from Capitol Hill.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
187 minutes. That is the focus of tonight's primetime hearing. From the moment then President Trump finished his speech on the ellipse at 1:10 p.m. to 3 hours after the Capitol breach at 4:17 p.m. when he released a video telling rioters to leave.
So go home. We love you. You're very special.
It's obvious the president, was derelict in his duty.
Representatives Adam Kinzinger and Elaine Luria will lead the committee's 8th public hearing, outlining what the former president was doing as the violent mob swarmed the Capitol.
He was always in the dining room. It's my understanding he was watching television.
And what he was not doing.
He had a whole flurry of people around him who were trying to, push him to make a statement, to try to, have him be the person who could make this stop. And, he took no action.
Former White House aides Sarah Matthews and Matthew Pottinger, who both resigned on January 6, will describe the chaos that unfolded.
I mean, images of violence unfolding on television, and that's when I called it quits.
That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
Also expected tonight, revealing testimony from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone. Sources close to the committee say he has provided critical details about how some cabinet members were discussing whether to invoke the 25th Amendment in order to remove Trump from office, and how Trump resisted urgent calls from him and others to quickly condemn the violence.
I am outraged by the violence, lawlessness, and mayhem.
And while the former president did make this statement the day after the riot, CBS News has learned that never-before-seen outtakes from his speech will be shown tonight.
I'll let the viewers determine for themselves when they see it, but, it was not easy for him to say the words that, he had put in front of him that day.
We're also expected to hear testimony tonight corroborating former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson's account that Mr. Trump lunged at the steering wheel in his presidential limo after he was told he could not go to the Capitol. The Secret Service said it would offer agent testimony to refute the story, but so far hasn't done that yet. Nora?
Wow, that's big news. Nicole Killian, thank you. Well, now for a deeper dive into what former President Trump was and wasn't doing on January 6th, let's bring in CBS News congressional correspondent Scott MacFarlane. He's at the touch screen. So, Scott, describe just how crucial was that 187 minutes?
The warnings he got in the West Wing are important. The committee will detail them, saying he was in the dining room of the West Wing, near the Oval Office. And in this context, it's important that he was steps away from the press briefing room from which he could have told the mob to go home. But court filings reviewed by CBS News show the committee also has text messages, including on January 6th from Donald Trump Jr. to White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, urging Meadows to have the president condemn the riot. And from Fox News' Sean Hannity, also to Meadows, urging Meadows to have the president peacefully have the mob disassemble. But there were also warning signs inside the Capitol itself. Let me take you to the second floor, lift the dome, and bring you over to the House chamber. If the president was watching television that day, and the committee says he was, he'd have seen images like this. Members of the House barricaded in the upper level of the chamber. Members of both parties, including the chairman of the January 6th committee, Benny Thompson. On the first floor of the chamber, he'd have seen images of members of the House Republican Conference helping police barricade the doors with that furniture so police could pull their guns and keep the mob from going through the smashed window. The committee has said Trump engaged in a conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, and Nora, they're arguing his inaction was a part of that.
You explain it so well, Scott MacFarlane. Thank you. Well, from the political heat here in Washington to the sizzling heat wave across the country, the National Weather Service says half of the country today experienced a heat index, or feels like temperatures, above 100 degrees. CBS.
Was the violence Capitol visible on the screen on television? Yes.
White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson has testified that White House counsel Pat Cipollone rushed in to see Chief of Staff Mark Meadows shortly after the first rioters broke into the Capitol.
And I remember Pat saying to him something to the effect of, the rioters have gotten to the Capitol, Mark. We need to go down and see the president now. And Mark looked up at him and said, he doesn't want to do anything, Pat.
The committee intends to present evidence that even the day after the attack, Trump had to be pressured to condemn what happened. It took him about an hour to record this simple message.
The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defiled the seat of American democracy. To those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country.
We expect to hear outtakes from that video. Sources tell ABC News Trump argued with aides as it was being written and wanted to call the attackers patriots. And tonight we'll hear live testimony from two Trump aides who were there in the West Wing on January 6th and so horrified by Trump's actions and his inaction that they turned in their resignations right there in the White House on January 6th. David?
John Carr with us tonight. John, thank you. And of course, John will be right here with me and our team for tonight's primetime hearing. Again, live coverage just a short time from now, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, right here on ABC. In the meantime, we continue with the rest of the news tonight, and the heat wave turning deadly now. The searing temperatures coast to coast, the severe weather watch now from Louisiana right up into the Northeast to Maine. Several key cities in the East, including the New York City area, affected. Heat alerts for more than 100 million Americans in 29 states. Of course, the heat index, the feel-like reading already over 100 in Texas and the Deep South. A Dallas area woman losing her life. And now the heat-fueled storms from Louisiana to Maine. We saw torrential rains here in New York City late today, and there could be more coming tonight. Here's ABC's Janae Norman.
Tonight, the dangerous and now deadly extreme temperatures fueling severe thunderstorms. Temps soaring as the humidity is making the unbearable heat feel even hotter in some areas.
It's just too hot. Yeah, it's just way too hot.
New York's mayor visiting one of the cooling centers in the city. Con Ed urging people to conserve electricity. Crews racing to repair outages. In this Queens neighborhood, some 500 customers lost power when underground cables overheated, shorting out lines. Those heat alerts stretching from coast to coast. Initial numbers show Texas breaking another all-time record for peak electricity demand Wednesday, reaching nearly 80,000 megawatts. It's the 11th time they've broken that record this summer. Sadly, Dallas County reporting the heat-related death of a 66-year-old woman who they say had underlying conditions.
And David, the National Weather Service extending its heat advisory for New York City through Sunday night in what's projected to be the longest heat wave in nearly a decade. David.
All right, Janae, thank you. And by the way, we haven't had a chance to congratulate you. Now one of the weekend GMA anchors. We're always watching, Janae. Thanks for your reporting, and we'll see you this weekend.
Thank you, David.
In the meantime, from Janae to Rob Marciano, timing it all out for us. When will the heat end, of course, and these severe storms we're watching potentially again tonight? Hey, Rob.
Hi there, David. Janae said it. The oppressive heat and humidity really fueling some of these storms. We've got 3 watch boxes up tonight, much of New England, the mid-Atlantic, and you see it all the way down into the deep south. The northern half of this front will push offshore, so only the next couple of hours will be dicey as far as the storms go. It will be drier tomorrow, but just as hot. 90s up and down the east coast, heat warnings across the mid-south, and that unrelenting heat across parts of the southwest. And back to the I-95 corridor, that heat wave that could be a week long in some spots, mid to upper 90s Saturday and Sunday, right through the weekend. David.
Rob Marciano with us as always. Rob, thank you. In the meantime, we turned out of that frightening morning commute for some 200 passengers on a train outside Boston, one of its cars catching fire on a bridge high above the Mystic River. Some passengers kicking out the windows, walking onto the tracks to safety. One woman diving right into the river instead. ABC's Mola Lengi in Medford, Massachusetts tonight.
The morning commute turning to chaos for hundreds of terrified passengers after a commuter train caught fire outside of Boston.
The fires on the train on the bridge will contact the MBTA.
Video capturing the fire and thick, dark smoke engulfing the Orange Line's lead train car as it sat on a bridge in Somerville.
The power was cut down to this train. There was smoke showing from the underneath of the train.
Train staff evacuating nearly 200 people, some terrified commuters scrambling out of windows on their own.
We could see like a whole billowing smoke and everyone could smell it, and then everyone started screaming.
One passenger seen swimming to safety below after jumping from the bridge. Authorities say that woman declined medical help. Others seen walking along the tracks to nearby buses. No injuries were reported.
I want to offer my apology to the folks who were on that train.
With the power shut down, the fire eventually dying out.
David, that charred train is out of service tonight, sitting in that garage there behind me. The Transportation Authority says what looks like happened is that a piece of metal siding came off one of the trains and touched the electrified third rail, causing the spark that led to the fire. But, David, that is still under investigation tonight.
Yeah, whatever it was terrifying. Mola Lengi tonight. Mola, thank you. In the meantime, now to our reporting on the climate crisis and Lake Mead here in our country, a vital source of water for some 40 million Americans. Look at this. The satellite images, the new images from NASA telling the story, showing the lake shrinking. That's 2000, the year 2000 on the far left, all the way on the right. That's where we are today. ABC's Ginger Z taking us to Lake Mead tonight.
As Lake Mead dramatically dwindles, a time capsule of the last 80-plus years is emerging. The latest exposed artifact, a World War II Higgins boat, designed to ferry heroes to storm the beaches.
People were actually scuba diving around this boat as recently as 2020. That means there was up to 40 feet of water above my head just a few years ago.
This brand new satellite imagery from NASA shows the stunning shrinking of Lake Mead over the last 22 years.
Lake Mead is at only 27% capacity. This could be one of the worst droughts we've seen in 12 centuries. And the Bureau of Reclamation is telling the states that use this water, you have to come up with an emergency plan for cuts and restrictions in the next couple of weeks.
Cuts that could change farms in the desert, where at least 2/3 of our fruits and nuts and 1/3 of our veggies all need water from Lake Mead.
How much trouble are we in?
How much trouble we are in depends on how we respond to this as a society. We can manage this, in my opinion, by being smarter about how we're using that water. Simply put, we can't really evacuate all of our cities, and we have to find a way to do more with less.
The Bureau of Reclamation says that Lake Mead will drop another 20 to 25 feet in just the next year or so. Now, experts have told me that Lake Mead is like a bank account, that we have overdrawn. And Mother Nature is no longer paying up. David?
Yeah, it's just extraordinary. Our chief meteorologist, Ginger Z. Ginger, thank you. When we come back here tonight, news of another shark attack here in the Northeast.
He is both stylish and great.
Before breastfeeding,
all you need to do is call the number on your screen.
So this isn't new. Sometimes you bolster someone you think you can beat, but I don't remember this kind of money before.
Nick, what do you think about that?
Oh, she's absolutely right. We saw this actually happen with Senator Sanders. There was all this buzz around, oh, Senator Sanders would be just impossible to beat. So there was all this momentum behind Senator Sanders because that was the actual candidate that many in the GOP had preferred at that time. This is not new. This is not necessarily a winning strategy, but it can be a dangerous one. And this is why I think so many caution against it.
All right, we certainly have more to talk about right after the break. Don't go away. Thank you to our panel.
Sarah Palin joins Banfield tonight.
And then the second part of the strategy is doing everything we can to keep infections down. And that's recommending masking in crowded indoor spaces in high transmission areas, making sure testing is widely available, working on improvements in indoor air quality and ventilation. Those are the things we're working on. And given that 70% of Americans have been infected, it's obviously a highly transmissible virus. And we are going to continue working on keeping both infections down and really working hard to make sure serious illness is limited. And I think, by the way, that is working. I mean, if you look at how many infections there have been, but where we are right now on hospitalizations and deaths, a tiny fraction of where we've been in the past. So I think our strategy is largely working, but it is a two-pronged strategy that focuses both on serious illness and infections.
Go ahead, in the back.
Thank you. I have two follow-ups, one for Dr. John and one also for you, Karine. The through line of this briefing has been that things are different now and that you're better prepared, obviously, because of the vaccine and then some of these drug therapies. So this might be comparing apples to oranges, but the previous president was moved from the White House to Walter Reed, and one of the explanations that was given at the time was that they had better facilities there. Are you confident in, all exigent circumstances that you have everything that you need here at the White House in terms of facilities to prepare for anything that may come and protect the president's health?
What I can say is the president is right now working comfortably in the White House, doing well. And there are obviously a lot of resources available here at the White House to take care of him. Walter Reed is always on standby for presidents, right? That's always an option. That's true whether the president had COVID or not. But right now we feel very confident the president's doing well. He's got very mild symptoms. He is really getting the state-of-the-art treatment, which, by the way, is available to every American. And he's doing very well in the residence under close monitoring from his physician.
And then, Karine, you addressed this moments ago when you were asked about your earlier statement that it didn't.
They've stopped it from being a major health problem. That's what the president has. But you're right, every time the president gets sick, we pay a lot of attention to it. Very, very different from Donald Trump, who got it before there were vaccinations, and he ended up in the hospital.
Yeah. Well, they did message originally that the vaccinations would prevent you from getting COVID. It evolved over time. Fauci and others, it evolved. Yeah. But I'm just pointing that out. That was 1 year ago tonight. Jeff, you asked that question, and obviously COVID cases were on the rise. And, the president goes on that trip, and then he's, diagnosed with COVID today.
Indeed, and probably had COVID as he was talking to us on the tarmac yesterday. So that puts a whole new spin on that question and that answer. But, I think the White House today has tried very much to show some transparency about his diagnosis. And, I'm not sure Dr. Jha can say whether he really knows if more symptoms will develop, but certainly the situation, as Mara was just saying, has changed entirely from the time when President Trump got COVID. At that point, vaccines weren't available. Right. And this president has had a vaccine and has had the boosters. And but in some ways, similarly to President Trump, wants to show, I think, with that video and that picture, that he can work through it. And that's what he's trying to do. Yeah.
And you mentioned Dr. Jha and the White House press secretary, and there was some back and forth. They took a lot of questions, but there were some interesting questions. One was, why are we not hearing from the president's physician directly, as we did with President Trump when he was diagnosed with COVID? And the other was how he got this infection, or do they know? Here's some exchange on that.
Where was he infected? I don't think we know. I certainly don't know if you have any thoughts on it.
Look, I don't think that matters, right? I think what matters is we prepared for this moment. I think what matters is what Dr. Jha just laid out. If we look at where we were a year and a half ago, this is a president, when he walked in, one of his first priorities was to make sure we had a comprehensive plan to get people vaccinated.
Jason, what do you think?
Well, my first reaction to this news, Brett, was to be reminded of how close Kamala Harris is to the presidency, which is not a comforting thought, I think, even for a lot of Democrats. And the real elephant in the room here is not just that a president has COVID, but that it's a president who's pushing 80 years old. As Mara said, most people get COVID these days, have symptoms similar to a cold, maybe a bad cold, and they're just fine after a few days, except if you happen to be pushing 80, in which case you need to take it very seriously. We have a president who's pushing 80, and while his friends in the media will want to play this up as oh, we have to be wary that the COVID pandemic is still with us and so forth. No, we don't really. The pandemic is over, and if you get COVID, it'll probably be like getting a cold. But the issue here is that the president is of advanced age, and he's showing other signs of his age, not just so the concern isn't just with COVID. He's falling off of bicycles. He is, looks lost at public events, and people are concerned here. And so that is, the White House wants to downplay the president's age, but he keeps doing things that remind the public of how old he is.
Well, including the speech yesterday in Massachusetts, and you're looking at some of the video from that event, in which he tells a story about Delaware. He's told it before about an oil slick when he's growing up on the windshield, and at the end of it he says that's why many others and me, we have cancer. And people said, wait, did he just say he had cancer? And the White House said, well, he was talking about removing moles or melanoma in the past. But actually, you go back on the tape, and that story has come up many, many times before. He's told it. Previously, he was talking about asthma. But just take a listen. We dug it up.
When I get driven to a little school, I went up the street. Turn on the windshield wiper in the fall of the first frost, and literally be an oil slick in the window, not a joke. An oil slick in the window. That's why an awful lot of us, including me, have bronchial asthma.
When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turn in the windshield wiper, there'd be an oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer.
This is the God's truth. And you get in the car and there's a little frost on the window, turn on the windshield wiper, there'd be an oil slick, not a joke. I have asthma, and 80% of the people who, in fact, we grew up with have asthma.
The first frost, you know what was happening? You had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer.
So, and they clarified that, but Marv, what about that? Obviously, it raised alarm bells, and it focuses on the president's health.
Yeah, it focuses on the president's health. First of all, what is he talking about? He had cancer. Does he just have skin cancer? Melanoma can be really serious. And he says he has asthma. That's easy to check. And also, actually, I think the whole story of oil slick on a windshield would be pretty easy to check. I mean, at a certain time in Delaware, was that common? Maybe we could find that out. But yes, everything that comes up about his health reminds people how old he is. And if he wins re-election, he will be the oldest president to serve ever. And that's an issue. It's an issue that is behind a lot of Democratic voters, especially young voters, telling pollsters they don't want him to run again. And yes, this is an ongoing problem for the president.
You were on that trip, Jeff. Did it perk your ears?
I didn't actually hear that remark until later, Brett, so I can't honestly say that it did perk my ears. I do want to take a second, though, just to rebut something that our colleague said earlier. The pandemic is not over. The pandemic has changed, but cases are going up across the country, and it's just not accurate to say that the pandemic is over. President Biden has COVID. Others are getting COVID as well.
That is true. Jason, last word. I want to preview this hearing tonight, January 6th hearing. It comes as the Secret Service is under scrutiny. The Washington Post says Secret Service watchdog knew in February that text had been purged. The previously unreported revelation about the Inspector General's months-long delay in flagging the now vanished Secret Service text came from two whistleblowers who have worked with the Inspector General. This this is right ahead of this hearing tonight where we're expected to see what the former president was doing all throughout that time, January 6th.
I think people on both sides are dug in on Trump's role in the Capitol riot. I don't think these hearings are going to change many minds. And at this point, Brett, I think the Democrats are hoping that they will detract from, news of the inflation, news of the border, and things like that. And polls I've looked at show that that's not happening right now. So Democrats are going to press on here. It's one of the reasons they're going to renew these things up in September in the middle of campaign season, but I'm not sure it's going to do the trick.
Yeah. All right, panel. As always, thank you. As mentioned, we will have live coverage of the January 6th committee hearing tonight on Fox Business Network, also the Fox Broadcast Network and other Fox platforms. All starts at 8 Eastern Time. Tomorrow on a special report, full coverage of the hearing, plus a story on House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's possible trip to Taiwan. Thanks for inviting us into your home tonight. That's it for this special report. Fair, balanced, and still unafraid. Jesse Waters' Primetime is now. Hey, Jesse.
Tonight, the major news, President Biden testing positive for COVID. The 79-year-old president, fully vaccinated and double boosted, being treated with an antiviral drug and now isolating, appearing in a video without wearing a mask, saying he's doing well, describing his symptoms as mild, though his age putting him at risk. All this as cases and hospitalizations are rising again in the U.S. I'll speak to a leading expert on the virus. And the new criminal probe launched over those deleted Secret Service text messages as the January 6th committee meets in prime time, zeroing in on what they call the president's inaction during the Capitol riots' 187 minutes. The brutal heat wave, almost 100 million Americans under heat alerts, records being broken again. The impact on farms and what could it mean for those already high food prices. Plus, we're on the front lines of the wildfire battle in Europe. Pop icon Ricky Martin speaking out about his newly dismissed case and the lurid accusations from his own nephew. And while some summer flights are getting back on track, we'll tell you where the newest pain points are for flyers.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. The 90 million COVID cases recorded in this country through the pandemic tonight now include another American president. White House officials and President Biden himself offering an upbeat assessment of his condition after a routine COVID test this morning came up positive. Within a few hours of the news breaking, the president tweeted, "I'm doing great." Pictured at a desk in the White House residence, unmasked, but according to officials, properly distanced from a masked photographer. The president isolating and is said to be experiencing mild symptoms. Doctors saying tonight his fully vaccinated and boosted status make his risk dramatically lower. The diagnosis coming as the country faces a wave of new infections, primarily fueled by a highly contagious subvariant of the virus. Peter Alexander begins our coverage.
Tonight, hours after the White House announced he tested positive for COVID, President Biden posting this video.
Hey folks, guess you heard this morning I tested positive for COVID, but I've been double vaccinated, double boosted. Symptoms are mild, and I really appreciate your inquiry and your concerns. But I'm doing well. I'm getting a lot of work done. I'm going to continue to get it done, and in the meantime, thanks for your concern and keep the faith. It's going to be okay.
The president's doctor writing Mr. Biden has a runny nose, fatigue, and an occasional dry cough, which started yesterday evening, and that he's being treated with the antiviral drug Paxlovid. The president now working from isolation in the residence, the White House saying he'll stay there until he tests negative. The White House says they don't know where the president became infected. Just yesterday, he was on the road in Massachusetts. The First Lady traveling in Michigan has been identified as a close contact to her husband.
He's doing fine. He's feeling good. I tested negative this morning. I am going to keep my schedule. I am, according to CDC guidelines, I am keeping masks.
But we asked about the president's decision to record his video unmasked.
Should Americans who are positive for COVID, if they are in public or in any place at any time, always wear a mask?
So the CDC guidance on this is clear. People should isolate, and they should, if they're going to be in close contact with anybody else, they should definitely be wearing a mask. The president was more than 6 feet away from the camera person who was wearing an N95, so I think it was from a safety point of view, very safe thing to do.
The White House has taken significant steps to avoid the president contracting COVID, including requiring a negative test for anyone scheduled to meet with him. At 79, President Biden is America's oldest president, and today's diagnosis comes amid a growing focus on his age and health. An NBC News poll earlier this year found just 33% of Americans give him high marks for having the necessary mental and physical health to be president. 50% of Americans give him low marks. Today, the White House downplayed the level of concern with the president's illness, despite his age.
Given how much immunity he has from vaccines, given that he was started on treatments right away, I think all of those things very dramatically reduce his risk of serious illness. And that's really the goal here.
And Peter, we've learned the vice president has also now been identified as a close contact.
Lester, I'm told the vice president tested negative just this morning, and late tonight, the president's chief of staff, Ron Klain, says that he has also been identified as a close contact. President Biden canceled a scheduled trip to Pennsylvania for today. We're told the first lady is traveling to the couple's Delaware home tonight as planned, but without her husband. Lester?
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. Joining me now is Dr. Richard Besser. He's a former acting director of the CDC. And doctor, throughout the pandemic, we've been told older people are at much higher risk. In the president's case, he's 79. Does being fully boosted fully negate that risk?
You know, it doesn't fully negate it, Lester, but when you think about the pandemic, it's ongoing. There are things that we can do to ensure that our outcome is as good as it can be. And being fully vaccinated, that means getting all the boosters you do is really important, getting tested quickly. And then if you're in a high-risk group, getting treated with an antiviral. You know, thankfully, the president is doing all of those things. We wish him well and expect a full recovery.
Recognize we don't know what the variant the president has is. What are we facing right now with this highly contagious BA.5 variant? Will it become impossible to avoid COVID?
Well, you know, I think the days where we think if we're fully vaccinated, we're going to avoid COVID are done. But what we will be able to do is reduce our risk for severe disease, hospitalization, and death by being fully vaccinated, being fully up to date with boosters. The pandemic's not over, but how we're facing that pandemic has definitely changed.
Dr. Besser, thank you for being here.
Thanks so much.
The president's infection is the most high-profile case in this summer surge, prompting top White House officials to urge Americans to get fully vaccinated as the new variant spreads. This as cities and schools consider new restrictions. Here's Maggie Vespa.
Tonight, as the commander-in-chief battles his own case of COVID, Americans coast to coast are coming to terms with yet another summer surge.
It seems like everyone is getting it in some form or another.
I've gotten all the boosters and the shots.
The U.S. this week passed a jarring benchmark, more than 90 million reported COVID cases since the pandemic began. In the last 2 weeks, they're up roughly 16%. Deaths up 28%. The highly contagious BA.5 subvariant accounting for nearly 80% of new infections.
Do we know what it is about this variant that makes it that much more contagious?
Number one are some very unique mutations that we think make it more infectious and more likely to get into the lower part of your respiratory tract, which is why we think we might be seeing more hospitalizations.
This new wave is prompting a possible return to restrictions, with Los Angeles County weighing resurrecting its indoor mask mandate. And now focus is shifting toward back to school. In San Diego, masking up is now required in summer school, a rule that could last into the fall. New York's governor this week held off on requiring them for now.
But I'm going to reserve the right to return to this policy if the numbers change.
And here in Chicago, doctors are pleading with parents to get their youngest kids vaccinated. For kids 4 and under, less than 7% have received the vaccine here, and nationwide it's even lower. Just about 3% of the youngest kids have received a dose. Lester?
Maggie Vespa in Chicago tonight. Thank you. Now to the new criminal investigation just launched into those deleted Secret Service text messages that the January 6th committee has been demanding. It comes as the committee is set to hold another primetime hearing tonight. Here's Kristen Welker.
Tonight, as the January 6th committee prepares to roll out what amounts to its closing argument for now against former President Trump, the Department of Homeland Security's Inspector General revealing a criminal investigation has been launched into deleted text messages the committee requested from the Secret Service. Two sources familiar with the matter telling NBC News. The Secret Service has said there was no malicious action in the destruction of the messages, saying it was part of a pre-planned maintenance on all phones, though acknowledge agents had been asked 3 times to preserve their data. That the backdrop to tonight's high-stakes hearing, where the committee plans to recreate 187 minutes of the attack, when they say Mr. Trump waited nearly 3 hours before delivering this message to his supporters.
Go home. We love you. You're very special.
And while he said this a day later,
to those who engaged in the acts of violence and destruction, you do not represent our country.
committee members say expect to see outtakes showing what they call Mr. Trump's resistance to condemning rioters. Democrat Elaine Luria is on the committee, telling NBC's Ali Vitale.
This was a dereliction of duty of the president.
And committee member Adam Kinzinger releasing new video of White House officials, including former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, describing the president watching it all unfold.
Was the violence happening visible on the screen on the television? Yes.
Republicans have blasted the hearings as partisan, though 2 former Trump White House officials who resigned in the wake of January 6th will testify tonight. Lester.
All right, Kristen, thank you for that. Our coverage of tonight's primetime hearing begins at 8 Eastern here on NBC. This brutal heat wave we've been suffering through is going to be around for days. Almost 100 million Americans are still under heat alerts, and the ripple effects could soon start impacting your grocery bill. Dasha Burns has that story.
Tonight, a brutal heat wave baking much of the country.
It is hot.
98 million Americans under heat alerts. The South setting new daily records. El Paso, Texas at 108 and Lawton, Oklahoma at a steamy 111. In Missouri, a major heat wave is roasting ranches and farms across the Great Plains, endangering livestock and crops.
Humidity and high temps, that's the death sentence for cattle.
Poor girl. Veteran-owned and operated Casey Cattle Company doing all they can to protect their cows.
How do you actually keep these girls cool?
Well, you know, the animals really kind of do most of it themselves. You just give them the ability and the elements they need.
Those key elements: space, shade, grass, and lots of water. Steve Fry of Weston Red Barn Farm also worried about the cows and the cost.
The real pressure right now is on feed. Grass. Right now, a round bale is going for $35 to $45.
And it's not just cattle. The extreme heat can disrupt this critical time for crops like the soybeans and pumpkins here.
This plant will wither, the leaves will curl up.
Entire ecosystems are impacted by extreme heat.
This is our pumpkin crop. These bees have to visit this plant numerous times to produce a nice sized pumpkin.
And the heat messes with that.
The heat does mess with it. They don't want to fly in this hot weather because they're protecting the hive.
Large parts of Kansas and Missouri are also experiencing drought conditions. Steve has spent 33 seasons on this farmland. He says a lot has changed in that time.
The extremes are so much greater now. The highs and lows of whether it's volume of rain or temperature, it's so much greater. It's unpredictable, but it's really a joy when you bring your crop in.
But it's a little more work than it used to be.
It is a lot more work than it used to be, a lot more worried.
Yeah, so Dasha, how will this burden on farmers translate to consumers?
Well, Lester, between inflation and the supply chain crisis, costs were already sky high for both farmers and shoppers. But now get ready for heatflation. Extreme temperatures are causing lower crop yields, which means less selection and higher prices. Many ranchers are also selling off their cattle because they just can't take care of them in this heat and with this drought. So that will also drive up costs for consumers this fall. Lester?
All right, Dasha Burns, thank you. The heat and fire emergency in parts of Europe is far from over tonight. Spain, Italy, and France among the countries still battling to contain the flames. Megan Fitzgerald is on the front lines tonight.
Tonight, wildfires across Europe raging out of control. In Spain, this powerful wall of flame still spreading as firefighters urgently work around the clock. 11,000 people tonight forced to flee their In Italy, 9 cities are under extreme heat warnings as fires in the north of that country are now crossing into Slovenia. And in France, more than 2,000 firefighters using army bulldozers desperately trying to contain the largest fire the Bordeaux wine country has seen in 30 years. So far, more than 50,000 acres have burned, twice the size of Paris. Just about an hour ago, this entire field was on fire. We know that planes dropped fire retardant trying to put it out, but here's the concern. You can see the smoke, the hot spots that are still smoldering. Fire officials say with the right wind and heat, this fire could reignite. It's all hands on deck to try and put out the flames. Local farmers joining the fight, using their water trucks to fill up fire engines on the front lines. This is your home. How do you feel about this? He says it's really sad and he feels powerless. But like the firefighters, he's not willing to give up. With wind conditions changing and rising temperatures expected tomorrow, firefighters tell us they're not letting their guard down. Lester?
Megan Fitzgerald in France tonight. Thanks. In 60 seconds, Ricky Martin speaks out after his nephew suddenly drops his claims of harassment and a sexual relationship with the pop superstar.
Beats offer isn't available in stores. And listen.
The Humane Society will then give you a call once you've been approved.
Time for a check on the forecast now, Scott. Be a hot day for anyone taking their pet out for a walk today, right?
Oh, I did that earlier today, and Cooper would always find some shade, sit down, and say, Dad, why are we out here? That's what I think he was saying. He didn't actually say it. We have mostly clear skies across KELO, a couple of clouds here and there to our north, to our south, and also into western South Dakota. We have some cloud cover, and with that cloud cover, we are following some showers, maybe some isolated thunderstorms can be found across western KELO, and these are moving to the east. We're also following these thunderstorms, which are severe in North Dakota, and they are moving to the southeast, much like what we had yesterday evening. We may have a round of strong to severe weather in northeastern South Dakota, and then we'll continue to watch what's going on in Nebraska, as well as some of those storms may sneak into south central and southeastern KELO during the late evening hours and into the overnight. Temperatures are in the 80s, 90s, and still in the 100s. We have 101 in Pine Ridge, 88 in Sioux Falls, 83 in Watertown, and in Worthington it's 94 in Pierre, and their winds are light at 5 to 15 miles per hour. Futurecast at 9 o'clock shows their shower and thunderstorm chances into northeastern South Dakota, trying to bring something into central KELO as well, and north central Nebraska, still coming in with some showers and thunderstorms during the evening. This is a look at things at midnight and even during the overnight hours. We'll have to pay attention to the weather, as there is a marginal risk for severe weather in parts of southeastern KELO during the overnight. And for tomorrow, there may be a couple of lingering showers early in the day. Otherwise, expect mostly sunny skies and hot temperatures. Humid, too, especially in the eastern South Dakota. I think we'll have thicker humidity. Here's that marginal risk for severe weather. Covers central, south central, and southeastern KELO. Wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. Maybe some isolated hail around 1 inch in diameter. And then we'll watch the cooler weather come in for the first half of the weekend, though it will move in rather slowly. We'll still have some areas in the 90s. I think that will happen in central and southeastern KELO, but as that cooler weather nudges to the southeast, we will have to watch for our thunderstorm chances as the available moisture starts to go up during the day on Saturday, and that will continue during the evening hours. It's just a matter of interacting with that moisture, and I think we will as we go through the day. So there is that slight risk for severe weather on Saturday. That covers Minnesota and northwestern Iowa. Forecast numbers for tonight will fall to the 60s. Tomorrow will be a hot day. Temperatures in the 90s and the 100s. And that forecast over the next several days. Look at the cool air coming in. 86 on Sunday. Low to mid 80s will continue next week. We'll watch that next chance for rain on Tuesday. Aberdeen to Northeast.
Done enough for a criminal referral by them? Do you think they will do a criminal referral to the Justice Department? Not that it is necessary.
I think the evidence will be the criminal referral, whether or not they label it a criminal referral as such. But tonight's hearing is going to be about dereliction of duty and criminal intent, because the two, in this case, go hand in hand. I mean, we've had presidents of the United States for 233 years, and we've never had a moment where the president just went AWOL the way this man did for 3 hours and 7 minutes on January 6, 2021. You know, we went through the 2016 campaign talking about what happens when you get the 3 a.m. call. This was 3 in the afternoon. And he sat there and he did nothing. And how this relates to the criminal intent is, it shows that he did everything he could for weeks. Anything, crazy theories, legal theories, crazy factual accusations to stop this electoral vote count from happening. And yet all of a sudden, and he wanted to go up on the Hill, as we just saw. He wanted to go up on the Hill with march with these people. And then he doesn't get to go up on the Hill, and he goes dark for 3 hours. 3 hours. Why? Because he wanted the vote count to stop, and he was hoping that these people, through violence, whatever means possible, would stop it. And whether or not he can be hit for inciting violence, which is a high standard, it certainly goes to criminal intent on any number of other charges that relate to defrauding the United States and interfering with an official proceeding.
We're getting new information about what is driving one of the former Trump White House insiders who will testify tonight, knowing he is sure to face the former president's wrath. Caitlin Collins joins us now with that. So talk about Matthew Pottinger's decision to appear tonight.
Yeah, Anderson, it's kind of this moment that those who have testified publicly, even those who have testified behind closed doors and had their testimony recorded, have kind of braced for, which is this reaction that they know they are going to get from people who are still in the former president's orbit. And that is blowback and attempts to discredit their testimony and what they say, even from people who used to work with them. We saw it with Cassidy Hutchinson, and we're likely to see it again tonight with Sarah Matthews and Matthew Pottinger. Sarah Matthews, of course, we should note, was a deputy to Kayleigh McEnany, brought in when she was brought in as press secretary. She sat right outside her office in the West Wing, so she does have proximity there. Matthew Pottinger is even a different story. He worked in the White House all 4 years under Trump on the National Security Council. He was in the West Wing on January 6th as the powerful Deputy National Security Advisor, and he was the most powerful person, Anderson, to resign on that day. And so he's already testified before the January 6th committee. We've seen some of the clips of that. I'm told it was about 3 to 4 hours. But he felt that as a former military officer, he could not resist a summons from Congress to come again and testify publicly. And that is why he is coming again tonight, which I'm told by a person familiar with the committee's work he was actually reluctant to do. He did not want or seek to come before the committee, but he felt it was important to do so. And of course, one thing that we can expect them to zero in on are the conversations he had with Mark Meadows about why the National Guard took so long to get to Capitol Hill.
Joining us now is Gloria Porcher and Casey Hunt. Gloria?
Well, I think to follow Caitlin, I think we're going to hear a lot.
There's very reasonable people who, this is the inherent problem. It's the reason that turns people off is that you say that, oh, if you support President Trump or you watch Fox News, you don't believe the virus is real. That's just not true.
I'll wait. We'll take turns.
Go ahead.
Leland, the numbers are clear, right? When you look at who's died from this virus, who's been hospitalized from this virus, they are people who live in Trump counties. They are people who live in red America. And yes, for 2.5 years, Fox News, Newsmax, all the rest of them have been spreading a bunch of bullshit and disinformation about this virus and the vaccines. Biden has to live with that.
Well,
that's the truth.
We're way off. So I understand your point, and I appreciate it, and we'll talk soon. It's good to see you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Leland.
Coming up, truckers shut down one of California's busiest ports, protesting a new law, how Gavin Newsom's gift to big labor will send the supply chain into another tailspin.
SB goes to Eileen Gu.
And Disney once again bows to China. Why this new low for the mouse? Well, should scare us all.
Lactate. Desire to see Donald Trump succeed, to serve his administration. The way he teed up a near coup, the way he enabled an attack on the Capitol and did not call off his supporters when the vice president's life and other lawmakers' lives were in danger was the final straw for them. It was a breach they could not endure. And both of them resigned within hours of those events. That is not new. I'll emphasize to you, Judy, that's not new. We know that about both of them. But what's important about their testimony is, once again, the committee is focusing on what Republicans have to say and what Trump's own former cheerleaders and aides feel about what happened that day.
And Jamil Jaffer, that's exactly what I wanted to ask you. What is the significance of hearing from these two individuals? We've been hearing from Republicans, from people in the White House who are working for President Trump. We're going to see that again tonight. Why does that matter?
Well, you know, Judy, the main point here is that what the president did, his behavior and his actions that day, contributed to what happened at the Capitol, as we know from his speech on the ellipse and the like, but they allowed the process to continue. His inaction for that 187 minutes as he sat in the White House watching what was happening on television, as his aides clamored, coming to him saying, Mr. President, people are going to die, the Capitol's under attack, you have to say something. And his decision to not act for that lengthy period is what's at the heart of what happened on that day. And that's intolerable for many Republicans. It was intolerable for Matt Pottinger and Sarah Matthews, who quit the day that happened. It was intolerable for a number of members of cabinet, including his education secretary and the like, his labor secretary, who quit on that day or in the immediate days afterwards. And it should be intolerable for all Republicans, including Republicans in the House, who on that day and the day after, like Majority Leader Kevin McCarthy, said it was intolerable, said it was unacceptable, and since then have backed off and backpedaled in ways that are hard to imagine.
And in fact, in connection with that, Carol Leonnig, you were telling us what you are looking to see tonight is what you call the split screen, where on the one hand, we will see what the former president was doing at the very same moment mayhem, violence was unfolding at the Capitol.
That's right, Judy. And I think the Congresswoman hints at that a little bit. You will see timestamps, I believe, where, you know, this is when the Capitol was breached. Listen as, for example, one voice you can hear, I think tonight, will be Capitol Police Chief Sund, essentially begging for reinforcements, reporting that there was a riot unfolding on the Capitol, declaring a riot, saying in fairly strident tones, I need backup. We now have people breaching the Capitol's windows and doors. And at the same time, on the other side of that split screen, Judy, you'll see the president watching the television, watching the live coverage from various newscasts, and being, if not gleeful, close to gleeful, that his supporters had done exactly what he asked them to do. You'll see timestamps, I believe, where people are reading Donald Trump's, a specific individual, a rioter on the campus of the Capitol, is reading Donald Trump's text in which he calls, basically puts a target on Vice President Pence's back and says that he didn't have the courage. That's at 2:34, if memory serves. The Capitol has been breached. People are running through the hallways, and they are talking and chanting about hanging Mike Pence at that point. The overlap will, I think, be pretty startling. I think you'll see on the other side Donald Trump describing in the aftermath, what did he want to happen? What did he hope to accomplish on January 6th? And then you'll see the view of what was wrought, what his wishes wrought.
And Jamil Jaffer, I mean, just for purposes of contrast, comparison, you're a student of history as well as being a lawyer. Are there any other examples you can think of presidents who have essentially laid back while the American democracy was under assault?
No, I can't, to be honest with you, Judy. And to the contrary, when American democracy, the heart of our union, has been challenged, American presidents like Abraham Lincoln have stepped up and done what it takes to respond to that and keep the union together. At times, presidents like Abraham Lincoln took extreme actions. Donald Trump did exactly the opposite. He stood by, watched, let it happen, and no amount of excusing that and saying, well, it was just a small protest or it got a little out of hand or whatever. We all saw what our eyes saw. Nobody can tell us what we saw on television. And the fact of the matter is the president was watching it live in action as it happened, and saying to his aides who were saying to Mr. President, you must do something, and we heard what his chief of staff and the White House counsel talked about. His chief of staff said, look, Pat, to the White House counsel, the president doesn't want to do anything. He thinks Mike deserves it. The vice president deserves the chance of hanging Mike Pence. I mean, it's unimaginable And any president would say that about the vice president, much less as the Capitol's being attacked and he's tweeting about Mike Pence not having the courage he needs to have. It's hard to imagine that happening. If we hadn't all watched it happen, I think you were telling me about a bad movie.
And just quickly, Carol Leonnig, you reminded us today when you interviewed former President Trump for your book, and you asked him what he wanted to happen that day, what he said to you.
You know, for our book, I Alone Can Fix It, my colleague and I, Phil Rucker, sat down with the president for nearly 3 hours in Mar-a-Lago, about 2 months after the attack on the Capitol. And one of my #1 goals was to find out, what did he want? And what he said was, I wanted what my supporters wanted. I wanted what they wanted to happen. And I think, you know, it's clear from all sorts of television newscasts, live video, streaming, the traffic on the radios of the law enforcement, it's clear what those individuals wanted, and that was either to kill Mike Pence, kill Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the House, kidnap them, and in other ways by violence to stop the certification of the proper election of Joe Biden and to block the peaceful transfer of power.
Still startling just to think of it. Carol Leonnig, Jamil Jaffer, we thank you both. We appreciate it.
Imagine that. Go online or call.
Crepe Erase Advanced is the only system I recommend to my patients.
With Crepe Erase,
temperatures are still in those upper 80s. We have a chance for showers and thunderstorms to move in later tonight. That'll be closer to midnight. The cloud cover building in Aberdeen. Storms off to your north for now. More showers and storms will look to move into the area over the next couple of hours. And in Pierre, you're going to be staying quiet. You're in the mid-90s, very hot. We'll be back in the mid-70s for you by midnight. Temperatures getting even warmer heading into Friday, though. We'll talk about that coming up.
South Dakota is consistently rated one of the best states to start a new business, and a new study finds if you're related, the odds are even better.
But first, South Dakota once again boasting an impressive budget surplus, but that's raising some red flags as lawmakers would like to see that money reinvested. Those stories and more coming up next on Dakota News Now at 6:30.
this is Dakota News Now.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sam Wright.
I'm Andrea Anderson. Earlier this week, Governor Kristi Noem announced a surplus of about $115 million. That surplus is the largest in state history and will now go to budget reserves as required by state law.
But for many lawmakers on both sides of the aisle, they say they would like to have that go elsewhere. State House reporter Allison Goss explains more on this issue from the Pierre Newsroom.
South Dakota has managed to produce a budget surplus for 11 years in a row. This year, a record of $115.5 million.
The economy's great. We've got businesses coming in. We've got new people coming in. We're fully realizing our tax collections. So it's not surprising that we've got the surplus. A lot of us expected that.
Governor Kristi Noem said in a statement Monday about the surplus that, quote, South Dakota has the strongest economy in America and a strong financial position to match. But for many lawmakers, including House Appropriation Chair Chris Carr, the concern is that too much is being left on the table. Carr and many other lawmakers supported different forms of taxpayer relief bills that ultimately came up short, including a sales tax cut, a grocery tax cut, stimulus checks for taxpayers, and a holiday tax on gas. The governor, along with many other Republicans, opposed many of these efforts.
We're seeing all this excess come in. Those dollars have not been allocated. They have not been utilized. We have not spent those dollars for anything yet. Now is the time to take them essentially out of the circulation and not implement them. How government grows is when we look at this and a lot of folks say, hey, there's an influx of dollars. Let's grow something. Let's increase something. Let's spend more. And pretty soon you've eroded that ability to take those dollars out of circulation and provide tax relief.
Democrat Linda Duba says while her party supports getting rid of the grocery tax, she is concerned about ongoing expenses. Nevertheless, she wonders if those millions of dollars, now going into reserves as required by state law, could have been put to different use.
Maybe we give a tax cut, or should we be
further funding education? Should we be further funding mental health? And those are all ongoing spends. And we're a very conservative state when it comes to ongoing spend.
Despite a still gloomy economic outlook, many lawmakers hope that they can deliver relief next year. In Fort Pierre, Austin Goss, Dakota News Now.
Well, it's been a decently warm and quiet day for most of us. Tyler has a check of our first alert forecast.
And right now, Andrea, we're tracking some showers and thunderstorms that we're kind of watching out in North Dakota. They're slowly making their way off to the south. This is kind of what we saw last night around this time. Another area of interest is what's going on in Nebraska, because kind of in between there will be more showers and thunderstorms that do wind up forming. Take you to the north, and we do have about 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right along the North and South Dakota border. Those storms are moving off to the southeast. And similar to what we saw last night, the main threats with these storms will be for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail, just barely making that threshold for a storm to become severe. We're in the 90s and triple digits further off to the west once again, but further off to the east, just a little bit cooler. We are in the low to mid 80s. The next big thing will show those showers and thunderstorms move.
Insider trading. But I think it's important also to look at this, especially in the environment that we're in right now. What is even more dangerous than what we're seeing here is that we have members of Congress who are investing in companies or industries that will benefit from a new Cold War or conflict, for example. And these are the very same people who are making the policies who have a vested interest in stoking those tensions and amping up this new Cold War, directly benefiting from it and simultaneously undermining our actual national security for our country and the interests of the American people. This is happening.
In my corner of the news cubicle world up on the 4th floor today, when that happened today on your show, it was like everybody's red flags just went straight up. Something just happened at Nicole's show. New revelation.
New lawyers.
We don't know the identity of the agents that have retained counsel, although we learned today on Nicole's show that they have retained private counsel. We may get some answers to some of these questions during tonight's hearing. If we are going to get these answers, the person who'll probably have them before any of the rest of us is Washington Post investigative reporter Carol Leonnig. She is the author of Zero Fail, The Rise and Fall of the United States Secret Service. Carol, it is great to have you here with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. And I didn't realize until this afternoon either that Nicole was my competition, but I see where I have to focus my energies now.
Well, Carol, let me ask you to help us get our arms around this. I summarized it a little bit right here, but help our audience understand if, in fact, it is shocking, why it is shocking that the Secret Service might have deleted messages, that the Inspector General's office might have known that for months, not told the January 6th investigation until now. The Inspector General's office, after telling the investigators, I guess just now decides it's going to be a criminal investigation, and we've got private counsel representing individual Secret Service agents. Can you just tell our audience what's important about this string of developments?
Well, all of the things you just described, Rachel, when you look at them individually, none of them smell right. And I've had a gut feeling of discomfort watching all of this unfold. First of all, every government agency in the executive branch is trained in how to preserve records. And there is a systemic way to do this. They're given instructions on how to do it. But in this case, as the Trump administration was essentially getting booted out unhappily, and the Biden administration was coming in, the Secret Service was eliminating government records. And whether they did this intentionally or maliciously or nudge, nudge, wink, wink, wow, that'll be nice if all those records were gone. Whatever the reason, it was improper and it may have broken the law. You're obviously going to have investigators get to the intent of how this happened, but it just looks stupid on its face. These are government records and they should be maintained, even if it wasn't the most historic moment I've experienced in my reporting life in the history of America. Second of all, you have an Inspector General who was appointed by Donald Trump and who, just for context, has repeatedly blocked investigations of how the Secret Service enabled Donald Trump in various political shenanigans. Let me just name a couple to start. One, the forcible clearing of Lafayette Square, which we all remember sort of viscerally, because the point of removing praying, chanting, Black Lives Matter protesters from the point of view of the president was to have a photo op. They were gassed, they were bludgeoned, and they were shoved. Some of them were injured, but the president got his photo op to show that he was really tough. The Inspector General blocked an investigation of the Secret Service's role in that. They also blocked, this IG, and blocked an investigation into how the Secret Service enabled Trump in holding basically super spreaders, violating Secret Service protocol to have campaign rallies that Donald Trump wanted before Americans had access to a vaccine for COVID. Now we are here today. A January 6th committee, at the tail end of scripting their season finale, learned something shocking. Records that could help corroborate what the president was doing, what Secret Service agents were hearing in real time in the days leading up to January 6th and on that day, are gone. Gone, baby, gone. And the January 6th committee obviously doesn't want to stop its season in mid-flow and rewrite the script. But they are determined to get to the bottom of this. And I imagine that won't happen tonight, but it will happen in coming weeks.
Carol, you have zero competition. It was a lucky moment for me. But I want to ask you, Liz Cheney draws the parallel to September 11th in an interview, and she invokes something I remember very well when her father, Secret Service agent, whisks him out of the West Wing down to the Peoc. The rest of us were running out of the White House complex. He went down to the Peoc with Mary Madeline and the now famous images while President Trump was flying around. There was a 9/11 commission, and in their pursuit of documents, it would have been unfathomable that someone would have deleted anything, because people knew in the moment that they were living through history. The very act of an agent whisking a protectee anywhere signals to the Secret Service more than anyone else that that's history in the making. What, in the most generous description, would have motivated the agency you covered for a very long time to delete anything?
You know, you and I have had this conversation before. I really try to stay away from speculating, but based just solely on reporting on them for 10 years and chronicling 50 years of their history, this is an agency that can, at times, be incredibly arrogant, believe that its proximity to the president, hey, we protect the boss and his family, that their proximity to that power makes them kind of above the law. But the point you make about history, here's what I'm noticing. Numerous people knew they were a little bit fragile inside the Secret Service when Joe Biden came in as president. Why were they fragile? They had enabled Donald Trump. They had allowed him to do things that weren't appropriate and sometimes that appeared to be illegal. They had roughed up protesters. They had endangered the lives of the public, the president's family, and Secret Service employees and other federal employees. They had engaged in a lot of activity to try to help Donald Trump, even on the day of January 6th, get up to the Capitol and challenge his vice president and fellow lawmakers by trying to set up a motorcade that day, as insane as that was, to try to deliver his wish, Donald Trump's wish, and take him up there. If you're a person who knows what all those records show of that time, you might be happy to see them go. And we don't know what's at the heart of this, but my history with the Secret Service is there are amazing patriots in this agency. There are incredible people devoted to their mission. And then there is a subset of people who like to abuse their power and the secrecy of the Secret Service to keep embarrassing and potentially very problematic facts and secrets under the cover of dark, under the cover of night.
That is disturbing. Washington Post investigative reporter Carol Leonnig, invaluable to have you with us tonight, Carol. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
All right. Yikes. I should be clear, a lot of news has broken on the Secret Service issue and the deletion of those messages in the days leading up to this hearing. We don't actually have any indication as to whether or not we're going to get more information on that in the hearing that starts about 15 to 20 minutes from now. But that looms over tonight's proceedings as much as any of the rest of this does. We are going to take one last break before the January 6th hearing starts live tonight on Capitol Hill. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Station that puts me and my fellow members first.
Imprint.com. For Imprint. For
Again, for myself, weighing in with the South Korean government. I mean,
Harvard professor and 2022 Hayek Book Prize winner.
Nando, he's here.
America weaker.
County in the mid-1980s.
Should support this liberal agenda.
I guess, to protect themselves here.
Look up that agency, look up that contact information from that agency, see if they are, one and the same. Do your due diligence on the front end, so that way you're not playing cleanup duty on the back.
McGrig's message?
Some people feel like, oh, it'll never be me, and oh, I'm smarter than that, but yeah, I was the one.
With this,
fewer fees.
Well, we go by style, function, and surprise. And they all have surprises. What the actual?
A bathroom built out of a cave, a living room under the sea, a funeral home turned family home. Yes, actress and comedian Retta has seen it all, and now she's back for season 2, which premieres Sunday on HGTV. Ultimately, the most hideous house gets a $150,000 renovation from designer Allison Victoria.
You actually have the ugliest house in America.
The government official and public
is the only system I recommend to my patients. With
News girl too, Retta, that's for sure. And by the way, a lot of new information, including some that was recently obtained. It is all focused on President Trump's actions and inaction on the day of the insurrection. As tonight's hearing zeroes in on the former president, the U.S. Attorney General is under growing pressure to explore criminal charges against him. Evan Perez joins us. Now, what is the latest from Attorney General Merrick Garland, Evan?
Well, Anderson, we know that these hearings have certainly, raised some of the public perception of the president's central role in trying to overturn the elections. And we're seeing signs that the Attorney General, who we know is watching these hearings, is at least hearing some of the criticisms from members of this committee that they're not doing enough, that they're not moving fast enough to hold the former president accountable. Listen to him answering these questions just in a couple of days ago.
No person is above the law in this country. Nothing stops us. I don't know how to, maybe I'll say that again. No person is above the law in this country. I can't say it any more clearly than that.
Anderson, those are words that those are words that the Attorney General has been resisting saying for some months. And it's clear that, look, the Justice Department investigation is a lot further along than some of the critics may realize. We know that there's subpoenas of dozens of people who were associated with the fake elector scheme, and those have clear implications for people around the former president and the president himself. So this investigation is a lot more advanced than some of the critics realize, and I think what the Attorney General is showing is some frustration that people don't realize that.
We're joined, Evan, thank you. We're joined by former Nixon White House counsel John Dean, veteran journalist Carl Bernstein as well. John, do you think these hearings have made charges against the former president more likely?
I think they have certainly raised the prospect because they've outlined criminal behavior by him. I don't think it's the right case yet. Clearly, what Nixon was accused of was violating the conspiracy law to defraud the government. Very similar facts lead to the same conclusion here. Also, in this case, you have obstruction of Congress. Those cases, I think, have been made. The seditious conspiracy case, which is really at the level it should play, has not been made.
That is a case you think that should be made against the former president?
I do. I think it's always the crime that befits the office holder who's involved in a situation like this, and that's...
If that's the case, why hasn't this committee tried to make that case?
I don't think this committee, that's their assignment. If it comes up easily, that's one thing. I think a grand jury is much more likely to get that evidence than this committee.
Carl Bernstein, I mean, the Watergate hearings obviously uncovered the existence of the Nixon tapes. Is there a smoking gun we've heard so far?
I think we have more than a smoking gun here. We have a plethora of evidence here of three things, and we're going to see it with the witnesses tonight, particularly Pat Cipollone. He was there in real time, in that 187 minutes, to witness the following: a criminal president of the United States out of control, a seditious, to go to John's point, and it's there, a seditious president leading an insurrection out of control in real time, and finally a mad king out of control. Will somebody rid me of this meddlesome priest? Pat Cipollone, a meddlesome priest who throughout the Trump presidency, not just in this event, has seen a crazy president of the United States. Matt Pottinger at the National Security Council, along with Fiona Hill and others, watched this president be a crazy man with foreign leaders. There's a pattern to all this. There's context to all this, but in this 187 minutes, we see something unique in American history: an out-of-control, criminal, seditious, mad president.
It seems, John, the objective for this committee tonight, at least in part, is to show the president there was dereliction of duty. How does that play into a legal charge?
Well, it can show his state of mind, clearly. I think that the committee here is looking for the broader context. People understand when a president has responsibilities and duties, and clearly some of those duties are protecting Americans, protecting the Capitol would certainly be very high on that list. The fact that they're going to show that he did not respond to that, did not deal with that, I think is going to color their whole view of who this man is and how he operates.
Yeah. John Dean, Carl Bernstein, thanks very much. The hearing begins just minutes
of next week. And in pure hot tomorrow, but not so bad over the
weekend. So whether you land on and
about the Bengals.
Bengal belongs.
Is this where your grand...
Aisha?
There is a history lesson embedded in the magic. Khan finds herself time traveling to 1947 partition, the division of India and Pakistan that led to one of the largest and deadliest mass migrations in world history. Tell me why you decided to go into that in the detail you did.
It isn't something that people talk about very much, and it's definitely never visualized in Hollywood. You know, I didn't want to sanitize the history, that moment. It might be part of a superhero story, but these kinds of stories are very real. Many families lost each other in the move. Many people were killed in the move. And so that had to be kept alive. The ethos of 1947 had to be kept alive.
Today, Kamala Khan is breaking ground and taking up space in a world that's long sidelined and silenced voices like hers. A report last year from the University of Southern California's Annenberg Inclusion Initiative looked at the 200 top grossing films between 2017 and 2019. 90.5% didn't feature any Muslims in speaking roles. Among those that had any Muslim characters, less than a quarter were women. The representation on screen, Obaid Chinoy says, is rooted in the team off camera, like executive producer Sana Amanat, lead writer Bisha K. Ali, and their teams.
I remember walking on set and thinking that what I am experiencing is truly historic, where not only is there representation of people from around the world who are helping to tell the Kamala Khan story, but there is also representation in terms of the number of women who are in decision-making seats. In the Miss Marvel story, you can see it on screen, that it has been told with a lot of love, with a lot of authenticity.
And that story is resonating. Miss Marvel now boasts a 98% score on Rotten Tomatoes, the highest rated Disney Plus original series ever, and the highest rated Marvel series in history. Though critical acclaim is high, some audiences are just now catching up. There were some early reports that viewership, at least initial viewership, lagged some of these other big series launches. And I wonder why you think that is.
We're used to seeing superheroes who are white and who are men. We're not used to seeing brown women, immigrant superheroes. And I think that audiences were slow to accept it. I think the idea of Miss Marvel doesn't sit well with a lot of people. But I will also say that it is changing because as more and more people watch it and word spreads, even if it's out of curiosity, the naysayers are watching it. And there are elements of it that are resonating with them. Because at the heart of it all, it is the story of one family and their struggles and their love and their celebrations. Change comes slowly, it never comes easily.
Kamala Khan has now firmly found her place in the superhero world. Audiences will see her next in the feature film, The Marvels, coming in 2023. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Amna Nawaz.
Love that, and it is about time. And that is the NewsHour for tonight. We'll be back soon with live.
Just ahead of 8 p.m. Eastern, we are moments away from the January 6th committee's second primetime hearing as we take a look inside the hearing room. Bernie Thompson, the chair, will be on remote tonight because he has COVID. It'll look very similar in every other way to what we have seen from the January 6th committee, which is half well-produced television show, half congressional hearing. The star witnesses tonight that we know of: Sarah Matthews, former Deputy White House Press Secretary, Matt Pottinger, former National Security Council member who resigned on January 6th. As we can see, everyone still getting ready in the hearing room. This is to focus on what President Trump did as he watched the people from the rally behind the White House on the National Mall on January 6th march down.
Everyone is someone's neighbor. It's a place where
this city was already dealing with a shelter population. And we're going to need help to deal with this unprecedented surge that we are experiencing right now.
But Biden's the one who's been flying them into New York in the middle of the night. And now they're overwhelming homeless shelters. And some families are sleeping on the streets. Primetime sent some producers out there to talk to some of them. Watch.
What country did you come from?
Colombia, Venezuela.
Desde Colombia.
De Venezuela.
How did you get to America?
We crossed.
We're trying to do the right thing. And particularly in the Deputy Attorney General's office, there's a lot of experience in doing complicated white-collar cases. Remember, Lisa Monaco, the Deputy Attorney General, was on the Enron case. Her new principal Deputy Attorney General, Marshall Miller, has done a slew of complicated cases.
Andrew Weissman, former FBI General Counsel, former senior member of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's investigative team. We know you're going to be watching alongside with us tonight. Thank you for joining us thus far. We appreciate it. I will tell you that
and function.
Testimony, Jake. Donald Trump desperately wanted to do so and was very angry when he was told it was not possible. Jake?
Let's turn now to the key evidence in the January 6th investigation, those missing Secret Service text messages. Whitney Wild is digging in on that. Whitney, tell us more about this.
Well, Jake, just minutes ago, a sources confirmed to CNN that the head of Vice President Mike Pence's detail, Tim Giebels, and the head of former President Donald Trump's detail, Bobby Engel, are among 24 Secret Service agents whose cell phones are under a fresh review, or at least were until the DHS watchdog told Secret Service to stand down on an internal review, citing an ongoing criminal probe. Giebels' text messages may have captured these frantic efforts to sweep Pence away from danger as rioters flooded the hallway yards from Pence. Others called for his hanging outside of the building. Those texts could have offered a really stark split screen between the president's inaction in the face of grave danger to his deputy as his Secret Service agent Tim Giebels scrambled to get him to safety. Meanwhile, Bobby Engel, he was in the car, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, as the former president tried to direct his team to take him to the Capitol. So
thank you so much. Appreciate it, Whitney. Right now we're looking as these two live witnesses come to the table.
Of us.
TV and applauded it and cheered it on and did nothing to stop it. So this is more political tonight, really on Trump the man again.
Yeah, so much of this, and you rightly point out, has been political. Tom, that brings you back to the legal side, and we talked about this last hour, which is there's so much that President Trump did to try to overturn the election that he did out in the open. And we already have the tape of him calling Georgia's Secretary of State. We knew what he said about Mike Pence not certifying the election. We know about his tweets talking about election fraud that didn't exist and that he really knew didn't exist. What becomes the criminal liability that changes this from a political and politically natured investigation into something that they take to Merrick Garland at the Justice Department that he has to act on?
Well, look, Leland, my guess is that they are keeping Merrick Garland in mind as probably the most important member of tonight's audience. I mean, yes, this is kind of a hearing and a conference that's for the American people, but there's one very, very important audience member out there, and that's Merrick Garland. I think that what the committee can do is two things. One is I think they can just continue to do what they're doing, gathering evidence. I've frankly been shocked by the extent to which it's the committee that in large part has been driving the evidentiary gathering process here, as opposed to the Department of Justice. The second thing they do is just keep the heat on Merrick Garland. When
supernaturally filthy that even lepers living in public sewers in Calcutta refuse to go there. It's too unclean. How dirty is Delaware? It is so dirty, Joe Biden said, that when it rains oil. That's why everyone in Delaware gets cancer. They get it from
begged to do something, anything to stop the violence. Well, the committee says it will lay out what they call Trump's dereliction of duty.
Looking for it or the political viability.
Okay, here comes the committee. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here comes the committee. Right now, in the lead, of course.
Building. Through 7 hearings, they've tried to make the case that it was former President Donald Trump who is directly responsible for the assault. Tonight will be the last in this series of hearings. Their closing argument for this phase as they just announced more hearings in the fall.
And then the hours that went by until the former president posted that video at about 4:17 p.m. telling those at the Capitol to go home. We love you. You're very special. Tonight we will hear in depth where
at the Capitol.
Committee will be in order
now.
Would you like to hand that pin to somebody else tonight?
No, not today.
Okay.
Good evening. Earlier this week, I received a positive COVID diagnosis. Per CDC guidelines, I've received the initial 2 shots and all of the boosters. Thus far, I've been blessed to experience very minimal symptoms. Because I'm still quarantined, I cannot participate in person with my colleagues. I've asked our Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney, to preside over this evening's hearing, including maintaining order in the room and swearing in our witnesses.
A combination of international flavors
Has told the story of a president who did everything in his power to overturn an election. He lied, he bullied, he betrayed his oath. He tried to destroy our democratic institutions. He summoned a mob to Washington. Afterward, on January 6th, when he knew that the assembled mob was heavily armed and angry, he commanded the mob to go to the Capitol, and he emphatically commanded the heavily armed mob to fight like hell. For the weeks between the November election and January 6th, Donald Trump was a force to be reckoned with. He shrugged off the factuality and legality, correct, sober advice of his knowledgeable and sensible advisors. Instead, he recklessly blazed a path of lawlessness and corruption, the cost of which democracy be damned.
The booster shot. So there's no excuse.
This man of unbridled destructive energy could not be moved, not by his aides, not by his allies, not by the violent chants of rioters or the desperate pleas of those facing down the riot. And more tellingly, Donald Trump ignored and disregarded the desperate pleas of his own family, including Ivanka and Don Jr. Even though he was the only person in the world who could call off the mob he sent to the Capitol, he could not be moved to rise from his dining room table and walk the few steps down the White House hallway into the press briefing room where cameras were anxiously and desperately waiting to carry his message to the armed and violent mob, savagely beating and killing law enforcement officers, revenging the Capitol, and hunting down the Vice President and various members of Congress. He could not be moved. This
whatever it takes, and is of course covering up his own role in creating the virus in the first place, even actual
House during those 187 minutes. We also remind you of what was happening at the Capitol minute by minute as the final violent, tragic part of Donald Trump's scheme to cling to power unraveled while he ignored his advisors, stood by and watched it unfold on television. Let me offer a final thought about the Select Committee's work so far. At these hearings, our investigation goes forward. We continue to receive new information every day. We continue to hear from witnesses. We will reconvene in September to continue laying out our findings to the American people. But as that work goes forward, a number of facts are clear. There can be no doubt that there was a coordinated, multi-step effort to overturn an election overseen and directed by Donald Trump. There can be no doubt that he commanded a mob he knew was heavily armed, violent, and angry, to march on the Capitol to try to stop the peaceful transfer of power. And he made targets out of his own vice president and the lawmakers gathered to do the people's work. These facts have gone undisputed. And so there needs to be accountability. Accountability under the law. Accountability to the American people. Accountability at every level, from the local precincts in many states where Donald Trump and his allies attacked election workers for just doing their jobs, all the way up to the Oval Office, where Donald Trump embraced a legal advice of insurrectionists that a federal judge has already said was a coup in search of a legal theory. Withstood the attack on January 6th. If there's no accountability for January 6th, for every part of this scheme, I fear that we will not overcome the ongoing threat to our democracy. There must be stiff consequences for those responsible. Now I'll turn things over to our Vice Chair to start telling this story.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without objection, the presiding officer is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, I announce that the committee has approved the release of the deposition material presented during today's hearing. And let me begin tonight by wishing Chairman Thompson a rapid recovery from COVID. He has expertly led us through 8 hearings so far, and he has brought us to the point we are today. In our initial hearing, the chairman and I described what ultimately became Donald Trump's 7-part plan to overturn the 2020 presidential election, a plan stretching from before Election Day through January 6th. At the close of today's hearing, our 9th, we will have addressed each element of that plan. But in the course of these hearings, we have received new evidence, and new witnesses have bravely stepped forward. Efforts to litigate and overcome immunity and executive privilege claims have been successful, and those continue. Doors have opened, new subpoenas have been issued, and the dam has begun to break. And now, even as we conduct our 9th hearing, we have considerably more to do. We have far more evidence to share with the American people and more to gather. So our committee will spend August pursuing emerging information on multiple fronts before convening further hearings this September. Today, we know far more about the President's plans and actions to overturn the election than almost all members of Congress did when President Trump was impeached on January 13th, 2021, or when he was tried by the Senate in February of that year. 57 of 100 senators voted to convict President Trump at that time, and more than 20 others said they were voting against conviction because the president's term had already expired. At the time, the Republican leader of the United States Senate said this about Donald Trump. The Republican leader of the United States Senate said this about Donald Trump.
A mob was assaulting the Capitol in his name. These criminals were carrying his banners, hanging his flags, and screaming their loyalty to him. It was obvious that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one.
Leader McConnell reached those conclusions based on what he knew then, without any of the much more detailed evidence you will see today. Lawlessness and violence began at the Capitol on January 6, 2021, before 1 p.m., and continued until well after darkness fell. What exactly was our Commander-in-Chief doing during the hours of violence? Today, we address precisely that issue. Everything you've heard in these hearings thus far will help you understand President Trump's motives during the violence. You already know Donald Trump's goal: to halt or delay Congress's official proceedings to count certified electoral votes. You know that Donald Trump tried to pressure his vice president to illegally reject votes and delay the proceedings. You know he tried to convince state officials and state legislators to flip their electoral votes from Biden to Trump. And you know Donald Trump tried to corrupt our Department of Justice to aid his scheme. But by January 6th, none of that had worked. Only one thing was succeeding on the afternoon of January 6th. Only one thing was achieving President Trump's goal. The angry, armed mob President Trump sent to the Capitol broke through security, invaded the Capitol, and forced the vote counting to stop. That mob was violent and destructive, and many came armed. As you will hear, Secret Service agents protecting the Vice President were exceptionally concerned about his safety and their own. Republican leader Kevin McCarthy was scared, as were others in Congress, even those who themselves helped to provoke the violence. And as you will see today, Donald Trump's own White House counsel, his own White House staff, members of his own family, all implored him to immediately intervene to condemn the violence and instruct his supporters to stand down, leave the Capitol, and disperse. Not. Donald Trump would not get on the phone and order the military or law enforcement agencies to help. And for hours, Donald Trump chose not to answer the pleas from Congress, from his own party, and from all across our nation to do what his oath required. He refused to defend our nation and our Constitution. He refused to do what every American president must. In the days after January 6th, almost no one of any political party would defend President Trump's conduct, and no one should do so today. Thank you, and I now recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Article 2 of our Constitution requires that the President swear a very specific oath every 4 years. Every President swears or affirms to faithfully execute the office of President of the United States, and to the best of their ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. The President also assumes the constitutional duty to take care that our nation's laws be faithfully executed, and is the Commander-in-Chief of our military. Our hearings have shown the many ways in which President Trump tried to stop the peaceful transfer of power in the days leading up to January 6th. With each step of his plan, he betrayed his oath of office and was derelict in his duty. Tonight, we will further examine President Trump's actions on the day of the attack on the Capitol. Early that afternoon, President Trump instructed tens of thousands of supporters at and near the Ellipse rally, a number of whom he knew were armed with various types of weapons, to march to the Capitol. After telling the crowd to march multiple times, he promised he would be with them and finished his remarks at 1:10 p.m. like this.
We're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here we're going to walk down to the Capitol. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
By this time, the Vice President was in the Capitol. The session of Congress to certify Joe Biden's victory was underway, and the Proud Boys and other rioters had stormed through the first barriers and begun the attack. Radio communications from law enforcement informed Secret Service and those in the White House Situation Room of these developments in real time. At the direction of President Trump, thousands more rioters marched from the Ellipse to the Capitol, and they joined the attack. As you will see in great detail tonight, President Trump was being advised by nearly everyone to immediately instruct his supporters to leave the Capitol, disperse, and halt the violence. Virtually everyone told President Trump to condemn the violence in clear and unmistakable terms. And those on Capitol Hill and across the nation begged President Trump to help. But the former president chose not to do what all of those people begged. He refused to tell the mob to leave until 4:17, when he tweeted out a video statement filmed in the Rose Garden, ending with this.
So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
By that time, 2 pipe bombs had been found at locations near the Capitol, including where the Vice President-elect was conducting a meeting. Hours of hand-to-hand combat had seriously injured scores of law enforcement officers. The Capitol had been invaded, the electoral count had been halted as members were evacuated. Rioters took the floor of the Senate. They rifled through desks and broke into offices, and they nearly caught up to Vice President Pence. Intended acts of physical violence against specific elected officials. We know virtually all the rioters were motivated by President Trump's rhetoric that the election had been stolen, and they felt they needed to take their country back. This hearing is principally about what happened inside of the White House that afternoon. From the time when President Trump ended his speech until the moment when he finally told the mob to go home, a span of 187 minutes, more than 3 hours. What you will learn is that President Trump sat in his dining room and watched the attack on television, while his senior-most staff, closest advisors, and family members begged him to do what is expected of any American president. I served proudly for 20 years as an officer in the United States Navy. Veterans of our armed forces know firsthand the leadership that's required in a time of crisis, urgent and decisive action that puts duty and country first. But on January 6th, when lives and our democracy hung in the balance, President Trump refused to act because of his selfish desire to stay in power. And I yield to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger.
Thank you.
Right, Dara.
Hello.
Republican leader Kevin McCarthy acknowledged the simple truth. President Trump should have acted immediately to stop the violence. During our investigation, General Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, also remarked on the president's failure to act. Let's hear what they had to say.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump.
Yeah, you're the commander-in-chief. You got an assault going on the Capitol of the United States of America. And there's nothing. No call, nothing, zero.
Like my colleague from Virginia, I'm a veteran. I served in the Air Force, and I serve currently in the Air National Guard. I can tell you that General Milley's reaction to President Trump's conduct is 100% correct, and so was Leader McCarthy's. What explains President Trump's behavior? Why did he not take immediate action in a time of crisis? Because President Trump's plan for January 6th was to halt or delay Congress's official proceeding to count the votes. The mob attacked the Capitol the mob attacking the Capitol quickly caused the evacuation of both the House and the Senate. The count ground to an absolute halt and was ultimately delayed for hours. The mob was accomplishing President Trump's purpose, so of course he didn't intervene. Here's what will be clear by the end of this hearing. President Trump did not fail to act during the 187 minutes between leaving the ellipse and telling the mob to go home. He chose not to act. But there were hundreds that day who honored their oaths and put their lives on the line to protect the people inside the Capitol and to safeguard our democracy. Many of them are here tonight with us, and many more are watching from home. As you already know, and we'll see again tonight, their service and sacrifice shines a bright light on President Trump's dishonor and dereliction of duty. I yield to the Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinzinger.
Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kinzinger. I'd like to begin by welcoming our witnesses this evening. Tonight we're joined by Mr. Matthew Pottinger. Mr. Pottinger is a decorated former Marine intelligence officer who served this nation on tours of duty in Afghanistan and Iraq. He served in the Trump White House from the first day of the administration through the early morning hours of January 7th, 2021. The last role in which he served in the White House was as Deputy National Security Advisor to the President of the United States. We're also joined by Sarah Matthews. Ms. Matthews started her career in communications, working on Capitol Hill, serving on the Republican staffs of several House committees. She then worked as Deputy Press Secretary for President Trump's re-election campaign before joining the Trump White House in June of 2020. She served there as Deputy Press Secretary and Special Assistant to the President until the evening of January 6th, 2021. I will now swear in our witnesses.
Over that.
Start now by going to balanceofnature.com.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may be seated.
Fresh pet.
Both again for being here tonight. Mr. Pottinger, thank you for your service to the nation as well as were as Deputy National Security Advisor to the President.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. When I started at the White House, I was a senior director for Asia on the National Security Council staff, so that was a job that involved helping coordinate the President's Asia policy. I supported the President when he met or interacted with Asian leaders. Later, 2019, I was promoted to the job of Deputy National Security Advisor. In that role, I was the chairman of the Deputies Committee. That's an NSC meeting of all the deputy cabinet secretaries. We would settle important matters of national policy related to our national security, and we would also tee up options for the President and for his cabinet members. It was, I felt then, as I do now, that it was a privilege to serve in the White House. I'm also very proud of President Trump's foreign policy accomplishments. We were able to finally compete with China. We were also able to broker peace agreements between Israel and 3 Arab states. I mean, those are some examples of the types of policies that I think made our country safer.
On January 6th?
For most of the day I was in the White House, although when the president was speaking at the rally, I was actually off-site at a scheduled meeting with India's ambassador to the United States. The National Security Council staff was not involved in organizing the security for what was a domestic event, the rally, but I did return to the White House at roughly 2:30 p.m.
Thank you, and I know my colleagues will have additional questions for you about that afternoon. Let me turn now to you, Ms. Matthews. How did you come to join President Trump's White House staff?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. As you outlined, I am a lifelong Republican, and I joined the Trump re-election campaign in June of 2019. I was one of the first communications staffers actually on board for his re-election campaign. I traveled all around the country and met Kayleigh McEnany, who was also working on his re-election campaign. I worked there for a year, and I formed a close relationship with Ms. McEnany, and she moved over to the White House in April of 2020 to start as White House press secretary, and she brought over a group of campaign staff with her, and so I joined her over at the White House in June of 2020 to start as her deputy.
And were you, Ms. Matthews, at work in the White House on January 6th?
Yes, I was working out of the West Wing that day.
Thank you. And now I'd like to recognize the gentlewoman from Virginia and the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Considering permanent sterilization procedures.
Summon the mob. Before he went on stage, he knew some of them were armed and prepared for combat. During his speech, he implored them to march to the Capitol, as he had always planned to do. By the time he walked off the stage, his supporters had already breached the outer perimeter of the Capitol at the foot of Capitol Hill. Since our last hearings, we've received new testimony from a security professional working in the White House complex on January 6th, with access to relevant information and responsibility to report to national security officials. This security official told us that the White House was aware of multiple reports of weapons in the crowd that morning. We as a committee are cognizant of the fear of retribution expressed by certain national security witnesses who have come forward to tell the truth. We've therefore taken steps to protect this national security individual's identity. Listen to this clip from their testimony.
What was the consistent message from the people about this idea of the president to walk to the Capitol?
To be completely honest, we were all in a state of shock.
Because why?
Because it just, one, I think the actual physical feasibility of doing it, and then also we all knew what that implicated and what that meant. That this was no longer a rally, that this was going to move to something else if he physically walked to the Capitol. I don't know if you want to use the word insurrection, coup, whatever. We all knew that this would move from a normal, democratic, public event into something else.
What was driving that sentiment, considering this part of it, the actual breach of the Capitol, hadn't happened yet?
Why were we alarmed?
Right.
The president wanted to lead tens of thousands of people to the Capitol.
Right.
The president wanted to lead tens of thousands of people to the Capitol. I think that was enough grounds for us to be alarmed.
Even though he understood many of his supporters were armed, the president was still adamant to go to the Capitol when he got off the stage at the Ellipse. But his Secret Service detail was equally determined to not let him go. That led to a heated argument with the detail that delayed the departure of the motorcade to the White House. We have evidence from multiple sources regarding an angry exchange in the presidential SUV, including testimony we will disclose today from 2 witnesses who confirmed that a confrontation occurred. The first witness is a former White House employee with national security responsibilities. After seeing the initial violence at the Capitol on TV, The individual went to see Tony Ornato, the Deputy Chief of Staff in his office. Mr. Ornato was there with Bobby Engel, the President's lead Secret Service agent. This employee told us that Mr. Ornato said that the President was, quote, irate when Mr. Engel refused to drive him to the Capitol. Mr. Engel did not refute what Mr. Ornato said. The second witness is retired Sergeant Mark Robinson of the DC Police Department, who was assigned to the President's motorcade that day. He sat in the lead vehicle with a Secret Service agent responsible for the motorcade, also called the TS agent. Here's how Sergeant Robinson remembered the exchange.
Was there any description of what was occurring in the car?
No, the only description I received was that the President was upset and that he was adamant about going to the Capitol, and there was a heated discussion about that.
And when you say heated, is that your word or is that the word that was described by the TS agent?
No, the word described by the TS agent, meaning that the President was upset, and he was saying there was a heated argument or discussion about going to the Capitol.
About how many times would you say you've been part of that motorcade with the President?
Probably over 100 times.
And in that 100 times, have you ever witnessed another discussion of an argument or heated discussion with the President where the President was contradicting where he was supposed to go or what the Secret Service believed was safe?
No.
Like other witnesses, Sergeant Robinson also testified that he was aware that individuals in the crowd were armed.
Yes, I believe we was on special events channel, and I was monitoring the traffic, and so I can hear some of the units pointing out to individuals that there were individuals along Constitution Avenue that were armed, that were up in the trees, and I can hear the units responding to those individuals. And so there's always a concern when there's a police in the area.
And like other witnesses, Sergeant Robinson told us that the President still wanted to travel to the Capitol, even after returning to the White House.
So at the end of the speech, what was the plan supposed to be?
So at the end of the speech, we do know that while inside the limo, the President was still adamant about going to the Capitol. That's being relayed to me by the TS agent. And so we did part the ellipse and we responded back to the White House. However, the motorcade, the protest motorcade was placed on standby. And so we were told to stand by on West Exec until they confirmed whether or not the President was going to go to the Capitol. And so I may have waited, I would just estimate maybe 45 minutes to an hour, waiting for Secret Service to make that decision.
The motorcade waited at the White House for more than 45 minutes before being released. The committee is also aware that accounts of the angry confrontation in the presidential SUV have circulated widely among the Secret Service since January 6th. Recent disclosures have also caused the committee to subpoena yet further information from the Secret Service, which we've begun to receive and will continue to assess. The committee is also aware that certain Secret Service witnesses have now retained new private counsel. We anticipate further testimony under oath and other new information in the coming weeks. After the Secret Service refused to take President Trump to the Capitol, he returned to the White House. What you see on the screen is a photo of him inside the Oval Office immediately after he returned from the rally, still wearing his overcoat. A White House employee informed the President as soon as he returned to the Oval about the riot at the Capitol. Let me repeat that. Within 15 minutes of leaving the stage, President Trump knew that the Capitol was besieged and under attack. At 1:25, President Trump went to the private dining room off the Oval Office. From 1:25 until 4 o'clock, the President stayed in his dining room. Just to give you a sense of where the dining room is situated in the West Wing, Let's take a look at this floor plan. It's by a short hallway. Witnesses told us that on January 6th, President Trump sat in his usual spot, at the head of the table, facing a television hanging on the wall. We know from the employee that the TV was tuned to Fox News all afternoon. Here you can see Fox News on the TV showing coverage of the joint session that was airing that day at 1:25. Other witnesses confirmed that President Trump was in the dining room with the TV on for more than 2.5 hours.
3 years running. My son has a Mac.
I'm a little bit nervous because the chicken is not.
January 6th. As you can see, there's no official record of President Trump receiving or placing a call between 11:06 and 6:54 p.m. As to what the president was doing that afternoon, the presidential daily diary is also silent. It contains no information from the period between 1:21 p.m. and 4:03 p.m. There are also no photos of President Trump during this critical period between 1:21 in the Oval Office and when he went outside to the Rose Garden after 4 o'clock. The chief White House photographer wanted to take pictures because it was, in her words, very important for his archives and for history. But she was told, quote, no photographs. Despite the lack of photos or an official record, we've learned what President Trump was doing while he was watching TV in the dining room. But before we get into that, it's important to understand what he never did that day. Let's watch.
So are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Secretary of Defense that day?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Attorney General of the United States that day?
No.
Are you aware of any phone call by the President of the United States to the Secretary of Homeland Security that day?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Did you ever hear the President
No.
ask for the National Guard? Did you ever hear the President ask for law enforcement response?
No. So as somebody who works in the national security space and with the National Security Council, if there were going to be troops present or called up for a rally in Washington, D.C., for example, is that something that you would have been aware of?
Yeah, I would have.
Do you know if you asked anybody to reach out to any of those that we just listed off? National Guard, DOD, FBI, Homeland Security, Secret Service, Mayor Bowser, the Capitol Police, about the situation in the Capitol?
I am not aware of any of those requests. No, sir.
We have confirmed in numerous interviews with senior law enforcement and military leaders, Vice President Pence's staff and D.C. government officials. None of them, not one, heard from President Trump that day about why the president didn't make any efforts to quell the attack. The former White House employee with national security responsibilities told us about a conversation with senior advisor Eric Hirschman and Pat Cipollone, the top White House lawyer. This conversation was about a pending call from the Pentagon seeking to coordinate on the response to the attack. Mr. Hirschman turned to Mr. Cipollone and said, the president didn't want to do anything. And so Mr. Cipollone had to take the call himself. So if President Trump wasn't calling law enforcement or military leaders, what did President Trump spend his time doing that afternoon while he first settled into the dining room? He was calling senators to encourage them to delay or object to the certification. Here's Kayleigh McEnany, his press secretary, to explain.
Okay. All right, then it says back there, and he wants list of senators. And then he's calling them one by one. Do you know which ones he called?
To the best of my recollection, no. As I say in my notes, he wanted a list of the senators, and I left him at that point.
Because the presidential call log is empty, we do not yet know precisely which senators President Trump was calling. But we do know from Rudy Giuliani's phone records that President Trump also called him at 1:39, after he had been told that the riot was underway at the Capitol. Mr. Giuliani was President Trump's lead election attorney. According to the phone records, the president's call with him lasted approximately 4 minutes. Recall that Fox News was on in the dining room. Let's take a look at what was airing as this call was ending.
The president, as we all saw, fired this crowd up. They've all, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 or more, have gone down to the Capitol or elsewhere in the city, and they're very upset. Now, I jumped down as soon as we heard the news that Brett gave you about Mike Pence. I started talking to these people. I said, what do you think? One woman, an Air Force veteran from Missouri, said she was, quote, disgusted to hear that news and that it was his duty to do something. And I told her, I said, there's nothing in the Constitution unilaterally that Vice President Pence could do. She said, that doesn't matter. He should have fought for Trump.
At 1:49, here's what was happening at the Capitol with President Trump's fired up supporters.
We're going to give riot warning. We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours declaring it a riot.
What did President Trump do at 1:49 as the DC police at the same time were declaring a riot at the Capitol? As you can see on the screen, he tweeted out a link to the recording of his ellipse speech. This was the same speech in which he knowingly sent an armed mob to the Capitol. But President Trump made no comment about the lawlessness and the violence.
Problem is the money designated for treatment has not been issued. And
at 2:24 p.m. What happened during the 35 minutes between his last tweet at 1:49 and 2:24? His staff repeatedly came into the room to see him and plead that he make a strong public statement condemning the violence and instructing the mob to leave the Capitol. He did not relent until after 4 o'clock when he went out to go to the Rose Garden to film his now infamous go home message. Pat Cipollone was a top White House lawyer. Here's what he told us about his reaction to seeing the violence and his advice throughout the afternoon.
When did you first realize that there was actual violence or rioting?
I first realized that it may have been on television, or it may have been Tony, or it may have been Bill, but I found out that people were, they weren't in the Capitol yet, but they were, and then I started watching it, and then I was aware.
What specifically did you think needed to be done?
I think I was pretty clear there needed to be an immediate and forceful response statement, public statement that people need to leave the Capitol now.
My question is exactly that. That it sounds like you, from the very onset of violence at the Capitol, right around 2 o'clock, were pushing for a strong statement that people should leave the Capitol. Is that right?
I was, and others were as well.
Okay. Pat, you said that you expressed your opinion forcefully. Could you tell us exactly how you did that?
Yeah, I can't, don't have, I have to, on the privilege issue, I can't talk about conversations with the president, but I can generically say that I said, people need to be told, there needs to be a public announcement fast that they need to leave the Capitol.
And Pat, could you let us know approximately when you said that?
Approximately when? Almost immediately after I found out people were getting into the Capitol or approaching the Capitol in a way that was violent.
Do you remember any discussion with Mark Meadows with respect to his view that the president didn't want to do anything, was somehow resistant to wanting to say something along the lines that you suggest?
And it's not just to be clear, many people suggested it. Not just me, many people felt the same way. Expressed my opinion very forcefully that this needs to be done.
So your advice was tell people to leave the Capitol, and it took over 2 hours when there were subsequent statements made, tweets put forth that in your view were insufficient. did you continue, Mr. Cipollone, throughout the period of time up until 4/17, continue, you and others, to push for a stronger statement?
Yes.
Were you joined in that effort by Ivanka Trump?
Yes.
By Eric Hirschman?
Yes.
By Mark Meadows?
Yes.
White House counsel's office wanted there to be a strong statement out to condemn the rioters. I'm confident in that. I'm confident that Ivanka Trump wanted there to be a strong statement to condemn the rioters. I don't know the private conversation she had with Mr. Trump, but I remember when she came to the office one time with White House counsel's office, when she came to the chief of staff's office with White House counsel's office, she was talking about the speech later that day and trying to get her dad on board with saying something that was more direct than he had wanted to at the time and throughout the afternoon.
And I think Mark also I remember him getting Ivanka involved because it's like, get Ivanka down here because he thought that would be important. I don't think Jared was there in the morning, but I think he came later. I remember thinking it was important to get him in there too. And of course, Pat Philbin, was expressing the same things. I mean, Pat Philbin, was very, as I said, I don't think there was one of these meetings where there might have been, but for the most part, I remember that both of us going down together, going back, getting on phone calls. He was also very clearly expressing this view.
Pat Cipollone and Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, also told us about the Hang Mike Pence chants. As you will see, Mr. Cipollone recalled conversations about those chants in the West Wing, but he relied on executive privilege to maintain confidentiality over his and others' direct communications with the president.
Truck bed cover protects your cargo bag.
Although Mr. Cipollone was unwilling to provide more detail, Ms. Hutchison provided more explicit information, filling in those blanks. See that for yourself.
It wasn't until Mark hung up the phone, handed it back to me. I went back to my desk. A couple minutes later, him and Pat came back, possibly Eric Hirschman too. I'm pretty sure Eric Hirschman was there. But I'm confident it was Pat that was there. I remember Pat saying something to the effect of, Mark, we need to do something more. They're literally calling for the vice president to be effing hung. And Mark had responded something to the effect of, you heard him, Pat. He thinks Mike deserves it. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong. To which Pat said something, this is effing crazy. We need to be doing something more. Briefly stepped into Mark's office.
Discussion at any point during the day about rioters at the Capitol chanting, hang Mike Pence?
Yes, I remember hearing about that, yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if I observed that myself on TV yet.
I'm just curious, I understand the privilege line you've drawn, but do you remember what you can share with us about the discussion about those chants, the hang Mike Pence chants?
I can tell you my view of that.
Yeah, please.
My view of that is outrageous. And for anyone to suggest such a thing as the Vice President of the United States, for people in that crowd to be chanting that, I thought it was terrible. I thought it was outrageous and wrong. And I expressed that very clearly.
With respect to your conversations with Mr. Meadows, though, did you specifically raise a concern of the Vice President with him, and how did he respond?
I believe I raised a concern about the Vice President, and I again, the nature of his response, without recalling exactly, was he, people were doing all that they could.
And what about the President? Did he indicate whether he thought the President was doing what needed to be done to protect the Vice President?
Gotcha, sir. That question.
Call for production meeting, yeah.
Okay.
I'm being instructed on.
I see.
In addition, Mr. Cipollone testified that it would have been feasible, as commentators on television were suggesting, for President Trump to immediately appear at the podium in the press room to address the nation.
Exactly. Today, Fox News Digital asked Nancy Pelosi that question, and she made it clear she will not tolerate questions about how she got so darn rich. Watch this.
O'clock and 4:17 on the video statement. Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Well, yes, it would have been possible.
We just heard Mr. Cipollone say that President Trump could have gone to the press briefing room to issue a statement at any moment. To give you a sense of just how easy that would have been, let's take a look at a map of the West Wing. As we saw earlier, the president's private dining room is at the bottom of the map. The press briefing room is at the top, highlighted in blue, and the Rose Garden, where the president ultimately filmed his Go Home video, is on the right next to the Oval Office, and that's highlighted in green. Ms. Matthews, how quickly could the president have gotten on camera in the press briefing room to deliver a statement to the nation?
So as you outlined, it would take probably less than 60 seconds from the Oval Office dining room over to the press briefing room. And for folks that might not know, the briefing room is the room that you see the White House press secretary do briefings from, with the podium and the blue backdrop. There's a camera that is on in there at all times. And so if the president had wanted to make a statement and address the American people, he could have been on camera almost instantly. And conversely, the White House press corps has offices that are located directly behind the briefing room. And so if he had wanted to make an address from the Oval Office, we could have assembled the White House press corps probably in a matter of minutes to get them into the Oval for him to do an on-camera address.
Thank you. Other witnesses have given us their views on that question. For example, General Keith Kellogg told us that some staff were concerned that a live appearance by the president at the microphones at that moment could actually make matters worse. He told us he recommended against doing a press conference because during his 4 years in the Trump administration, quote, there wasn't a single clean press conference we had had. President Trump's advisors knew his state of mind at that moment, and they were worried about what he would say in unscripted comments. I yield to the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Heard by 2 o'clock, multiple staff members in the White House recognized that a serious situation was underway at the Capitol. Personally, I recall being evacuated from the House office building where we're sitting before this time. It was due to the discovery of 2 pipe bombs in nearby buildings. Ms. Matthews, around the same time, you were watching the violence unfold on television and social media with colleagues, including with Ben Williamson, a senior aide to Mark Meadows and the acting director of communications. You told us that before President Trump sent his next tweet at 2:24, Mr. Williamson got up to go see Mr. Meadows, and you got up to go see Kayleigh McEnany. Why did you both do that?
So Ben and I were watching the coverage unfold from one of the offices in the West Wing, and we both recognized that the situation was escalating, and it was escalating quickly, and that the president needed to be out there immediately to tell these people to go home and condemn the violence that we were seeing. So I told him that I was going to make that recommendation to Kayleigh, and he said he was going to make the same recommendation to the Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows.
Thank you. And one of your colleagues in the press office, Judd Deere, told us he also went to see Ms. McEnany at that time. Let's hear what he said about this critical period of time, right as the rioters were getting into the Capitol.
And why did you think it was necessary to say something?
Well, I mean, it appears that individuals are storming the U.S. Capitol building. They also appear to be supporters of Donald Trump who may have been in attendance at the rally. We're going to need to say something.
And did you have a view as to what should be said by the White House?
If I recall, I told Kayleigh that I thought that we needed to encourage individuals to stop, to respect law enforcement, and to go home.
Although President Trump was aware of the ongoing riot, he did not take any immediate action to address the lawlessness. He did not take any immediate action to address the lawlessness. Instead, at 2:03, he called Rudy Giuliani again, and that call lasted for over 8 minutes. Moments later, at 2:13, rioters broke into the Capitol itself. One of the Proud Boys charged with seditious conspiracy, Dominic Pizzola, used an officer's shield to smash a window, and rioters flooded into the building. As rioters were entering the building, the Secret Service held Vice President Pence in his office right off the Senate chamber for 13 minutes as they worked to clear a safe path to a secure location. Now listen to some of that radio traffic and see what they were seeing as the protesters got just feet away from where the Vice President was holding.
Hold! They can't get the building! Hold! Turn that door up. If we're moving, we need to move now. Copy. If we lose any more time, we may lose the ability to leave. So if we're going to leave, we need to do it now.
They've gained access to the second floor, and I've got public about 5 feet from me down here below.
Okay, copy. They are on the second floor, moving in now. We may want to consider getting out and leaving now. Copy.
Will we encounter the people once we make our way?
Repeat.
Counter any individuals if we made our way to the.
There's 6 officers between us and the people that are 5 to 10 feet away from me.
Stand by. I'm going down to evaluate.
Go ahead.
We have a clear spot if we move quickly. We got smoke downstairs set by unknown smoke set downstairs by the protesters.
Is that route compromised?
We have this is secure. However, we will bypass some protesters that are being contained. There is smoke, unknown what kind of smoke it is. Copy.
Clear, we're coming out now, all right? Make a way.
The President's National Security Council staff was listening to these developments and tracking them in real time. On the screen, you can see excerpts from the chat logs among the President's National Security Council staff. At 2:13, the staff learned that the rioters were kicking in the windows at the Capitol. 3 minutes later, the staff said the Vice President was being pulled, which meant agents evacuated him from the Senate floor. At 2:24, the staff noted that the Secret Service agents at the Capitol did not, quote, sound good right now, who had been working in the White House complex on January 6th with access to relevant information and a responsibility to report to national security officials. We asked this person, what was meant by the comment that the Secret Service agents did not, quote, sound good right now? In the following clip of that testimony, which has been modified to protect the individual's identity, the professional discusses what they heard from listening to the incoming radio traffic that day.
Okay, that last entry in this page is service to the Capitol does not sound good right now.
Correct.
What does that mean?
The members of the VPT tel at this time were starting to fear for their own lives. There was a lot of yelling, a lot of very personal calls over the radio. So it was disturbing. I don't like talking about it, but there were calls to say goodbye to family members, so on and so forth. It was getting, for whatever the reason was on the ground, the VPT tel thought that this was about to get very ugly.
And did you hear that over the radio? Okay. What was the response by the agents Secret Service agents who were there?
Everybody kept saying, you know, at that point it was just reassurances or I think there were discussions of reinforcements coming, but again, it was just chaos. It was just yelling.
Obviously, you conveyed the disturbing, but what prompted you to put it into an entry, as it states there, service to the council?
If they're running out of options and they're getting nervous, it sounds like that we came very close to either service having to use lethal options or worse. Like at that point, I don't know. Is the VP compromised? Is the detail like I don't know. Like we didn't have visibility, but it doesn't. If they're screaming and saying things like say goodbye to the family, like the floor needs to know this is going to a whole nother level soon.
As this next video shows, the rioters' anger was focused primarily on Vice President Mike Pence.
This woman comes up to the side of us and she says, Pence folded. So it was kind of like, okay, well, in my mind, I was thinking, well, that's it, you know. Well, my son-in-law looks at me and he says, I want to go in.
What percentage of the crowd is going to the Capitol?
100%. It is spread like wildfire that Pence has betrayed us and everybody's marching on the Capitol, all million of us. It's insane.
A lot of people seem like they're very upset.
Tell us some of the things they were saying, if you recall.
Oh, they were saying all types. You know, people were screaming all types of stuff. They were mad that Vice President Pence was going to accept the electorals. I mean, it was a little. If you could think it up, you were hearing it.
I believe that Vice President Pence was going to certify the electoral votes or not certify them, but I guess that's just changed, correct? And it's a very big disappointment. I think there's several 100,000 people here that are very disappointed.
President Trump did not try to calm his thousands of disappointed supporters. Instead, at almost the same moment violence was getting completely out of hand, Donald Trump sent his 224 tweet. The president said, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. Despite knowing the Capitol had been breached and the mob was in the building, President Trump called Mike Pence a coward and placed all the blame on him for not stopping the certification. He put a target on his own vice president's back. Mr. Pottinger and Ms. Matthews, when we ask you about your reaction to seeing the 224 tweet in real time, you both use the same imagery to describe it. President Trump was adding fuel to the fire. Mr. Pottinger, you made the decision to resign after seeing this tweet. Can you please tell us why?
Yes. So that was pretty soon after or shortly before I'd gotten back to the White House. I'd come from off-site. I began to see for the first time those images on TV of the chaos that was unfolding at the Capitol. One of my aides handed me a sheet of paper that contained the tweet that you just read. I read it and was quite disturbed by it. I was disturbed and worried to see that the president was attacking Vice President Pence for doing his constitutional duty. So the tweet looked to me like the opposite of what we really needed at that moment, which was a de-escalation. And that's why I had said earlier that it looked like fuel being poured on the fire. So that was the moment that I decided that I was going to resign, that would be my last day at the White House. I simply didn't want to be associated with the events that were unfolding on the Capitol.
Ever thought that's why you live alone? Start closing the door when you do gross stuff.
Instead, the committee, they ended up playing a lot of sliced and diced videos. I think.
And escalating quickly. And so I thought that the tweet about the vice president was the last thing that was needed in that moment. And I remember thinking that this was going to be bad for him to tweet this, because it was essentially him giving the green light to these people, telling them that what they were doing at the steps of the Capitol and entering the Capitol was okay, that they were justified in their anger. And he shouldn't have been doing that. He should have been telling these people to go home and to leave and to condemn the violence that we were seeing. And I'm someone who has worked with him. I worked on the campaign, traveled all around the country, going to countless rallies with him, and I've seen the impact that his words have on his supporters. They truly latch on to every word and every tweet that he says, and so I think that in that moment, for him to tweet out the message about Mike Pence, it was him pouring gasoline on the fire and making it much worse.
Thank you both. And let's watch what others also told us about their reactions to this tweet.
I don't remember when exactly I heard about that tweet, but my reaction to it is that's a terrible tweet, and I disagreed with the sentiment, and I thought it was wrong.
What was your reaction when you saw that tweet?
Extremely unhelpful.
Why?
It wasn't the message that we needed at that time. It wasn't going to. The scenes at the U.S. Capitol were only getting worse at that point. This was not going to help that.
Were you concerned it could make it worse?
Certainly.
Ms. Hutchinson, what was your reaction when you saw this tweet?
As a staffer that worked to always represent the administration to the best of my ability and to showcase the good things that he had done for the country, I remember feeling frustrated, disappointed, and really, it felt personal. I was really sad. As an American, I was disgusted. It was unpatriotic. It was un-American. We were watching the Capitol building get defaced over a lie.
As you will see, at 2:26, the vice president had to be evacuated to safety a second time and came within 40 feet of the rioters. The attack escalated quickly right after the tweet. During this chaos, what did President Trump do at that point? He went back to calling senators to try to further delay the electoral count. While the vice president was being evacuated from the Senate, President Trump called Senator Tommy Tuberville, one of his strongest supporters in the Senate. As Senator Tuberville later recalled, he had to end the call so that he could evacuate the Senate chamber himself. Let's listen.
He didn't call my phone, called somebody else, and they handed it to me, and I basically told him, I said, Mr. President, we're not doing much work here right now because they just took our vice president out, and matter of fact, I'm going to have to hang up on you. I've got to leave.
Senator Josh Hawley also had to flee. Earlier that afternoon, before the joint session started, he walked across the east front of the Capitol. As you can see in this photo, he raised his fist in solidarity with the protesters already amassing at the security gates. We spoke with a Capitol police officer who was out there at the time. She told us that Senator Hawley's gesture riled up the crowd, and it bothered her greatly,
because he was doing it in a safe space, protected by the officers and the barriers. Later that day, Senator Hawley fled after those protesters he helped to rile up stormed the Capitol. See for yourself. Think about what we've seen. Undeniable violence at the Capitol. The vice president being evacuated to safety by the Secret Service. Senators running through the hallways of the Senate to get away from the mob. As the commander-in-chief, President Trump was oath and duty bound to protect the Capitol. His senior staff understood that.
For yourself.
You cannot be civil with a political party that wants to destroy.
Yes.
And do you think the president has an obligation to defend all three branches of our government?
I believe so.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the president's obligations, correct?
No, I mean, I asked what his duty is.
Well, I mean, there's a constitutional duty. What he has, he's the commander-in-chief. And that was that was my biggest issue with him as National Security Advisor.
Rather than uphold his duty to the Constitution, President Trump allowed the mob to achieve the delay that he hoped would keep him in power. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. I request that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members and witnesses from the room. I now declare the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
January 6th hearing live tonight in Washington, D.C. This is our special coverage here on MSNBC. We thank you for watching these hearings with us. Our special coverage will continue through this recess, through the second half of the hearing that will start up after the recess and then thereafter. This first half of this hearing tonight, a number of revelations. Let's start with the small ones, comparatively speaking. We got confirmation from two witnesses, one of whom we saw written deposition from, one of whom we saw tape from, corroborating earlier bombshell testimony from White House staffer Cassidy Hutchinson that there had been a serious confrontation between the president and his Secret Service detail where he tried to go to the Capitol to join the mob that was physically attacking Congress. We also got additional information about senior members of the White House staff and advisors to the president telling him for hours that he should act to call off the mob while he did not. We also, for what it's worth, got confirmation from the committee that this will not be the last public hearing, that there will be more public hearings in September. I described those as comparatively small but concrete, specific new revelations from the committee. But then let's talk about the big stuff. Committee confirming something that we had seen hinted at in public reporting. There are no photos, no call logs, no official record of any time from the White House of the president's behavior after his speech at the Ellipse, which was roughly 2.5 hours of him sitting in the dining room watching Fox News. The committee confirming that what he was doing during that time, they've been able to discern, was that he was calling U.S. senators and telling them to delay the count, also placing calls to Rudy Giuliani. They confirmed with multiple witnesses that he did not call the military or law enforcement to defend the Capitol at that time. That itself is something, again, we've seen hinted at in public reporting. We're getting confirmation of that here from multiple witnesses from the committee.
Puts him in the driver's seat of the conspiracy, and it makes the violence not ancillary but central to his plot. His plot, and the reason he's dialing for dollars, the reason he's on the phone with the senators in the missing call log, is because he's trying to carry out that part of the plot. The insurrectionists, the extremists are carrying out their role. He's acutely aware that that's underway. There's this call with Rudy Giuliani seconds before the Capitol is actually breached by an extremist who has been charged. And Trump is on the phone with the senators trying to carry out his part.
And also laying on the additional pressure on Mike Pence in the most egregious and dangerous way, to the point where, per the testimony we've heard, Mike Pence's Secret Service agents were so terrified that they were calling family members and expressing real fear for their own safety. So that's something else that was, I think, pretty dramatic.
So we got that in two parts, Joy. We got that right from the radio traffic from the Secret Service, which we have not seen before, and it was cued and synced with video surveillance footage. You could actually see the officer visually as you can hear him speaking on the radio about trying to clear a path to get the vice president out of there. And I'm going to ask the control room.
At least according to Andrew McCabe, that there wouldn't have been a FISA warrant granted if it were not for the dirty disinformation dossier from Russia that Hillary paid for, and yet that was
Giuliani's calls with the president when he was in the dining room. But we still don't have a complete picture. As I reported for CBS News with Bob Woodward, the call logs provided to the National Archives, then provided to the committee, do not have all of the information. We're still wondering, was the president making other calls on the cell phones of aides or advisors? And this was such a critical moment to build on Margaret's reporting. While President Trump was watching television, the rest of the world was watching the United States. This was a grave national security crisis. At the Capitol, the mob getting close to the vice president and his detail to the point of chaos and alarm. And U.S. allies and adversaries were also watching this. Some of them went on alert, wondering who was in control in the U.S.
And that was, we learned later, the justification for Mike Pence saying, I'm not getting in that Secret Service vehicle to leave the Capitol. I don't want the world to watch me flee.
The phrase
knowing what that would signify.
The phrase has been used, dereliction of duty, under that tough questioning by Liz Cheney. Did the president call anybody from the Department of Defense? No. Did he call anybody from the Department of Homeland Security? No. What was the president doing? Well, he was calling senators, asking them to carry out what he wanted done up on Capitol Hill. This idea that the president's inaction was worse than just kind of hanging out in his dining room. He was purposely not working to stop the violence.
And it's so strange to hear this, because as all of us know, when you report on a White House, what aides love to do is tell you the rock'em sock'em that the president was doing, how active they were, and what actions they were doing. They are fiction writers about how active a president is. And yet here, no one can testify to action. A call comes in from the Pentagon, and the president's lawyer has to take it because he won't. I mean, this is just an upside-down world in the way things are supposed to act in a most vital moment where the one person who can act isn't doing it.
And we heard from the former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, testifying that Ivanka Trump, Eric Hirschman, Mark Meadows, and others all begging the president to issue a stronger statement, to go to the White House briefing room, to tweet, whatever it would be, to stop the violence, and the president would not do that. I want to go over
ceremonial role, not what Trump said, but it's a ceremonial role to facilitate the votes, the electoral votes being counted, is the Vice President of the United States. That's in the Constitution. It's also in the Electoral Count Act. Now, what happens if there's somehow the Vice President is taken out of that? I mean, God forbid anything should happen to him, but even if he's just forced to leave the Capitol and can't get back there, does that in its own, just by itself, does that stop the counting of the vote, which is obviously what we understand President Trump wanted? So if you can block one way or another, if you can block Mike Pence from being able to perform his ceremonial function, you're able to block the certification of Joe Biden as the President of the United States.
Jake, and we still have not heard yet the outtakes of Trump himself, which I'm told are very dramatic. I just want to say, Cipollone, the White House counsel, corroborated Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony today. And of all the things we've heard in all 9 hearings, I think it comes, at least to me, as a complete shock that there is radio traffic with the vice president's detail fearing for their lives, screaming, saying goodbye to family
What I
members.
heard corroborated from Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, there was so much we haven't even gotten to this. The very beginning of this hearing, we heard about law enforcement officials saying that they too heard about the president being very anxious and angry that he couldn't go to the Capitol. The president and people, the security people around, understanding that there were weapons in the crowd. These are things that Cassidy Hutchinson testified to. Some of the things that her fellow Republicans who are attacking her said that it wasn't true. Well, now we have somebody who actually went on camera, who was part of the motorcade, saying that he heard this as part of the radio
Metropolitan
traffic.
Police Department Sergeant Mark Robinson, and also we have an anonymous account, John King, very similar to what Cassidy Hutchinson had testified, that Tony Ornato, White House Deputy Chief of Staff and now Secret Service agent, in front of the Secret Service agent Engel, saying that the president was very irate that he wasn't allowed to go to the Hill.
And again, from an investigative standpoint, the committee has masterfully turned these attacks into new information. They try to impugn Cassidy Hutchinson, other witnesses come forward. They try to deny her account about the Secret Service, other witnesses come forward, and the hearings we thought might end this week will resume in September because they're continuing, even though they've presented a ton of damning evidence so far, and we're not done with tonight, they say they continue to get even more worthy of further discussion down the road.
The hearing
from him saying that former President Trump needed to do more. Now, Cipollone couldn't get specific about what he said, but he made it very clear that Ivanka Trump was involved, that a number of top officials were urging the president to get out there and call off the rioters. He was one of the top officials at the White House. Sarah Matthews, as a juxtaposition, is a lower level press aide. She is someone who also went back and tried to convince her boss, Kayleigh McEnany, that the president needed to get out there and do something. I can tell you, Lester, I was at the White House on January 6th, and after that tweet was sent out by former President Trump attacking his vice president, Sarah Matthews had tears in her eyes, the realization that her efforts had gone unheeded and that, in fact, the former president went in the opposite direction and only energized those angry and violent mobs more. So I think that you are seeing that emotion play out. And again, the bottom line, that there were a chorus of voices all saying the same thing to former President Trump and those around him, like Mark Meadows. It was up to the president to call off the rioters, Lester.
Kristen, thank you. The hearing about to resume. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more live testimony after this.
Watching this hearing along with us, just as he has from the very beginning here. John, thanks, and stand by. I want to bring in Rachel Scott, who covers Congress, because Rachel, as we have seen in each one of these hearings, members of Congress get pulled in some way or another that is somewhat unexpected, perhaps for the American people watching at home. Senator Tommy Tuberville, one of the biggest supporters of the president, the former president, he was actually one of the senators who received a call, the former president reaching out to him, and actually spoke about how he had to tell the president, sir, I'm evacuating the Senate chamber here. This was after the former vice president had been evacuated twice, and after all this was playing live on cable news. And then another senator, Josh Hawley, of course, of Missouri, and that image that you reported on many times, Rachel, with his fist up to the crowd, and the committee essentially showing how the temperature of that moment, and as John points out, the tweet from the former president, you know, a fist bump or a fist pump in front of the crowd, how those moments, those images can be directly tied to the escalation there at the Capitol.
And Senator Josh Hawley has been under fire for that image, showing him walking past that crowd with his fists up. We've reached out to his team tonight for comment, but he has made on-the-record statements about this, saying that he was raising his fist in support of those who were gathering peaceful there. But you also heard from the committee lawmakers saying that they were told by a Capitol Police officer who was there, who felt like they were bothered by what they saw from Senator Josh Hawley that day. They felt like he was in the line of protection, essentially, as he was walking into the Capitol. Protection, obviously, that they had to come very close and face off with the rioters who ended up storming the Capitol that day. Senator Josh Hawley also says that he believes that those who entered the Capitol, those who were rioting, were wrong in their actions. But we've had an opportunity in the past few days, David, I could tell you, to press Senator Josh Hawley on these hearings. He says that he hasn't watched really much of it at all, and he said that he would still support former President Donald Trump if he is the nominee in 2024, David.
Rachel Scott, live up on the Hill tonight, watching this with us. Rachel, thank you. I want to bring in our
States, including the one who was last in office for 4 years, you know, say to the American public, the Capitol's just been under attack. I've watched what's happened, and I love you, the people who attacked the Capitol. I understand why you do what you did. It's you know, and so the committee, I think, is now laid out this case. I think it is interesting how the committee's functioned. You know, it is unlike any other committee of Congress I've seen before, having served in both the House and the Senate on committee staffs. You know, typically what you see committees do is, you know, is take witnesses and hear from them.
Yes.
In this case, you actually have the committee presenting evidence to the American public, almost like, as Mary McCord said, a prosecution team would.
And Evie Pampouras, former Secret Service agent, who's also joining us tonight, as we're waiting for the committee members to come back for the hearing to resume. I think one of the things we're seeing tonight very clearly is how these different security
hearings. I think this committee is to be credited for the fact that, yes, obviously, they don't.
In Hyundai, you can shop an all-new selection of fuel-efficient.
And that senior White House staff at this point knew that the violence had to be called off to avert catastrophe.
It wasn't a spontaneous political rally. It was a planned, motivated, stoked, led directly by the president, as the committee alleged in these hearings.
And Nora, I do want to note that we also heard corroboration of Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony about, at minimum, a scuffle, a very heated moment inside the Beast, the president's vehicle, as he demanded to be taken to the Capitol.
President. By this time, the president had been in his dining room for an hour. I want you to just think of what you would have done if you were in his shoes and had the power to end the violence. You would have immediately and forcefully told the rioters to stop and leave. Like, stop and leave. Done. As you heard, that's exactly what his senior staff had been urging him to do. But he resisted, and he kept resisting for another almost 2 hours. In the meantime, all the president did was post 2 tweets. One at 2:38 and the other at 3:13. One said, quote, "Stay peaceful." The other said, quote, "Remain peaceful." But the president already knew that the mob was attacking the police and had invaded the Capitol. Neither tweet condemned the violence or told the mob to leave the Capitol and disperse. To appreciate how obvious it was that President Trump was not meeting this moment, it's helpful to look at the real-time reactions of his own son, Don Jr., to the first tweet, captured in a series of text messages with Mark Meadows. I'll warn the audience that these messages contain some strong language. As you can see, Don Jr. first texted Mr. Meadows at 2:53. He wrote, "He's got to condemn this shit ASAP. The Capitol Police tweet is not enough." Mr. Meadows replied, "I am pushing it hard. I agree." Don Jr. responded, "This is one you go to the mattresses on. They will try to fuck his entire legacy if it gets worse." Here's what Don Jr. told us he meant by if it gets worse. Here's what Don Jr. told us he meant by go to the mattresses.
At 2:58, when you say that that Mr. Meadows needs to go to the mattresses on this issue, when you say go to the mattresses, what does that mean?
It's just a reference for going all in. I think it's a Godfather reference.
Sean Hannity agreed, and he also turned to Mark Meadows for help after the president's second tweet. As you can see, Mr. Hannity texted at 3:31 to say Trump needed to deliver a statement to the nation telling the rioters to leave the Capitol. Mr. Meadows responded that he was, quote, on it. Don Jr. and Sean Hannity were not the only ones who implored Mr. Meadows to get the president to speak.
Fox News contributor Dr. Nicole Saphier. Dr. Saphier, the one thing I think we do have, we do know Omicron is.
From current and former Trump administration officials, from media personalities, and from friends. Like President Trump's staff, they knew President Trump had to speak publicly to get the mob to stop. Let's look at just a few of these text messages. Fox News personality Laura Ingraham said, "The president needs to tell the people in the Capitol to go home." Former Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney urged Mark, he needs to stop this now. Fox News personality Brian Kilmeade said, "Please get him on TV, destroying everything that you guys have accomplished." When we interviewed White House counsel Pat Cipollone, he told us that he knew the president's 2 tweets were not enough. Let's listen to what he said.
I think the question is, did you believe that the tweets were not anything about your advice to the president?
No, I believe more needed to be done. Okay? I believed that a public statement needed to be made.
When you talk about others on the staff thinking more should be done, or thinking that the president needed to tell people to go home, who would be in that category?
Well, I would put Pat Philbin, Eric Hirschman, overall Mark Meadows, Ivanka, once Jared got there, Jared, General Kellogg. I'm probably missing some, but those, Kaylee, I think, was there, but I don't, Dan Scavino.
And who on the staff did not want people to leave the Capitol?
On the staff?
In the White House, how about?
I can't think of anybody, you know, on that day who didn't want people to get out of the Capitol once the, you know, particularly once the violence started. No. I mean,
variance.
Well, that's a good question, Sean. I think one of the
staff. So I answered.
No, I said in the White House.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you said who else on the staff. I can't reveal communications, but obviously I think, you know, yeah.
Let's pause on that last statement. Although Pat Cipollone is being careful about executive privilege, there really is no ambiguity about what he said. Almost everybody wanted President Trump to instruct the mob to disperse. President Trump refused. To understand how inadequate the president's tweets were, let's examine his 238 tweet in more detail. For context, here's what was happening at that time.
They broke the glass? Everybody stay down! Get down!
Doors barricaded. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
We were just told that there has been tear gas in the rotunda, and we're being instructed to each of us get gas masks.
We went from a peaceful protest, and this is a very dangerous situation right now, that there are, I'm being told, these protesters on the inside are around both chambers, and there is now tear gas inside the Capitol Rotunda. In fact, members locked in the House are being instructed to put on masks.
The research studies were based on unvaccinated individuals.
Nanny, what did you tell her, and where did she go afterwards?
After the tweet about the vice president, I found Kaylee and told her that I thought the president needed to immediately send out a tweet that condemned the violence that we are seeing, and that there needed to be a call to action to tell these people to leave the Capitol. And she agreed and walked over to the Oval dining room to find the president.
We interviewed Ms. McEnany and others who were in the dining room with the president, urging him to put out a statement. Ms. Matthews, Ms. McEnany told us she came right back to the press office after meeting with the president about this particular tweet. What did she tell you about what happened in that dining room?
When she got back, she told me that a tweet had been sent out, and I told her that I thought the tweet did not go far enough, that I thought there needed to be a call to action and he needed to condemn the violence. And we were in a room full of people, but people weren't paying attention. And so she looked directly at me and in a hushed tone shared with me that the president did not want to include any sort of mention of peace in that tweet, and that it took some convincing on their part, those who were in the room. And she said that there was a back and forth going over different phrases to find something that he was comfortable with. And it wasn't until Ivanka Trump suggested the phrase "stay peaceful" that he finally agreed to include it.
The president resisted writing "stay peaceful" in a tweet. He told Mark Meadows that the rioters were doing what they should be doing, and the rioters understood they were doing what President Trump wanted them to do. President Trump's message was heard clearly by Stop the Steal organizer Ali Alexander. At 2:38, he told another organizer, quote, "POTUS is not ignorant of what his words would do." Rioters storming the Capitol also heard President Trump's message. In this video, you'll see surveillance footage from the rotunda that shows a group of Oath Keepers, including Jessica Watkins, who's been charged with seditious conspiracy. You'll hear her walkie-talkie communications with others as they share intelligence and communicate about President Trump's 2:38 tweet in real time. Again, we warn the audience that this clip also contains strong language.
CNN just said that they evacuated all members of Congress into a safety room.
There's no safe place in the United States for any of these motherfuckers. Let me tell you.
I hope they understand that we are not joking around.
Military Principle 105. Military Principle 105. Cave means grave.
Please support our Capitol Police. They are on our side. Do not harm them.
That's saying a lot by what he didn't say. He didn't say not to do anything to the congressman.
Well, he did not ask them to stand down. He's just said, stand by the Capitol Police. They are on our side, and they are people. So it's getting real down there. I got it on TV, and it's looking pretty friggin' radical to me. CNN said that Trump has egged this on, that he is egging it on, and that he is watching the country burn 2 weeks before he leaves office. He is not leaving office. I don't give a shit what they say.
We are in the mezzanine. We are in the main dome right now. We are rocking it. They're throwing grenades. They're freaking shooting people with paintballs, but we're in here.
Be safe. Be safe. God bless and Godspeed. Keep going.
Get it, Jess. Do your shit. This is what we fucking lived up for. Everything we fucking trained for.
Took over the Capitol. Overran the Capitol. We're in the fucking Capitol, bro.
We've now seen how President Trump's supporters reacted to his tweets. Mr. Pottinger, you told us that you consider the tweets sent to this point to be, quote, wholly inadequate given the urgency of the crisis. What, in your view, would have been needed?
Yeah, it was insufficient. I think what you could count me among those who was hoping to see an unequivocal, strong statement clearing out the Capitol, telling people to stand down, leave, go home. I think that's what we were hoping for.
So something a lot more kind of definitive and not ambiguous, because he has that power over his votes. Ms. Matthews, you told us about a colleague who said during the attack that the president should not condemn the violence. Can you please tell us about that moment and your reaction?
Yes, so a conversation started in the press office after the president sent out those 2 tweets that I deemed were insufficient. And a colleague suggested that the president shouldn't condemn the violence because they thought it would be, quote, handing a win to the media if he were to condemn his supporters. And I disagreed. I thought that we should condemn the violence and condemn it unequivocally. And I thought that he needed to include a call to action and to tell these people to go home. And a debate ensued over it. And I became visibly frustrated, and my colleagues were well aware of that. And I couldn't believe that we were arguing over this in the middle of the West Wing, talking about the politics of a tweet, being concerned with handing the media a win when we had just watched all of that violence unfold at the Capitol. And so I motioned up at the TV and I said, do you think it looks like we're effing winning? Because I don't think it does. And I again reiterated that I thought that the president needed to condemn the violence because it didn't matter if it was coming from the left or the right, that you should condemn violence 100% of the time.
We've heard this evening how everyone in the president's orbit was pushing him to do more, to tell the mob to leave the Capitol. One of those people was Republican leader Kevin McCarthy. He managed to get the president on the phone and told him to call off his supporters. As you will hear, the president refused, and so Leader McCarthy reached out for help to Ivanka Trump, who was at the White House, and Jared Kushner, who that afternoon had just arrived back on a flight from the Middle East. Jared Kushner, who that afternoon had just arrived back on a flight from the Middle East.
So at some point in the afternoon, Mr. McCarthy placed a phone call to Mr. Scavino's desk line, and it was transferred to the president. Is that correct?
That's generally what I recall.
Okay. Were you involved in making that, transferring that call?
Yes.
Okay. Where was the president at the time that he took that call?
He was in the dining room.
Would you personally reach out to the president for more support?
I've already talked to the president. I called him. I think we need to make a statement, make sure that we can calm individuals down.
Did Mr. McCarthy indicate that he had been in touch with President Trump?
He indicated that he had had some conversation. I don't recall whether it was with the president or with somebody at the White House, but I think he'd expressed frustration that not taking the circumstances seriously as they should in that moment.
You know, I asked Kevin McCarthy, who's the Republican leader, about this, and he said he called Donald Trump. He finally got through to Donald Trump, and he said, you have got to get on TV, you've got to get on Twitter, you've got to call these people off. You know what the president said to him? This is as it's happening. He said, well, Kevin, these aren't my people. You know, these are Antifa. And Kevin responded and said, no, they're your people. They literally just came through my office windows, and my staff are running for cover. I mean, they're running for their lives. You need to call them off. And the president's response to Kevin, to me, was chilling. He said, well, Kevin, I guess they're just more upset about the election, theft than you are. And that's, you've seen widespread reports of Kevin McCarthy and the president having basically a swearing conversation. That's when the swearing commenced, because the president was basically saying, nah, I'm okay with this.
Leader McCarthy, the President of the United States has a briefing room steps from the Oval Office. The cameras are hot 24/7, as you know. Why hasn't he walked down and said that now?
I conveyed to the president what I think is best to do, and I'm hopeful the president will do it.
And have you spoken with his chief of staff?
I've spoken to the president, I've spoken to other people in there, and to the White House as well.
Who else reached out to Ms. Trump that you know of that afternoon about the attack on the Capitol?
I believe at one point McCarthy did.
I heard my phone ringing, turned the shower off, saw it was Leader McCarthy, who I had a good relationship with. He told me he was getting really ugly over at the Capitol and said, please, anything you could do to help, I would appreciate it. I don't recall specific asks, just anything you could do. Again, I got the sense that, they were scared.
They meaning Leader McCarthy and people on the Hill because of the violence?
He was scared, yes.
Leader McCarthy, who was one of the president's strongest supporters, was scared and begging for help. President Trump turned him down. So he tried to call the president's children. Republican House member Mike Gallagher also implored the president to call off the attack.
Mr. President, you have got to stop this. You are the only person who can call this off. Call it off. The election is over. Call it off.
President-elect Joe Biden also went live on TV to demand that President Trump tell the mob to leave.
I call on President Trump
to go on national television now to fulfill his oath and defend the Constitution and demand an end to this siege.
There was a desperate scramble for everyone to get President Trump to do anything. All this occurred, and the president still did not act.
His family and from Capitol Hill for him to do something more at 4:17. 187 minutes, more than 3 hours after he stopped speaking at the Ellipse. After he stopped speaking to a mob that he had sent armed to the Capitol. That's when he tweeted a video telling the rioters to go home, while also telling them that they were special and that he loved them. By that time, although, the violence was far from over. Law enforcement had started to turn the tide. Reinforcements were on the way, and elected officials were in secure locations. The writing was already on the wall. The rioters would not succeed. Here's what was showing on Fox News, the channel the president was watching all afternoon.
Back to Brett Baer with more information now. Brett, what do you have?
Our Pentagon team, Jen Griffin, Lucas Tomlinson, confirming the Defense Department has now mobilized the entire D.C. National Guard, 1,800 troops. Take several hours, as I was mentioning before, to get them up and running. The Army Secretary Ron McCarthy is setting up a headquarters at the FBI. You just heard from David Spunt that the FBI is also sending troops to the Capitol.
It's no coincidence, then, that President Trump finally gave in and went out to the Rose Garden at 4:03. His staff had prepared a script for him to read, but he refused to use it. As you can see on the screen, you can see the script is stamped "President has seen." The script said, quote, "I'm asking you to leave the Capital Region now and go home in a peaceful way." The president was urged to stick to this script, but he spoke off the cuff. Eric Hirschman and Nick Luna went with the president to film the message in the Rose Garden. Let's hear what they had to say and see the never-before-seen raw footage of the president recording this video message.
Ultimately, these remarks that we're looking at here in Exhibit 25 were not the remarks that the president delivered in the Rose Garden. Do you know why the president decided not to use these?
I don't know, sir. No, I do not know why.
Did the president use any written remarks to your knowledge, or did he just go off the cuff?
To my knowledge, it was off the cuff, sir.
Good, Chase? Yeah. When you're ready, sir. Yep, we'll be right behind you.
You tell me when?
When you're ready, sir.
Who's behind me?
He's gone around. We're all clear now.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had a election. Let me see. I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace. We have to have law and order. We have to respect our great people in law and order. We don't want anybody hurt. It's a very tough period of time. There's never been a time like this where such a thing happened, where they could take it away from all of us, from me, from you, from our country. This was a fraudulent election, but we can't play into the hands of these people. We have to have peace. So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. But go home and go home in peace.
When I got there, basically the president just had finished filming the video, and I think he was basically retiring for the day.
Was there any discussion about the president releasing a second video that day?
Not that I recall. When he finished his video, I think everyone was like, day's over.
People were pretty drained.
We're pretty what?
Drained.
But we say day over, I mean, there were still people in the Capitol at that point, weren't there?
There were people in the Capitol, but I believe by this stage, law enforcement, and I'd have to go back and look, but I believe law enforcement was either there or moving in or going to take charge. I just say people were emotionally drained by the time that videotape was done.
Emotionally drained at the White House? Here's what was happening at the same time at the Capitol. We warned the audience that this clip also contains strong language and violence.
Keep pushing, don't lose the momentum. Another officer unconscious. The terrorist. What terrorist?
Everybody, we need gas masks. We need weapons. We need strong, angry patriots to help our boys. They don't want to leave.
While President Trump refused to even lift another finger to help, other leaders honored their oaths and acted to clear the Capitol and resume the joint session. For instance, here are never-before-seen photos and video of congressional leaders in action during the attack. The video is a portion of a call they had at approximately 4:45 with Acting Secretary of Defense, Chris Miller. Acting Secretary of Defense, Chris Miller.
We're not going to let these people keep us from finishing our business. So we need you to get the building cleared, give us the okay so we can go back in session and finish up the people's business as soon as possible.
Mr. Secretary and Senator Schumer, some people here in the Capitol Police believe it would take us several days to secure the building. Do you agree with that analysis?
I'm not on the ground, but I do not agree with that analysis.
So what is the earliest that we could safely resume our proceedings in the Senate and House chambers? The earliest we could safely resume?
Here's my assessment, but I prefer to be on the ground, which I personally would prefer to be right now, but I need to be here. I would say in this case, we're looking at 4 to 5 hours.
The Vice President also worked the phones from his own secure evacuation location, including conversations with Acting Secretary of Defense, Miller, and other military leaders, well past President Trump's 417 video. Let's look at some never-before-seen photographs of the Vice President during this critical time and hear about the Vice President's conversation with military leaders to secure the Capitol and ensure everyone was safe.
Vice President Pence, there were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that, and he was, and I can get you the exact quotes, I guess, from some of our records somewhere. But he was very animated, very direct, very firm, and to Secretary Miller, get the military down here, get the Guard down here, put down this situation, etc.
As you heard earlier in the hearing, the President did not call the Vice President or anyone in the military, federal law enforcement, or DC government. Not a single person. But General Milley did hear from Mark Meadows. The contrast between that call and his calls with Vice President Pence tell you everything you need to know about President Trump's dereliction of duty. Let's.
He wants to say. You know, you think back, Richard Pryor, how great was he? He was.
Memory. He said, we have to kill the narrative that the Vice President is making all the decisions. We need to establish the narrative that, that the President is still in charge and that things are steady or stable or what's that thing. I immediately interpret that as politics, politics, politics. Red flag for me personally, no action, but I remember it distinctly. I don't do political narratives.
So while President Trump and his advisors were drained, other leaders upheld their oaths to do the right thing. Maybe it was exhausting to get the president to put out that video, but think about the law enforcement officers who were attacked by the mob that day. And President Trump had summoned them himself to Washington. And what about President Trump? He watched TV, tweeted, called senators to try to delay the count of electoral votes, called Rudy Giuliani, and argued with his staff who were insisting that he should call off the attack. Ms. Matthews, what was your reaction to President Trump's message to the mob at 417?
I was struck by the fact that he chose to begin the video by pushing the lie that there was a stolen election. And as the video went on, I felt a small sense of relief because he finally told these people to go home. But that was immediately followed up by him saying, "We love you, you're very special." And that was disturbing to me because he didn't distinguish between those that peacefully attended his speech earlier that day and those that we watched cause violence at the Capitol. Instead, he told the people who we had just watched storm our nation's Capitol with the intent on overthrowing our democracy, violently attack police officers, and chant heinous things like "Hang Mike Pence, we love you, you're very special." And as a spokesperson for him, I knew that I would be asked to defend that. And to me, his refusal to act and call off the mob that day and his refusal to condemn the violence was indefensible. And so I knew that I would be resigning that evening. And so I finished out the workday, went home and called my loved ones to tell them of my decision, and resigned that evening.
Thank you.
It was so simple and easy.
When the salesman gave us...
Told us about their reaction to this same 417 message.
I felt like it was the absolute bare minimum of what could have been said at that point for something on camera.
What else do you think should have been said?
So a more forceful dismissal of the violence, a more forceful command to go home, a more forceful respect for law enforcement, even a comparison to the respect that we have given law enforcement as it relates to what was done to them in the prior summer. And I thought it was important that an acknowledgement be given to the U.S. Capitol building itself, what it's a symbol of, what it means, not only to the people that work there, but to the American people generally, and the work of Congress that by law needed to be conducted that day.
Do you wish, in hindsight, that the president had asked the protesters to leave the Capitol earlier than he ended up asking them to do that?
Of course, I would love it if the go-home message would have happened earlier in the day.
The president's words matter. We know that many of the rioters were listening to President Trump. We heard from one last week, Stephen Ayers. Let's listen to what he had to say about the 417 message from the president. To the president's message in real time.
Well, when we were there, as soon as that come out, everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse, some of the crowd.
I'm here delivering the president's message. Donald Trump has asked everybody to go home. That's our order.
He says go home. He says go home. Yeah, he said to go home.
But just as Mr. Ayers said, police were still fending off the last throes of the brutal assault. I yield to the gentleman from Illinois.
While everyone else was working to get Congress back in session, what did President Trump do? At 6:01, just 1 minute after the citywide curfew went into effect, he posted his last tweet of the day. After officers engaged in multiple hours of hand-to-hand combat, with over 100 of them sustaining injuries, President Trump tweeted at 6:01 and justified the violence as a natural response to the election. He said, quote, "These are the things and events that happen when a sacred landslide victory is so unceremoniously, viciously stripped away from great patriots who have been badly, unfairly treated. Stripped away from great patriots who have been badly, unfairly treated for so long. Go home with love and peace. Remember this day forever." He called the mob great patriots. He told people to remember the day forever. He showed absolutely no remorse. A few minutes later, at 6:27, the president left the dining room and he went up to the White House residence for the night. On the screen is the last photograph of the president that night as he went into the residence. As he was gathering his things in the dining room to leave, President Trump reflected on the day's events with a White House employee. This was the same employee who had met President Trump in the Oval Office after he returned from the ellipse. President Trump said nothing to the employee about the attack. He said only, quote, "Mike Pence let me down." Ms. Matthews, what was your reaction to President Trump's 6:01 tweet?
At that point, I had already made the decision to resign, and this tweet just further cemented my decision. I thought that January 6, 2021 was one of the darkest days in our nation's history, and President Trump was treating it as a celebratory occasion with that tweet. And so it just further cemented my decision to resign.
Others agreed with your assessment of that tweet. Let's look at what they had to say.
Who asked you about this tweet before it was sent?
The president.
Tell us about that conversation and everything that you said and he said, to the best of your recollection.
Sure. So he said, "What do you think of this?" And I believe I saw the text message or on his phone. And I remember saying to him, the wording on the first sentence, I guess it's one long sentence, but the wording on the first sentence would lead some to believe that potentially he had something to do with the events that happened at the Capitol.
What did he say?
I don't recall him saying anything in response to that. I believe that was the end of the conversation.
Did he change anything in light of your comments?
No, sir, he did not.
And what about this made you think that someone might perceive the president having a role in the violence at the Capitol?
It was my interpretation of the words. I mean, I'm not I don't write speeches or anything, but the phrase, "These are the things that happened," to me sounded as if culpability was associated with it, to me.
I don't think it's a patriotic act to attack the Capitol, but I have no idea how to characterize the people other than they trespassed, destroyed property, and assaulted the U.S. Capitol. I think calling them patriots is, let's say, a stretch, to say the least.
Is that all it is, a stretch, or just flatly wrong?
I don't think it's a patriotic act to attack the U.S. Capitol.
Would you call it unpatriotic?
Criminal? Unpatriotic? Sure.
What happened at the Capitol cannot be justified in any form or fashion. It was wrong and it was tragic, and it was a terrible day. It was a terrible day for this country.
I thought it was inappropriate.
Why?
To my mind, it was a day that should be remembered in infamy. That wasn't the tenor of this tweet.
Despite the violence of the day, the effort to delay the certification continued. That evening, Rudy Giuliani called several of President Trump's closest political allies in the hour before the joint session resumed. Representative Jim Jordan and Senators Marsha Blackburn, Tommy Tuberville, Bill Hagerty, Lindsey Graham, Josh Hawley, and Ted Cruz. We know why Mr. Giuliani was calling them, because at 7:02, he left a voicemail for Senator Tuberville, which later became public.
Senator Tuberville, or I should say Coach Tuberville, this is Rudy Giuliani, President's lawyer. I'm calling you because I want to discuss with you how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you, our Republican friends, to try to just slow it down so we can get these legislatures to get more information to you.
Mr. Giuliani did not even mention the attack on the Capitol. Instead, he was pushing on behalf of President Trump to get members of Congress to further delay the certification. Even though some members did proceed with objections, Vice President Pence and Congress stood firm and successfully concluded the joint session in the early morning hours of January 7th. Here are some of what members of the president's party said in the days and weeks after the attack.
There's no question, none, that President Trump is practically and morally responsible for provoking the events of the day and instructions of their president. And having that belief was a foreseeable consequence of the growing crescendo of false statements, conspiracy theories, and reckless hyperbole, which the defeated president kept shouting into the largest megaphone on planet Earth.
The violence, destruction, and chaos we saw earlier was unacceptable, undemocratic, and un-American. It was the saddest day I've ever had as serving as a member of this institution.
Madam Speaker, today the People's House was attacked, which is an attack on the Republic itself. There is no excuse for it. A woman died, and people need to go to jail. And the president should never have spun up certain Americans to believe something that simply cannot be.
Well, after 3 in the morning, Congress certified the 2020 election results. Soon after, this statement by President Trump was posted on Dan Scavino's Twitter account because the president's account by now had been suspended. As you can see, President Trump stuck with his big lie that the election was stolen. But he did say there would be an orderly transition. We learned, though, that the statement was not necessarily his idea. Jason Miller, a campaign advisor, told us that after the joint session started, he heard nothing from President Trump or the White House about assuring the nation that the transfer of power would take place. So Mr. Miller took it upon himself to draft the statement and call the president at 9:23 that night to convince him to put it out. Let's listen to what he had to say about the call.
Did he disagree with something that you had put in the statement, some particular word or phrase that he did not want included?
I'd say just he wanted to say peaceful transition, and I said that ship's kind of already sailed, so we're going to say orderly transition. That was about the extent of disagreement or pushback from the conversation.
The last person President Trump spoke to by phone that night was Johnny McEntee, his head of personnel. Mr. McEntee told us that they talked about the events of the day and the multiple resignation by administration officials. The decision whether to resign was one that weighed heavily on people in the administration. On the one hand, people like Mr. Pottinger and Ms. Matthews here, as proud as they were to have served, refused to be associated with President Trump's dereliction of duty. But others were sincerely worried that leaving President Trump to his own devices would put the country at continued risk. Listen to what we heard about that tension from Pat Cipollone, from General Mark Milley, and Eugene Scalia, who was the Secretary of Labor.
And then after that, some people were resigning, obviously, over January 6th. We know who they were. Did I consider it? Yes. Did I do it? No. Concerned about is if people in the council's office left, who would replace me? And I had some concerns that it might be somebody who, had been giving bad advice.
On the morning of the 7th, the decision I arrived at was that the most constructive thing I could think of was to seek a meeting of the cabinet. I thought that trying to work within the administration to steady the ship was likely to have greater value than simply resigning, after which point I would have been powerless to really affect things within the administration.
She thought that there should be a cabinet meeting.
Do you know why Mark thought it would not be?
I don't remember why. I think it probably had something to do with Mark's view of how the president might react and that he, with things like that.
Now, there was a couple of the calls where, Meadows and/or Pompeo, but more Meadows, how's the president doing? Like Pompeo might say, how's the president doing? And Meadows would say, well, he's in a really dark place. Like here's one, for example, on the 7th of January. So this is day after, right? POTUS is very emotional and in a bad place. Meadows.
As you heard, Secretary Scalia wanted President Trump to convene a cabinet meeting. He put his request in a memo to the president, and here's what it said. You can see that Secretary Scalia recommended that the president, quote, no longer publicly question the election results. After Wednesday, no one can deny this is harmful. Secretary Scalia also highlighted the importance of the public knowing the president would invoke his cabinet in decision-making and not, quote, certain private individuals. Though Secretary Scalia did not say it, he was referring to Rudy Giuliani and the rest of the so-called clown car working with President Trump to try to overturn the election. Secretary Scalia understood that the president needed to do more to reassure the public about the last few weeks of the Trump administration. Mr. Pottinger, when you made the decision to resign, did you walk out of the White House immediately?
No, I wanted to first talk to my immediate boss, that was the National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien. Robert O'Brien was traveling on the 6th. I reached him at about 4:30 p.m. And told him that I was submitting my resignation. He accepted the resignation, but he also asked whether I could stay until he could get back to the White House. And I agreed to that. We both wanted to make sure that I was leaving in a responsible way. We still have foreign adversaries to worry about, hackers, terrorists, nation states. I did not want to leave my chair empty, given that I was the top national security staffer in the White House. So I ended up staying at my desk through the night. When Robert O'Brien arrived back at the White House the next morning, the morning of the 7th, I debriefed with him and left for the last time.
So you and I both share a passion for national security of our country. Can you share with me, what's your view on how January 6th impacted our national security?
Well, when you have a presidential transition, even under the best circumstances, it's a time of vulnerability. It's a time of vulnerability. And when you have a contested election, I was certainly concerned that some of our adversaries would be tempted to probe or test U.S. resolve. As an example, in late December, the Iranian government attacked the U.S. embassy in Baghdad. They did that using some of their terrorist proxies. President Trump did handle that. He sent a very clear warning to the Ayatollah and his regime, which I think had useful effect. I think that we would have handled other threats of that nature, and luckily no other threats materialized before the inauguration on the 20th. But our national security was harmed in a different way by the 6th of January, and that is that it, I think it emboldened our enemies by helping give them ammunition to feed a narrative that our system of government doesn't work, that the United States is in decline. China, the Putin regime in Russia, Tehran, they're fond of pushing those kinds of narratives. And by the way, they're wrong. We've been hearing for the entirety of U.S. history from kings and despots that the United States is in decline, and those kings and despots have been proven wrong every single time. But nonetheless, January 6th helped feed a perception that I think emboldens our adversaries. The other part I think is simply our allies. I heard from a lot of friends in Europe, in Asia, allies, close friends, and supporters of the United States that they were concerned about the health of our democracy. And so I think it's
lethal for women to live in the state of Georgia. What is so disturbing to
by investigating what happened on the 6th and making sure that it never happens again.
Look, I've always said democracies are not defined by bad days. They're defined by how they recover from those bad days. And that's what we're doing here, is to bring accountability to that so we can actually come back even stronger than when we went into January 6th. Ms. Matthews, as you left the White House for the last time that night, January 6th, what did you think Americans needed to hear from President Trump?
I think that the American people needed to hear and see him publicly commit to a peaceful, or at least orderly, transition of power. In the aftermath of the Capitol attack, it wasn't just enough for us to ask him to condemn the violence. He needed to agree that he would peacefully transfer power over to the incoming administration, because that's one of our fundamentals and what it means to live in a democracy. And so that evening when I resigned, the resignation statement that I drafted, I referenced this and I said our nation needs a peaceful transfer of power, in hopes that it would put some sort of public pressure on the White House and President Trump to publicly agree to an orderly transition.
Thank you. I yield to my friend from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Kinzinger. The staff who remained at the White House on the morning of January 7th knew the president needed to address the nation again, and they had a speech prepared for him that morning, but he refused for hours to give it. As you heard Cassidy Hutchins testify previously, President Trump finally agreed to record an address to the nation later that evening, the evening of January 7th, because of concerns he might be removed from power under the 25th Amendment or by impeachment. We know these threats were real. Sean Hannity said so himself in a text message that day to Press Secretary Kayleigh McEnany. He wrote, "No more stolen election talk. Yes, impeachment and 25th Amendment are real." We obtained the never-before-seen raw footage of the president recording his address to the nation that day on January 7th, more than 24 hours after the last time he had addressed the nation from the Rose Garden. Let's take a look.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday, and to those who broke the law, you will pay. You do not represent our movement, you do not represent our country, and if you broke the law, you can't say that. I already said you will pay. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defied the seat of justice. It's defiled, right? See, I can't see it very well.
ReliefFactor.com.
Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
versus strike. Now calm versus strike.
Yeah, right.
Now calm versus
I didn't say over, so let me see. Go to the paragraph before. Okay? I would like to begin the attack yesterday. Yesterday is a hard word for me.
Just take it out. The heinous attack.
Good. Take the word yesterday, because it doesn't work with the heinous attack on our country. Say on our country. Want to say that?
No, keep it.
My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote.
On January 7th, one day after he incited an insurrection based on a lie, President Trump still could not say that the election was over. Mr. Pottinger, you've taken the oath multiple times in the Marines and as an official in the executive branch. Can you please share with us your view about the oath of office and how that translates into accepting election results and a transfer of power?
Sure. You know, this isn't the first time that we've had a close election in this country. And President Trump certainly had every right to challenge in court the results of these various elections. But once you've had due process under the law, you have to conform with the law, no matter how bitter the result. Once you've presented your evidence in court, judges have heard that evidence, judges have ruled. If you continue to contest an election, you're not just contesting an election anymore. You're actually challenging the Constitution itself. You are challenging the societal norms that allow us to remain unified. I think that one example, for example, you've got Vice President Richard Nixon back in 1960 had lost a hard-fought election against Senator John F. Kennedy. There were irregularities in that vote, according to a lot of the histories, and a lot of Vice President Nixon's supporters asked him to fight, contest it, don't concede. But in one of his finest moments, Vice President Nixon said no. He said it would tear the country to pieces, and he conceded to Jack Kennedy and announced that he was going to support him as the next president. We have an example of a Democratic candidate for president, Vice President Al Gore, who faced a very similar dilemma. He strongly disagreed with the Supreme Court decision that lost his election bid and allowed President George W. Bush to take office. But he gave a speech of concession in late December, mid or late December of 2000, where he said, this is for the sake of the unity of us as a people and for the strength of our democracy. I also am going to concede. I'm going to support the new president. His speech is actually a pretty good model, I think, for any candidate for any office, up to and including the president, and from any party to read, particularly right now. You know, the oath that our presidents take, it's very similar to the oath of office I took as a U.S. Marine officer and the oath I took as a White House official. It is to support and defend the Constitution. It's to protect the Constitution, to bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution. And it is we take before our families. We take that oath before God. I think that we have an obligation to live by that oath. I do still believe that we have the most ingenious system of government on earth, despite its imperfections. I don't envy countries that don't have this system that actually allows for a predictable peaceful transfer of government every 4 to 8 years, and it's not something that we should take for granted.
Thank you. As we heard at the start of the hearing, in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, Republican leader Kevin McCarthy understood that President Trump bore responsibility for that day and should have taken immediate action to stop the violence. He was even more candid in calls with Republican colleagues. As you'll hear in a moment, recordings of some of these calls that were later published by the New York Times, the context for these calls was that a resolution had been introduced in the House calling for Vice President Pence and the cabinet to remove President Trump from power under the 25th Amendment. Let's listen.
I've had it with this guy. What he did is unacceptable. Nobody can defend that, and nobody should defend it. The only discussion I would have with him is that I think this will pass, and it would be my recommendation we should resign. I mean, that would be my take, but I don't think he would take it, but I don't know.
But let me be very clear to all of you, and I've been very clear to the president. He bears responsibilities for his words and actions. No ifs, ands, or buts. I asked him personally today, does he hold responsibility for what happened? Does he feel bad about what happened? He told me he does have some responsibility for what happened. And he needs to acknowledge that.
President Trump has never publicly acknowledged his responsibility for the attack. The only time he apparently did acknowledge his responsibility for the attack. The only time he apparently did so was in that private call with Kevin McCarthy. There's something else President Trump has never acknowledged: the names and the memories of the officers who died following the attack on the Capitol. We're honored to be joined tonight by police and first responders who bravely protected us on January 6th. Your character and courage give us hope that democracy can and should prevail, even in the face of a violent insurrection. We on this dais can never thank you enough for what you did to protect our democracy. On January 9th, two of President Trump's top campaign officials texted each other about the president's glaring silence on the tragic death of Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, who succumbed to his injuries the night of January 7th. These campaign officials were Tim Murtaugh, Trump's director of communications, and one of his deputies, Matthew Walking. Their job was to convince people to vote for President Trump, so they knew his heart, his mind, and his voice as well as anyone, and they knew how he connects with his supporters. Here's what they had to say about their boss. Murtaugh said, "Also shitty not to have acknowledged the death of the Capitol police officer." Walking responded, "That's enraging to me. Everything he said about supporting law enforcement was a lie." To which Murtaugh replied, "You know what this is, of course? If he acknowledged the dead cop, he'd be implicitly faulting the mob. And he won't do that because they're his people. And he would also be close to acknowledging that what he lit at the rally got out of control. No way he acknowledges something that could ultimately be called his fault. No way." President Trump did not then and does not now have the character or courage to say to the American people what his own people know to be true. He is responsible for the attack on the Capitol on January 6th. The gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Ms. Loria. Tonight's testimony and evidence is as sobering as it is straightforward. Within minutes of stepping off the ellipse stage, Donald Trump knew about the violent attack on the Capitol. From the comfort of his dining room, he watched on TV as the attack escalated. He sent tweets that inflamed and expressed support for the desire of some to literally kill Vice President Mike Pence. For 3 hours, he refused to call off the attack. Donald Trump refused to take the urgent advice he received that day. Not from his political opponents or from the liberal media, but from his own family, his own friends, his own staff, and his own advisors. In the midst of an attack, when there was no time for politics, the people closest to Trump told him the truth. It was his supporters attacking the Capitol, and he alone could get through to them. So they pled for him to act, to place his country above himself. Still, he refused to lead and to meet the moment to honor his oath. It was only once the vice president and the members of Congress were in secure locations and the officers defending the Capitol began to turn the tide that then President Trump engaged in the political theater of telling the mob to go home. And even then, he told them all they were special and that he loved them. Whatever your politics, whatever you think about the outcome of the election, we as Americans must all agree on this. Donald Trump's conduct on January 6th was a supreme violation of his oath of office and a complete dereliction of his duty to our nation. It is a stain on our history. It is a dishonor to all those who have sacrificed and died in service of our democracy. When we present our full findings, we will recommend changes to laws and policies to guard against another January 6th. Intolerant ideologies, the militias, the alienation and the disaffection, the weird fantasies and disinformation. They're all still out there, ready to go. That's the elephant in the room. But if January 6th has reminded us of anything, I pray it has reminded us of this. Laws are just words on paper. They mean nothing without public servants dedicated to the rule of law and who are held accountable by a public that believes oaths matter more than party tribalism or the cheap thrill of scoring political points. We, the people, must demand more of our politicians and ourselves. Oaths matter. Character matters. Truth matters. If we do not renew our faith and commitment to these principles, this great experiment of ours, our shining beacon on a hill, will not endure. I yield to the gentlewoman from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Kinzinger. Throughout our hearings, we've provided many facts and painted a vivid picture of the events of January 6th. The violence, the human toll, both emotional and physical, including the tragic loss of life. The threats to our Constitution, the rule of law, and the danger to this nation, a nation we all love as Americans. In tonight's hearing, we've gone into great detail about the events inside the White House on January 6th. We've described how the President of the United States, who was bound by oath to the Constitution and by duty to ensure the laws are faithfully executed, took no action when the cornerstone of our democracy, a peaceful transition of power, was under attack. But it's more than that. Donald Trump summoned a violent mob and promised to lead that mob to the Capitol to compel those he thought would cave to that kind of pressure. And when he was thwarted in his effort to lead the armed uprising, he instigated the attackers to target the vice president with violence, a man who just wanted to do his constitutional duty. So in the end, this is not, as it may appear, a story of inaction in a time of crisis. But instead, it was the final action of Donald Trump's own plan to assert the will of the American people and remain in power.
At FSK Midwest Camper on August 27th.
but his effort to violently disrupt or delay the counting of the election results had failed? Did he send a message to his supporters in which he commiserated with their pain and he told them affectionately to go home? That was not the message of condemnation and just punishment for those who broke the law that we expect from a president whose oath and duty is to ensure the laws are faithfully executed. But instead, it was his newest version of stand back and stand by. To me, this is personal. I first swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution against enemies foreign and domestic when I entered the U.S. Naval Academy at age 17. I spent 2 decades on ships at sea, defending our nation from known and identifiable foreign enemies who sought to do us harm. Foreign enemies who sought to do us harm. I never imagined that that enemy would come from within. I was not as prescient as Abraham Lincoln, who 23 years before the Civil War said, "If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and its finisher." Donald Trump was the author, and we the people, for ourselves and our posterity, should not let Donald Trump be the finisher. Thank you, and I yield to the Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Luria. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objection, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions from our witnesses. I'd now like to turn things to Chairman Thompson for a few closing words.
The members of the committee and I appreciate and thank all persons who've come forward voluntarily to provide information to help protect our democracy. And our work continues. As we've made clear throughout these hearings, our investigation is going forward.
Now, for decades, the U.S. establishment and its supporters in the media have sought to tear down every one of these props to our greatness.
To continue laying out our findings to the American people and pushing for accountability. In the first hearing of this series, I asked American people to consider the facts and judge for themselves. The facts are clear and unambiguous. I thank the American people for their attention over the past several weeks. I wish you all a pleasant evening.
And let me again thank our witnesses today. We've seen bravery and honor in these hearings, and Ms. Matthews and Mr. Pottinger, both of you will be remembered for that, as will Cassidy Hutchinson. She sat here alone, took the oath, and testified before millions of Americans. She knew all along that she would be attacked by President Trump and by the 50, 60, and 70-year-old men who hide themselves behind executive privilege. But like our witnesses today, she has courage, and she did it anyway. Cassidy, Sarah, and our other witnesses, including Officer Caroline Edwards, Shay Moss, and her mother, Ruby Freeman, are an inspiration to American women and to American girls. We owe a debt to all of those who have and will appear here. And that brings me to another point. This committee has shown you the testimony of dozens of Republican witnesses, those who served President Trump loyally for years. The case against Donald Trump in these hearings is not made by witnesses who were his political enemies. It is instead a series of confessions by Donald Trump's own appointees, his own friends, his own campaign officials, people who worked for him for years, and his own family. They have come forward and they have told the American people the truth. And for those of you who seem to think the evidence would be different if Republican leader McCarthy had not withdrawn his nominees from this committee, let me ask you this. Do you really think Bill Barr is such a delicate flower that he would wilt under cross-examination? Pat Cipollone, Eric Hirschman, Jeff Rosen, Richard Donahue, of course they aren't. None of our witnesses are. At one point in 2016, when he was first running for office, Donald Trump said this: "I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody, and I wouldn't lose any voters." That quote came to mind last week when audio from Trump advisor Steve Bannon surfaced from October 31st, 2020, just a few days before the presidential election. Let's listen.
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. Also, if Trump is by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. No, because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
And of course, 4 days later, President Trump declared victory when his own campaign advisors told him he had absolutely no basis to do so. What the new Steve Bannon audio demonstrates is that Donald Trump's plan to falsely claim victory in 2020, no matter what the facts actually were, was premeditated. Perhaps worse, Donald Trump believed he could convince his voters to buy it, whether he had any actual evidence of fraud or not. And this same thing continued to occur from Election Day onward until January 6th. Donald Trump was confident that he could convince his supporters the election was stolen, no matter how many lawsuits he lost, and he lost scores of them. He was told over and over again in immense detail that the election was not stolen. There was no evidence of widespread fraud. It didn't matter. Donald Trump was confident he could persuade his supporters to believe whatever he said, no matter how outlandish, and ultimately that they could be summoned to Washington to help him remain president for another term. As we showed you last week, even President Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew they had no actual evidence to demonstrate the election was stolen. It didn't matter. Here's the worst part. Donald Trump knows that millions of Americans who supported him would stand up and defend our nation were it threatened. They would put their lives and their freedom at stake to protect her. And he is preying on their patriotism. He is preying on their sense of justice. And on January 6th, Donald Trump turned their love of country into a weapon against our Capitol and our Constitution. He has purposely created the false impression that America is threatened by a foreign force controlling voting machines, or that a wave of tens of millions of false ballots were secretly injected into our election system, or that ballot workers have secret thumb drives and are stealing elections with them. All complete nonsense. We must remember that we cannot abandon the truth and remain a free nation. In late November of 2020, while President Trump was still pursuing lawsuits, many of us were urging him to put any genuine evidence of fraud forward in the courts and to accept the outcome of those cases. As January 6th approached, I circulated a memo to my Republican colleagues explaining why our congressional proceedings to count electoral votes could not be used to change the outcome of the election. But what I did not know at the time was that President Trump's own advisors, also Republicans, also conservatives, including his White House counsel, also Republicans, also conservatives, including his White House counsel, his Justice Department, his campaign officials, they were all telling him almost exactly the same thing I was telling my colleagues. There was no evidence of fraud or irregularities sufficient to change the election outcome. Our courts had ruled. It was over. Now we know that it didn't matter what any of us said. because Donald Trump wasn't looking for the right answer legally or the right answer factually. He was looking for a way to remain in office. Let's put that aside for a moment and focus just on what we saw today. In our hearing tonight, you saw an American president faced with a stark and unmistakable choice between right and wrong. There was no ambiguity, no nuance. Donald Trump made a purposeful choice to violate his oath of office, to ignore the ongoing violence against law enforcement, to threaten our constitutional order. It was indefensible. And every American must consider this. Can a president who is willing to make the choices Donald Trump made during the violence of January 6th ever be trusted with any position of authority in our great nation again? In this room, in 1918, the Committee on Women's Suffrage convened to discuss and debate whether women should be granted the right to vote. This room is full of history, and we on this committee know we have a solemn obligation not to idly squander what so many Americans have fought and died for. Ronald Reagan's great ally, Margaret Thatcher, said this: "Let it never be said that the dedication of those who love freedom is less than the determination of those who would destroy it." Let me assure every one of you this: our committee understands the gravity of this moment, the consequences for our nation. We have much work yet to do, and we will see you all in September. The committee stands adjourned.
And with that, Congresswoman Liz Cheney of Wyoming, the vice chair of this January 6th Select House Committee, has wrapped up tonight's public hearing. It ran 2 hours and 45 minutes with a short recess in the middle, providing damning testimony, damning evidence about the actions and lack of actions on the part of former President Trump. And then in the last half hour or so, sobering comments from members of this committee and from others who were quoted, who were recorded in audio, as they sadly described what former President Trump did to, frankly, refusing to call off the mob, the rioters who overtook the Capitol on January 6th of last year. It has been a night of testimony that I think at point would take your breath away, and then, as we've heard in the last few minutes, has made us all sit and reflect on what this country means and what our democracy means. I want to go first to our leader.
Well, in case you missed it this morning, we talked with All Cats Rescue about national...
And 45 minutes of primetime television. We'll see what the third hour ratings were. But that said, you know, look, when I watch this, I relive the day. I don't know about you. You were there. I was just watching it on TV. I relive the day. It gets me mad again. It's almost like I'm back in it. I think the way they presented this reminds the public of what happens, and then it paints a picture of what the president was doing or not doing, more importantly, during that time frame. And I think it's a very vivid picture that they are painting. Yes, had the president come out immediately and condemn this, I don't think we'd be having the same conversations. But he didn't. He did what he did, and he is culpable in some way for what happened here.
And admittedly, the committee was pretty careful in their words. They kept using dereliction of duty and breaking his oath, which there is not a crime to charge him with. At the very end, Liz Cheney sort of alluded to Donald Trump should never hold office again, perhaps making the case for another impeachment hearing, which may be where this is headed. Julie, I want to talk about the politics. This hearing was different, especially at the end, these sort of long lectures by Adam Kinzinger, the Congresswoman from Virginia. To me, this is personal. This was very different than this sort of just very deliberate recitation of the facts. Any reporting on why this change in tone?
Look, I think it was definitely a theme switch, and I think the theme of the evening was very much that sense of duty to country. And you have Adam Kinzinger and Elaine Loria, who are both veterans, talking about that, and still serving in the armed forces, talking about that, and very much trying to, like you say, present that to the American people, present a lecture, that kind of a thing. So it was definitely a part of, I would say, the theme of the evening. Politically, for someone like Elaine Loria, though, I'm going to be interested.
Up to almost 270,000 acres.
Yep.
That's a lot of land.
It's not like
Congressional leadership on the phone with the Secretary of Defense. I believe that we've got that cut. Can you guys tell me if we can, we'll be able to play that in just 1 second. Again, we have known a little bit, actually not very much, about the location and behavior of congressional leadership. We knew that they were involved in trying to enlist some sort of law enforcement or military response to come physically save the U.S. Capitol so the government would not be toppled, so the Capitol would not be overrun by the
A fascinating thing, there was the details of the White House lawyers and otherwise absolutely wringing with sweat because they'd finally gotten the president to make a statement, then they all sort of collapsed. Mike Pence had another half a day ahead of him at the Capitol to get the vote secure. Right. So it wasn't just that he was on the phone to Milley asking about the military. He then worked another half a day to make sure the vote could be taken and stay at his post. Another way in which Mike Pence was doing the job of the day while the president of the United States had fled the field.
Scott, we also learned tonight that members of Vice President Pence's Secret Service detail were saying goodbye to family members. They were concerned about their own physical safety. It was that close to where they were. They were concerned they couldn't even evacuate Mike Pence and his family that were there.
That radio traffic really landed Vice President Pence's security detail, his Secret Service detail, concerned about calling their families, that they may be in danger, that the former vice president was compromised, as you see him here, being evacuated down a staircase, down to an underground hiding area. They were worried they may die, but it's worth noting in these 187 minutes the committee described, there were people who died. There were 5 deaths, and there were police suicides among the first responders in the days after. It's also worth noting in those 187 minutes, there was ongoing kinetic confrontations and fighting. Police officers traumatized, and Nora, it's also worth noting there are 850 people now charged with crimes, many of whom are soon headed to prison.
We also saw some of this video of Donald Trump practicing what he was going to say. A script had been agreed upon by others, and then him practicing and changing the words. We all sat here while they were playing that and saying, if Trump sees this now, he's going to be angry about that because it makes him look foolish.
Right. And that phrase he wouldn't say, the election is over. And that's one of those characteristics of the president, the former president, that came up time and again throughout these hearings, which was you hear from people in the military and others who swore an oath of allegiance to defend the country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Allegiance to the Constitution. You heard that time and time again with Mike Pence. With Donald Trump, you hear about he didn't want to look weak. He didn't want to say something that would make it look like he lost, that he was a loser. That's one of the contrasts that you heard laid out here throughout the hearings. I also thought it was interesting, Nora, at the end of it, that Congresswoman Cheney buttoned something up here, and that is, when you can't argue something on the substance, you go on the process, right? That's what lawyers always say. And she made the point there that it was a decision by Kevin McCarthy, the Republican leader, not to go ahead and seat Republicans on this panel, that Adam Kinzinger and Cheney were on there because of Speaker Pelosi.
They've been complaining, and Donald Trump is saying, no one's defending me. This would be so different if there were more Republicans on the committee. And Liz Cheney's point was?
Her point was this was their decision. And that, look, you had all these Trump Republicans. You had Bill Barr. You had Pat Cipollone up there. Were they not tough enough to answer those questions? They seemed to do just fine. So what were you afraid of on the process there? I thought that was an interesting point because it's one of the things used to sort of discredit this committee politically.
Do you think
that moves the goalpost or gets you closer to the goalpost?
Goes to what that bar's high. What does that mean? Does that mean
Mark Meadows. I don't know what that means. Is it more people talking? Is it more people filling in the blanks? I go back to the larger picture's been painted here. And I just, even if more information is coming, it may be more effective in a potential criminal prosecution, but I don't know what's left to showcase.
This committee doesn't have forever to get this done.
They sure don't,
There are
right?
political realities that potentially looming
The
here.
clock is ticking. Chuck knows this well from, your nitty-gritty work looking at all these campaigns around the country. There's a very real possibility that Democrats will lose the House come the midterms. And when that happens, this committee, there's an expiration date here. Right, so when Liz Cheney talks about we'll see you in September, they have a limited amount of time for which to get this work done, to get this final report out that Chairman Benny Thompson continues to talk about, that will contain kind of all of the information in one place and be a record of history moving forward. Because remember, that's what this is about. When you talk with committee members and you ask them what they want from this, and you ask them this accountability piece, Chuck, that you talked about, right, and Yamiche, the legal part of moving forward, I've had them say to me, this is about laying out the facts of what happened and creating a record for history. There is a deadline on it. There is a clock on it. There's also, this piece of it that is very forward-looking as it relates to not just Donald Trump in 2024, but what about Mike Pence? I'm struck by another moment from this hearing when the description happened from a White House staffer, right, an employee at the White House who the president saw at the end of Donald Trump, at the end of January 6th, didn't say anything. This is after the riot happened. This is after the Rose Garden speech. This is after the video was playing all over Fox News that he was watching Donald Trump in the dining room. Didn't say anything about the attack, but said, Mike Pence let me down. Well, look at what's happening in 2024, Lester, with the widespread speculation that it's going to be a Donald Trump-Mike Pence rematch in all likelihood. I mean, there are real implications. This isn't just past, looking behind us at history and laying out that record. There are real forward-looking implications for this and the way that the Republican Party grapples with this moment.
Let me bring in...
I was going to say really quickly, which is that when I hear Hallie talking about sort of the forward-looking consequences, I think of two things. First, the outtakes. I think we learned more from those outtakes and hearing Ivanka Trump coaching her father than we did from the actual video being released that day. Hearing President Trump be uneasy about saying you will pay when we know that this is the largest FBI investigation in history. The FBI is prosecuting hundreds of people. And the day after all of this happened, you have the President of the United States saying, I don't feel comfortable even saying that these people might face legal consequences. I also think that's important when you think about the GOP split screen, sort of Mitch McConnell and Kevin McCarthy, sounding like they were really, really bothered by what happened on January 6th. And then you fast forward and you have election deniers being elected in Maryland and Pennsylvania and Illinois. You have all of these different Republicans, Kevin McCarthy, going down to Mar-a-Lago, making sure that they get as close as possible to Donald Trump. I think that to me are two things that are lasting that really show the connection between January 6th and the way forward.
Let me bring in
again, but if that were to happen, are there political ramifications that make it any more difficult if the Department of Justice was considering any kind of action at all here?
So the Department of Justice takes the position that you cannot indict a sitting president. But that's not true about an ex-president, and it's not true about a potential future president. But you're, of course, right that if President Trump, former President Trump, declares his candidacy, that, I think, will significantly change the political calculus. It would still be possible for DOJ to bring criminal charges, absolutely. But they have a very strong policy of wanting to stay very far out of electoral politics, not to look to influence elections. And I'm sure that would be a concern if President Trump went ahead and declared his campaign for, another term.
Our legal analyst, Kate Shaw, with us here tonight as well. Kate, thank you. Let's bring in our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas. And Pierre, we know that this Attorney General has not offered very much at all as these hearings have played out, though this week he did, and he was emphatic with what he said.
He did indeed, David, and I can tell you this is probably one of the biggest and most consequential decisions that the Attorney General will have to make, whether to target for an investigation and possibly prosecute a former president of the United States. That is the reason why he keeps talking about we will go where the facts and the law take us, period, full stop. What he means by that is that they're taking a very methodical approach to this investigation. But what I can tell you is that there are numerous avenues that they're pursuing. They're looking very aggressively at this notion of fake electors. They're also looking, as we've talked about before, is there a connection between those who plan the violence and political operatives? All these things point back to the president, but the Justice Department will have to resolve whether specifically, the president knew he was participating in actual violations of the law, David.
Pierre Thomas covers the Justice Department for us. I want to bring in Rachel Scott, who covers Congress. And Rachel, with just a few moments left, I was struck again this evening by this juxtaposition of what Republican leaders said in the day and days right after January 6th up against what they're not willing to say now. We know the reality of politics has taken over, the midterms now approaching. But the questions always come up, particularly after a hearing like this one, where they went into such detail about what these leaders said, both publicly and behind the scenes. After all, we saw tonight for the first time Democratic leaders and Republican leaders behind the scenes making those calls to mobilize law enforcement to try to end the attack. And surely they'll face questions this evening and into tomorrow. If you believed this then, why won't you publicly say it now?
They certainly will. This was a striking contrast on full display tonight, David, especially with Republican Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy. In the aftermath of the insurrection, he said that Trump bears responsibility for the attack. And then weeks after, he actually walked that back, saying that he doesn't believe that Trump actually provoked the mob that day. But you heard witnesses testify tonight. Jared Kushner, Trump's son, saying that Kevin McCarthy was scared by the violence that was happening on January 6th. And you pointed out those never-before-seen images, that never-heard-before audio from leaders like Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, who was telling defense officials to clear the Capitol so that they could get back in and finish the business, David.
In addition to that never-before-seen video of members of Congress, Rachel, thank you. Of course, the outtakes of former President Trump, both in that Rose Garden prepared message on the day of January.
Happening now, the city of Sioux Falls namesake park will be undergoing a facelift. We take a look at some of the ideas proposed for Falls Park.
And some showers and thunderstorms going on over northeastern portions of South Dakota. Here's a look at First Alert Live Doppler radar. You see those thunderstorms happening right now. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for southwest Brown County, southeast Edmonds County until 10:15. We'll have your complete forecast coming up in just a few minutes. This is Dakota News Now.
Opening tomorrow night.
Are they involved in this effort to overturn the election? What is your?
I don't know what it means. I'm not committing to any conclusion other than to say it's a very unusual and striking sequence of events, and we have learned strange things, and we want to get to the bottom of it, and we will get to the bottom of it.
Congressman, we heard new information about Trump's calls to senators during the Capitol riot. Is the committee going to try to solicit testimony from any members of the Senate?
I don't know the answer to that question, and you know, you're raising a difficult question of about bicameralism and the relationship between the two chambers within Congress, and so it relates to that. And you know, obviously we've encouraged everyone to come forward, but beyond that, I just can't say.
Have there been discussions about the legality of that, or just requesting voluntary testimony? Would that violate any norms or statutes?
Yeah, that's all I really want to say about that.
Congressman, what comes next, and sort of what do you think that?
Inside the Capitol, berating Mike Pence for not attempting to hinder the electoral vote count.
I was disturbed and worried to see that the president was attacking Vice President Pence for doing his constitutional duty. So the tweet looked to me like the opposite of what we really needed at that moment, which was a de-escalation. And that's why I had said earlier that it looked like fuel being poured on the fire. So that was the moment that I decided that I was going to resign, that would be my last day at the White House. I simply didn't want to be associated with the events that were unfolding on the Capitol.
I want to talk about this and a world of other issues, political and otherwise, with one of the most recognized names in politics, Sarah Palin. She went from mayor to governor to vice presidential candidate and made stops at best-selling author and TV personality all along the way. She's made history, she's sparked controversy, and she changed how candidates are chosen and how campaigns are run. Several pundits even credit her with paving the way for Donald Trump's presidency, and she is not done yet. Now she has her sights set on a new destination, Congress. Governor Palin is running in a special election on August the 16th to fill the single Alaskan congressional seat vacated by the passing of Don Young. She knows better than anyone how grueling and how unforgiving campaigns can be. So, big question, why put herself and her family through it again? And there's no one better to answer that question than the candidate herself, Governor Sarah Palin. Sarah, thank you so much for being here. Governor, I would imagine you have heard some of what just wrapped up in the 8th January 6th hearing. And for a lot of people who are watching, it's disturbing. For those who are not watching, they don't care. Where do you fall in on this?
Oh, I care. You know, I'm looking at it at I guess, a pretty elementary level to start with, and that is, what the heck was anybody thinking to go vandalize our Capitol? Nobody can think that that is right. It was atrocious what these protesters did, and anyone who encouraged it needs to be held accountable. But a hearing like this, Ashley, there needs to be balance. There needs to be, I would think, Republicans also, and not just the two whom we have seen questioning, but other Republicans on board to do follow-up questions and maybe present more evidence, more testimony. So, you know, I think it's a given that it's a one-sided type of hearing, but what we're hearing is quite disturbing.
It's very disturbing. Do you fault Kevin McCarthy for, you know, not providing that slate of candidates to be on the panel?
I do not know why in the world we don't have more candidates, more balance on that panel. And I haven't heard Kevin McCarthy's explanation for that, but surely there is an explanation. What I have heard, Ashley, is that it was an impossibility, is that those running the show did not want other Republicans. So, you know, there's he said, she said on that one.
So I, you know, cover so many trials, and I looked at this, you know, hearing not as a trial because, like you said, it is a prosecutorial presentation without cross-examination or defense. But it's incredible how often in a case, in a trial, a jury's mind can be made up when that prosecution presents its case. Usually they don't take the case unless they think they can win it in the first place. Do you think that regardless of the process, regardless of, you know, the lack of cross-examination and a defense, that this has been a compelling, you know, 8 rounds of hearings of a dereliction of duty is what they call what happened?
It has been very compelling, but no, I still want to stay focused on process. I think it's very, very important that both sides are given the same forum, the same format, the same platform to present evidence on both sides. I think that's what the American people want to hear. There are still questions about what happened on January 6th. There's still questions about some of the voter issues that had taken place during the Biden-Trump election. And nobody should be afraid of asking the questions, and nobody, I think, should be shunned or ostracized or mocked or anything else for wanting questions to be asked and wanting those in official capacity to be forced to answer some questions. So lots of questions. I think the American public deserves answers, and nobody should be afraid of asking the questions as to what has happened.
OnlyFans.
Do, but just tell people to go home because they were kind of wasting their time at that point because his plan had not succeeded. But, you know, something that really struck me in the preparation for this hearing is, you know, I think we've said so many times, like, he didn't succeed, you know, thank goodness January 6th didn't succeed. Well, it's true that it didn't succeed in overturning the results of the 2020 election. That's a fact. But it really succeeded in so many ways. It's so distrust, the spread of disinformation. You know, a large portion of the population has, you know, distrust in our electoral system. And, you know, something that I said that, you know, might have kind of not stood out as much in the testimony is, you know, there was this example. We give testimony from more than one national security professional who works in the White House and supporting the White House. And, you know, we've got a lot of people like that who want to come forward. And when they do, at times they request that their, you know, names and identities be, you know, kept private, because we've seen a track record of this administration, those people who've been outed before, who've seen retaliation. And, you know, so honestly, they fear if President Trump ever came near the White House again, that, you know, they'd be targets of that.
I wanted to ask you about, in the first half of the hearing tonight, you made this dramatic point that during the time that the president was in the White House dining room watching television, watching Fox News, specifically their coverage of what was happening at the Capitol, there were no White House call logs, there were no White House photographs, there was no official White House record of his behavior. Nevertheless, you and your colleagues spelled out tonight that you were able to essentially unpack the president's behavior and figure out what he was doing. What do you know about the president's calls to senators and to Rudy Giuliani during that time? Do you have call records? Do you have other documentation of it? Have you spoken with people who know about the content of those calls?
It's a combination of those things. I mean, I did call out 2 specific calls to Rudy Giuliani and really tried to place them. You know, here's what is on Fox News right now. And, you know, as this first call with Rudy Giuliani wraps up, here's the violence that we see unfolding. And then the next call was twice as long as the first one. The scene was twice as violent, yet he's continuing to call this election lawyer who he's using to help him, you know, hatch this plan, influence senators. And all of that is against the backdrop, essentially, of a TV right in front of him of this violence, yet, you know, he's not taking the action that we expect him to, and he has the duty to take as the president to stop this kind of violence.
Do you know if the president was in contact with anyone, Rudy Giuliani or anyone, who was in contact with some of the organizers and leaders of the physical attack on the Capitol? When we saw you juxtapose that call that you're describing to Rudy Giuliani with the immediately thereafter, the escalated violence, the breaking of the windows, the Capitol attackers surging in through those broken windows into the Capitol, we were struck by the possibility that that was the president essentially wanting things to be escalated and conveying that information to those who might be able to convey it to the people who are physically present at the Capitol. That seems like that was our supposition based on that timing. Is that what you were implying?
Well, you know, Rachel, I've described it before as it's like a Venn diagram, and we're working to put those pieces together of where the diagram overlaps. And, you know, the reason that we're continuing the investigation more through the month of August and that we plan to come back in September is we've learned a lot more information. We need to carefully put that together, corroborate it, maybe call back in some people who've spoken to us before, earlier in the investigation, because now we have new things to compare to their previous testimony. And so there's a lot more pieces to keep putting together. So I think that, you know, our goal is to continue to provide, you know, a full picture and maybe, you know, tease out some of those things you're talking about. Sorry, there was a motorcycle.
We live in New York. We're used to talking through ambulances. Congresswoman, I wanted to ask you about the anonymous national security official and his harrowing description of what Secret Service agents seem to think were their final calls home, messages to deliver to their families and loved ones. Do you see intersectionality between that fact and that evidence and the blossoming scandal at the Secret Service, which was erased and deleted from public view and from your view specifically?
There's a lot of concerns there. We do have quite a few records from the Secret Service. We have radio communications, which we used tonight in our hearing to display some of the information that we had from the Vice President's security detail. But it's all very concerning. If there's records that should exist that are not provided to the committee and we can't review them, it leaves to question, like, what could we learn from these records if they were provided properly?
Congresswoman, it's Alex Wagner. I wonder what the mood is in the House Republican caucus. Have you gotten a sense that this is being discussed, that there is a sense that the tide has shifted at all on the topic of January 6th?
I can't really really answer within the Republican caucus. I mean, there's a lot of Republican members who I work really closely with on things like the Armed Services Committee, on, policies related to DOD and China and national security, but this isn't one of those topics that we've really discussed in depth. But I can talk about Republicans, constituents I've met around the community in Virginia Beach and Norfolk down in Virginia, and folks are really paying attention. I think one of the things I hear so much is that we've heard all these things on the news, we kind of understood a little bit here, a little bit there, but the work of the committee to put everything together, to paint a picture, to show how he used every lever of government to try to influence the outcome of the election and stay in power. Like, I think we've had an opportunity through this first block of hearings to lay that framework and help people really understand. So.
Of showers and thunderstorms, maybe for the first half of the weekend, and then again on Tuesday. You can see that we do have temperatures that are still warm. Many locations in the 70s and 80s. These numbers will eventually fall to the 60s.
Hearings to continue even as long as they have, let alone into September. And I think that really shows you that the depth of surprise even that the committee has at what they're able to learn and the things that they're able to construct here. And I think from a historical perspective, I think we should make sure not to forget that we are watching history unfold here, and we are going to have a much more complete account than we realized.
I just want to turn to our legal team here. John Dean has also just joined us. But Laura, I mean, if you are the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, and you're watching this, what are you thinking tonight?
I'm thinking about civil liability as well, and how those cases might be able to buttress my interest in trying to promote prosecution. What I mean by that is, you just heard, and one of the things you played recently was the idea of Kayleigh McEnany whispering to Sarah Matthews he doesn't want to make any mention of peace. This is a man who already has several lawsuits filed against him, the former President of the United States, from officers who were injured, who are officers who were in a position to be able to be helped by this president actually acting. A legal duty to do something, did not do something about it. So I'm looking at this and thinking, if there is a civil side, if a judge is willing to let those go forward, which they have to this point, what can I be doing to try to confirm that I've met my criteria? And here's what it is. I have to prove that there was some official proceeding. That, of course, was the certification process, that there was a dishonest or deceptive means used to try to obstruct it. He knows he did not have a legal leg to stand on or any viable claim of fraud. And then, did I have a corrupt purpose or corrupt means of doing so? These are slowly being checked away. And so now, the more testimony I see, the more I hear, the more I think I'm better prepared to present to a grand jury.
But can it be a civil case or a criminal case at some point?
Well, John Dean, from a culpability standpoint, what got advanced tonight?
I think clearly the culpability that was advanced was a dereliction of duty. That's a moral judgment, though. That's not a legal judgment unless you're in the military. The president is not in the military. He's the commander-in-chief. He's a civilian. And that law federal law only applies to people who are in the rank and file of the military. So that case wasn't made. Additional evidence for state of mind, there was some of that, yes. But they didn't close the case tonight. It wasn't seditious conspiracy. Right.
That for you is the issue.
That for me is the key charge.
George?
Yeah, well, maybe they'll get to seditious conspiracy and maybe they won't, but they certainly are at 1512C, the obstruction of congressional proceeding provision, and they certainly do have plenty of evidence for conspiracy to defraud the United States, which is, as we've discussed, is what they charged a lot of the people in Watergate
That's
with.
what got everybody in Watergate.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, and it wasn't just, again, the dereliction. As I said before, it was the depravity of what he did and didn't do. Not just that he wanted to go up on the Hill, even though he was told that these people were all armed. It wasn't just that he just sat there and watched TV for 3 hours. It was that he actually pretty much sicked the mob on his vice president, and at the end of the day, he had no remorse for it. None. He wouldn't criticize the rioters. All he wanted to do was say, Mike Pence let me down.
Yeah. I want to go to Caitlin Collins. She's working her sources in Trump world. Well, what is the mood after all the damning testimony that you've been hearing?
Well, certainly some shock from former Trump officials, especially listening to the audio of Mike Pence's Secret Service agents as they were scrambling to get him to safety that day, Anderson. We are also learning some new reporting about one of the most remarkable moments of this hearing, though, which was, of course, the outtakes from Trump's speech on January 7th. And for those of us who covered the White House, it's not entirely surprising because a lot of people who worked with Trump as he recorded videos often would have stories about what it was like to have these recordings. But my colleague Kevin Limtek and I are reporting tonight that what we saw tonight from the committee was just a portion of the outtakes, because it actually took about an hour for the former president to record that video, which, as we know, only ended up being a 3-minute video that was published on January 7th with his remarks. And I think when you look at the totality of this hearing and you think about what part is going to bother Trump the most, it's likely going to be that, Anderson, because it is very revealing. It shows the former president behind the scenes, stumbling over words, saying he did not want to say the election was over. He instead only wanted to say that Congress had certified it. He hits the lectern several times. None of that is surprising to people that I've spoken to that worked inside the White House and were familiar with how this went down. But it is very revealing of what his mindset was on that day, as his daughter, Ivanka Trump, was in the background. You didn't see her, but you heard her helping him make those revisions. We haven't actually seen Trump respond to this hearing yet, Anderson. He does have a rally tomorrow night in Arizona with an election denier, where obviously we will likely hear from him on this, but it was remarkable to see Trump behind the scenes.
Well, also
like
for somebody who, pretends to want to project, or who does want to project the appearance of being, strong and powerful, to look weak and foolish, reading a teleprompter and equivocating about, being accurate, and then getting advice from his daughter and taking her advice. I mean, he looks weak in that, which is certainly not going to sit well with him.
And looking weak is Trump's kryptonite. That's the last thing he wants.
Yeah. Caitlin Collins, appreciate it. Just some quick final thoughts from the...
She's so right about that video. And honestly, I mean, as someone who's covered politics for a long time, I'm sort of stunned that the footage still exists, let alone that the committee managed to get their hands on it. I mean, the fact that they were able to do that is really remarkable. But if it wasn't
the Secret
so
Service had been in
serious,
charge of it, maybe it would be disappeared by now.
Right. Perhaps. But I mean, if it wasn't so serious, it would be an SNL skit.
Right.
What does the Republican Party do as a result of this? Can the Republican Party, or parts of it, do what happened in Watergate and do something independent of Donald Trump? I doubt it, but that's the big question that we have.
They're all going to run for president now, which is a
right.
big change.
Can
But the
you
problem is
isolate-
that guarantees it's going to hand Donald Trump the nomination.
Can you isolate him any more than he already is?
Up next, former Trump White House insiders tell us how tonight's chilling accounts of the president's actions square with their experience. Did anything surprise them? We're back in a moment.
What in the world is going on in Texas right now?
Annual Hot Classics Night is set to roar into downtown Sioux Falls this Saturday. The car show has grown over the years and has quickly become a signature event in the area. Organizers say all classic vehicles are welcome to participate at no cost. A classic vehicle is considered a car or truck at least 20 years old and of sufficient historical interest to be preserved or restored and considered a collectible.
And if you love old-fashioned, even modern cars, classic cars, if you love cars, come down and see. They're amazing, they're nostalgic, and it just kind of takes you to the past. Even the music that the grassroots is going to be playing, it takes you to the past, 60s, 70s, and it's just a lot of fun.
The event will include hundreds of cars, multiple food trucks, and live music too. It all begins at 4 o'clock on Saturday on First Avenue, right outside of the downtown Sioux Falls Ace Hardware store. Coming up next in sports, it was the final round of a big junior golf tournament in Sioux Falls today, and Marco has the highlights right after this.
Mary, I just need to find the bingo.
And you really can't have a one-sided trial, because you can expect everything to come out of this to be anti-Trump, which I'm not surprised. I'm not necessarily a fan of Donald Trump. I think he's made a lot of mistakes that shouldn't have been made. And I even told my wife after the event and his speech that he didn't help at all. He, in fact, hurt when he made his speech at the end of the day and on January 6th. But anyway, we need better representation. I hope this is the very last one-sided hearing that we have.
Lowell, as a Republican, do you think that the committee made some compelling arguments?
They made some compelling arguments, that's true. But on the other hand, we don't know what the other compelling arguments would have been from the other side.
Thank you for calling in. Carlos is next, and Carlos is in Memphis, Independent Line. Hi, Carlos.
Hey, thanks for having me on. I got 3 words: lock him up. But also, I'd like to offer a solution. I think America should have a multi-party democracy, kind of like New Zealand. This would give everybody the chance to have equitable representation, no matter who you are. Nobody likes Republicans and nobody likes Democrats. So I think that we need to have a serious look at our electoral systems. And this would prevent people from, like Trump, getting into office, but it would also trickle down to state and local jurisdictions where we could have better representation.
So more of a parliamentary system in your view?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at any city in America where you've got city council members, 50% of voters are electing 100% of the city council. That doesn't make any sense. And it doesn't just stop at city councils. It goes, to school boards, all the way to state legislatures. And so the whole thing is totally screwed up. We need to start from the ground up, create new rules to create a more representative and reflective America.
Craig is a Democrat in Pleasantville, New York. Craig, what's your reaction to these January 6th hearings?
Well, first I want to give thanks to you guys, C-SPAN. I think you're a wonderful public service, and to have the phone line open for Republicans, for Democrats, for independents, you guys are absolutely wonderful in giving everybody a voice. And I especially liked hearing what some of my Republican friends have been saying on the phone here to you guys, because it made me think. I know that it appears as if a lot of Republicans on this line are saying these hearings are a sham, but I think it's important for them to remember that the people we've been hearing from in these hearings who have been testifying have been doing so under oath. And so everything they say is not a sham. It's not hearsay. It's actual fact. And everybody who's trying to say it's a sham, well, they're not under oath. And so they could say that. They could say whatever they want and get away with it. The people who we heard today, and for the past several all these hearings, they can't just say whatever they want to say. They're under oath. And I also want to say that it was deeply gratifying to hear so many Republicans state that Trump lied about the election. It was deeply gratifying to see Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger and the Republicans, Mitch McConnell. I think I'm missing a few people.
Right. Hey, Craig.
It was very gratifying to hear that.
It sounds like you watched pretty closely. What was your reaction to the structure of this congressional select committee as opposed to the normal congressional committee?
The structure, I have to admit, I'm not very knowledgeable about. It appeared to me as if there was an attempt to try to have both Republicans and Democrats represented in these hearings. And so far, it seems as if almost every person who came forward was Republican. And they're the ones who are saying that Trump lied, he's responsible. I find that deeply gratifying, that they're not interested in maintaining party allegiance, but rather they're interested in their allegiance to the United States, because when we've all been taught this as children, when we're in school and you put your hand on your heart and you pledge your allegiance, you don't do it to Donald Trump. You don't do it to one person. You do it to the United States. And I'm glad to see Republicans coming forward, proudly putting their hands on their hearts and pledging their allegiance to protect the United States and to go after people like Trump who have violated their oath and have actively sought to hurt people.
All right, thank you, sir. Kelvin?
And, we'll rear up on our hind legs to whatever it takes to defend our cubs in that next generation. I've always thought of that as I preach to my kids. You don't live by man's praise. You're not going to die by man's criticism. But I will do whatever I can to protect them.
No, I'm with you. I loved it when you said the difference between a hockey mom and a pit bull is lipstick. I was watching live when you said it. I said, that's my girl. But, I still, as a mother myself, regardless of politics or blame or infraction, I just cringe when I see, an inordinate amount of media attention on a politician's kids. I cringed when it was your kids, and I cringe for Joe Biden as well. And I just wondered if, as a mother, you feel that same way towards Joe Biden. Politics aside.
Well, it's apples and oranges because, Hunter Biden is of age and has been for many years where the decisions that he is making have not bode well for his path in life, really. And, things catch up with you. But no, anytime that a politician, any public figure, any celebrity, that their kids are attacked, especially if it's, attacked on erroneous grounds. No, I feel for them and I speak up for them, whatever party they're in, whatever political spectrum spot they land on, I'll defend them.
I feel like that might be a winning solution these days. It goes against the grain for all politicians to, reach out to a competitor, but it's so unexpected, it would go viral. It seems to be a good campaign solution to be benevolent to your competitor. I want to play something, Governor, that you probably are not expecting this at all, because I know that the late night talk shows, the comedians, all Sarah and Tina Fey made huge hay of your comments about being close to Russia because because Alaska's close to Russia. And most people think, that you said the words, "I could see Russia from my house," which you didn't. But the interview that you did with Charlie Gibson, all sorts of sound bites made big headlines, but the one I'm about to play did not. And I think looking at it today puts you in a whole new light. So this is you with Charlie Gibson in 2008, on ABC, talking about President Putin and his aggression on another independent country. Take a look at this.
Do you believe the United States should try to restore Georgian sovereignty over South Ossetia and Abkhazia?
First off, we're going to continue good relations with Saakashvili there. I was able to speak with him the other day and giving him my commitment as John McCain's running mate that we will be committed to Georgia. And we've got to keep an eye on Russia. For Russia to have exerted such pressure in terms of invading a smaller democratic country unprovoked is unacceptable, and we have to keep...
You believe unprovoked?
I do believe unprovoked, and we have got to keep our eyes on Russia.
So, super prophetic, Holy Dinah, smartest person in the room. Now, how do you feel about what's happened with Ukraine? Do you feel the same way?
I do. I feel the same way. And, people look at what's going on in Russia and they're like, well, geez, it's half a world away. And I'm like, no, it isn't. It's right there. It's right next to the U.S. if you look at the map. Because, yeah, you can see Russia from Alaska. You can swim between the two countries. Matter of fact, in 1985, a woman did. But, yeah, Alaska's strategic location. I've been brought up to understand the goings-on in Russia and to, politically speaking, keep tabs on what's going on. Now, when it comes to Russia invading Ukraine or trying to annex in Ukraine, there are two sides to that story, too. And I sure hope that the media can provide even more information on this war that we don't hear a whole lot about anymore. But one side saying, well, no, Putin, he's not invading Ukraine. He's trying to defeat the deep state that is corrupt within the Ukrainian government that's harming the people. And then, of course, the other side is the more conventional belief, and that is that he's just trying to, power grab and annex in a country that perhaps doesn't want to be a part of Russia. So again, so important that the media ask good questions and get the
But how do
right
you feel?
answers.
What do you think that he's doing a Crimea, he's doing a Georgia, it's the Putin playbook where he's taking land and he's getting his way to a nice water source, or do you think he's getting rid of Nazis, which sounded kind of crazy to a lot of people, given that the president of Ukraine is Jewish?
Yeah, well, it's a big picture. There's so many elements, so many dynamics that go into war. A lot of it has to do with energy, by the way, too, and Russia's reliance on other countries, and they trying to get other countries to be reliant on their sources of energy, by the way. But no, when you look at what Putin has done to the people, the murdering of people, of innocent people, that, to me, that is, it's inexcusable. It's, doggone it, these old guys, they call for war, and then they send our kids to get out there and fight the war, whether that's in the U.S. or it's in other countries. And I just think war should be the absolute, obviously, the absolute last resort on anything. Why the heck can't people sit down and work things out like you do in local government and you do in state government? You're not declaring war on your rival town next door or on a state that wants to produce energy like you want to and you're competing. No. So on a national level, we need to have that kind of mentality of work things out globally. Geez, otherwise our planet, Ashley, is going to blow up.
Yeah, well, also spoken from a mother who sent a son, to war and then had a son come back from war. And there were a lot of scars from that war. So, you speak of what you know in that department. I have to take another quick break. But when we come back, your life has changed a whole lot. We showed some pictures earlier of you cuddling some kids. They weren't yours. They were connected to a very handsome boyfriend, and the whole internet is on fire wondering about your new boyfriend, who is a big, big hockey star, super duper handsome as well. We're going to get into that fun part of your life as well. Then I also want to ask you a little bit about your campaign slogan that's on the sweatshirts I've seen the two of you both wear, drill baby drill. We heard that before, we're hearing it again, and it may be more relevant than ever. Sarah Palin and Ron Duguay.
The hearing played out on Zoom with the poor guy wondering why he's even there.
To be honest with you, sir, I thought this was just going to be thrown out. We had a date.
You, Rachel, asked the Congresswoman about, which is everything that the president was trying to keep secret, where there's no call logs, where he didn't want photographers. There you want to know everything that you can piece together that happened, because you want to be able to tell a jury, what did he not want you to know? What was he trying to do in secret? So you want to piece all of that together, and DOJ will have the ability to do that by getting call records, subpoenaing people, putting them in the grand jury. The other area, which you also alluded to, is executive privilege. And the clip that you have with Pat Cipollone, it's sort of obvious, but there are many areas where in order to prove a case, you need witnesses to say, this is what I said to the president, and this is what he said back. That is what you need to prove a case. And again, that is the kind of thing that the Department of Justice can readily do. And if it needs to be litigated, it can be litigated in D.C. in front of the chief judge, and you can get a ruling and move on. But that, to me, were the two areas where I thought, if I were at DOJ, that's what I'd be pursuing now.
Andrew, in terms of the existing very serious cases that have been brought against members of these paramilitary groups, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, where they're charged with seditious conspiracy, you've talked, including on our air tonight, about what serious charges those are and how difficult, in fact, those are historically to prove against people who have been in similar situations, similar extremist groups that have mounted efforts to overthrow the government by force in the past. Nicole Wallace, our colleague, has been raising over the course of tonight the prospect of whether Trump himself might find himself essentially attached to those cases. I mean, I don't know if there's ever going to be a superseding indictment that adds him, but whether or not his behavior, who he was in contact with, what he knew would be the consequences of his actions, might ever be linked to those types of charges, especially given that there are existing indictments of real live Americans who are already facing those very serious claims by the government.
So there clearly is a lot of evidence of obstruction of Congress, but the difference for a seditious conspiracy is that you'd have to prove that the president knew as part of the plan that violence would be used, and that he engaged in that conspiracy. Now, we've all can point to lots of circumstantial evidence, but I think a really key piece that everyone keeps on asking about is trying to find the connective tissue from the president to people who were talking to the leadership of the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. And that's where, again, you want to do phone records. You want to see if you can flip people like Mark Meadows, either by building a criminal case against them or, if necessary, immunizing them. But that's the kind of connective tissue that I think somebody like Merrick Garland's going to really want to look for to make sure they can really prove up the violent part and requirement that they would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Andrew Weissman, former FBI General Counsel, former senior member of Special Counsel Robert Mueller's team. Andrew, thank you for joining us tonight. It's a real pleasure. It's an honor to have you with us.
Thank you.
All right, we've got much more of our special coverage of the primetime January 6th hearing tonight ahead. Stay with us.
On the screen is the presidential call log from January 6th. As you can see, there's no official record of President Trump receiving or placing a call between 11:06 and 6:54 p.m. As to what the president was doing that afternoon, the presidential daily diary is also silent. It contains no information from the period between 1:21 p.m. and 4:03 p.m. There are also no photos of President Trump during this critical period between 1:21 in the Oval Office and when he went outside to the Rose Garden after 4 o'clock. The chief White House photographer wanted to take pictures because it was, in her words, very important for his archives and for history. But she was told, quote, no photographs.
Among my patients, I often see them have teeth sensitivity as well as gum issues. Does it worry me? Absolutely. Sensodyne sensitivity and gum gives us a dual action effect that really takes care of.
Appreciate your inquiries and your concerns, but I'm doing well.
Day over, there were still people in the Capitol at that point, weren't there?
There were people in the Capitol, but I believe by this stage, law enforcement, and I'd have to go back and look, but I believe law enforcement was either there or moving in or going to take charge. I just say people were emotionally drained by the time that videotape was done.
Emotionally drained. You are somebody whose wounds from that day are so bad, wounds that you suffered worse on January 6th than when you served abroad in Iraq with the military. What do you think about Eric Hirschman saying that they felt drained?
Well, like I said on my testimony last year, if they thought that was fun, maybe that should have happened at their house. But to know and learn that they were mentally drained, we were physically drained and exhausted from that fighting that day, to the point that we literally put our bodies and lives on the line to protect every member inside the Capitol. And then you have some of the same people who we protected running for their lives. That put it in perspective. And then they come back and say, oh, it was a tour. It was a peaceful protest. But then, yeah, you see them running for their lives with the time that us, the officers, and our colleagues afforded them to get to safety. And it's disgusting to me. So.
Yeah. Officer Dunn, CNN's reporting that the heads of Donald Trump's Secret Service detail and Pence's Secret Service detail are among the 24 Secret Service agents whose text messages were requested for review in the investigation into all this. The text might be missing, and in fact, we're told that Tony Ornato, who was a Secret Service agent who then became Trump's deputy White House chief of staff and is now back at the Secret Service, Mr. Engel, who was Trump's Secret Service agent, and the guy who was driving the SUV, all three of them have retained separate counsel instead of using the Secret Service lawyers. What is that? What's your response to that?
Well, it's interesting you bring up Secret Service. That's one of the thoughts, one of the more interesting parts of the hearing tonight when they said over the radio that the Secret Service agents were saying their goodbyes to their family over the radio. And it stuck with me because if that was the case, you should absolutely want to get to the bottom of this. You thought you were going to die So why are you not being forthcoming with all the information and, running to the committee to testify and tell you their side of the story? I'm not, too sure about how the Records Preservation Act, but I'm sure, I thought I saw that that's illegal. The Records Preservation Act, I could be wrong, don't quote me on that, but they made a request for records, and after that, they were deleted afterwards. Sounds like a cover-up, but I mean,
yeah,
I don't do the investigating,
Yeah, I'll chime in on that. I'll tell you why people aren't running to the committee to offer up information is because most likely they committed crimes.
Yeah.
I'd be very reluctant to testify before a committee that could potentially lead to criminal charges if I had committed a crime as well.
Yeah.
One of the things that was also interesting is there at the very end of the hearing, they showed some text messages between these two very loyal Trump aides, Trump campaign aides. You guys don't cover politics. The names Matt Wolking and Tim Murdoch don't mean anything to you, but it was a chief campaign spokesman and another spokesman for the campaign. These people were like in the trenches fighting for Donald Trump, rhetorically, in the press every day. And here they were, stunned that Donald Trump did not even mention Officer Sicknick. Matt Wolking saying something like, it was all a lie. They don't actually back the blue. I'm paraphrasing. What was your response when you heard that?
I thought it was an astute observation when he mentioned that if Trump acknowledged any of the damage he did, including the officers that were killed, then he would be admitting some level of culpability, and he's just completely allergic to anything like that.
And I think one of the things that never doesn't get discussed enough in general is, in addition to Officer Sicknick, who, the official autopsy said he died of natural causes, but he had a stroke immediately after this horrific thing, this horrific event, and suffered physical damage. His family certainly thinks he died because of what happened January 6th.
Well, also, real quick, it says in the medical examiners that the events of that day played a part of his condition.
Right, exactly. Exactly. So in addition to the death of Officer Sicknick, there were 4 other officers, I think 1 Capitol Police officer and 3 Metropolitan Police Department officers, which is DC's police department, who took their lives, who died by suicide in the following months, whether from the trauma or the post-traumatic stress or whatever. And those are victims of this as well.
Yeah. It is very shameful that they always claim that they back the blue, that they are pro law and order, the party of responsibility, and then at the end of the day, they had the perfect opportunity to demonstrate that not only to ourselves, the police officers, who helped them get to safety that day, but to the American people, that they actually mean what they say, and that mantra just fell off apart because they don't even want to investigate anything like that. The whole investigation that was supposed to be bipartisan from the beginning, and then they came to an agreement, and then they pull off the plug on that.
How do you think that makes the families feel when going back to being emotionally exhausted? Yeah. These 3 other individuals committed suicide. Let's talk about emotionally exhausted. I mean, and another thing, they didn't say Officer Sicknick, they said the dead cop.
Yeah.
In those text messages, and with his partner and his mother sitting right there, how do you think that makes them feel?
They don't even want to personalize it.
I'd have to go back and look at the date. It's possible Sicknick's name hadn't been mentioned at the time.
Yeah,
I don't
maybe,
know. Just to give them the benefit of the doubt. But I hear what you're saying. And Officer Brian Sicknick's name is one that we need to keep bringing up. And I really appreciate all 4 of you, as always, standing the line, holding the line that day, and being here talking honestly with the American people tonight. Really appreciate it. Coming up next, will all the evidence we heard tonight lead to a criminal referral against Donald Trump? We're going to ask January 6th committee member Elaine Luria about the panel's next move. Stay with us.
Operation Watergate got busted wide open.
The next 48 hours are going to be crucial.
Y'all gonna just stand around, or you want to ask me some questions?
The loudmouth wife of his is becoming too much of a liability.
Should the Nixon administration be afraid of you?
I will tell you.
Well, I think you know the answer to that.
Go ahead. You can have my turn. Oh, my. You have to see this.
happy hour race.
Heating, plumbing, kitchen and laundry appliances, and so much more.
A heterosexual male, this sure makes it quite confusing.
And you're
And this whole mess. And the contrast between riling them in that moment, when he, in that moment, is protected from them, and then once they close in on him, he takes off.
But will there be consequences? Because the people who are watching Fox News tonight, they didn't see that. They're not going to see it tomorrow, and that's what matters to Josh Hawley, just like Sarah Matthews bravely testified, and then the House GOP caucus tweets and calls her a Pelosi pawn. And you know who she works for? The GOP on the Hill right now. So we can fact check them all night long. And Alex said earlier, Josh Hawley is all over the internet. There's memes of it. Will it have an impact? Will people see it? Because I can tell you tomorrow, my Fox News watching parents are going to say to me, you know, that girl who works for Pelosi, she did a good job last night. And I'm going to go, she doesn't.
At this, I mean, it's information warfare, though, right? Like, if the right is going to decide that this doesn't matter, we're going to pretend it's not going to happen, or we're going to counter-program against it, they have that right. They have the right to do that. And all anybody who wants the truth told about this can do in response is tell the truth, do the right thing, and have faith that the American people, enough of them, not all of them, but enough of them will believe. And you can't really do more than that. You can't undo what the right is trying to do about this.
But what about when the truth changes over time? Because we listened tonight to Ivanka Trump say to her father, okay, this is done. That's what you're going to say in this speech. He refused to do that. Fast forward to now, and what do you have? Election deniers running this November in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Maryland, all over this country. So even the truth that existed on January 6th and January 7th, that changes over time, and that's a problem.
Well, we also have some data on it. I mean, we have Google data on the awareness of January 6th as a topic, and it spiked around the insurrection hearings. We have the most searched terms, and they were, when is the next hearing? A hunger for facts and evidence. We have over 10 million people cumulative watching the hearings, which dwarfs even Tucker. And shout out to your parents. They should watch whatever they want. I hope they watch you at 11, but that's really a family item. But dwarfing that audience fourfold. We have Watergate as an example where, yes, it was a less polarized time in some ways in the media, but it was very polarized in the streets, in Nixon, in race, in Vietnam, in gender. It was a polarized time, as we are now. And over time, facts about Watergate or Vietnam or other things broke through. I think the long road evidence is if things are clear and bad enough, they may break through in a way that day to day they can get lied about.
And we also have one really good data point. Donald Trump wants to announce his candidacy soon. Right. Yeah. Because this is having an impact inside the Republican Party. You may not hear them say that on Fox News. Yeah. You may not hear them say that anywhere, but it is being said inside the halls. This has been more damaging, more explosive, and captured more of the national imagination than I think most Republicans and probably many Americans believed it would. Yeah. These things have increased in momentum, not decreased. We're like, we thought this was the season finale. Everybody's like, come back for more. There is hunger. There is new information. These are incendiary revelations. Even the things we thought we knew, we're learning it's a multi-dimensional scandal, right? Donald Trump understands that. The fact that he is making overtures about running is a testament to him being afraid. And that is meaningful.
Well, and it makes it even sort of more pathetic that what you've seen is that the people who were the most outraged in the moment, the people who understood what was going on, have also been the most obedient to Trump in allowing him to take races that, in theory, Republicans should have a good shot in, places like Ohio, places like Pennsylvania, places like Wisconsin, and say, no, give us the person that is the most like the insurrectionists who stormed the Capitol. Find me the person who maybe physically actually did storm the Capitol. And so it is the obedience of the party to someone that you can tell they don't respect, that you can tell they would like to remove. I mean, I cannot get out of my head the Mitch McConnell quote from, I don't remember which Trump book, that says, let's let the Democrats take care of him. They wanted impeachment to rid them of Donald Trump. They want to be rid of him, but instead they're replicating him in state after embarrassing state. And so they are lashed to this man to the point where if he runs, people think DeSantis is so tough. Is he tough enough to run against Donald Trump? I doubt it. And would he beat him? I doubt it. And so the bottom line is this party is still obedient to what we saw in these hearings.
But
and
I think to Steph's point about what's happening on the right and what's happening among those folks who you're talking about, I think the diagnosis is correct in terms of what's wrong on the right and how effective what they're doing is. But as a culture, as a country, as a society, what do you do to combat that? Well, you commit yourself to combat it. You commit yourself to telling the truth. You commit yourself to having integrity, to telling the truth, to being absolutely tight with the truth in a way that does not give in to the tactics of your opponents, and where you are honest about what you did wrong and honest about what went right. And you move people along through the sheer force of your arguments, and you don't try to fight fire with fire. You instead fight fire with water. You tell the truth and expect people to move you. And if they don't, you've done your duty by both God and country. If you don't move the country, you have done the best that could be done to move them. But what else could you do? You know, I mean, the left isn't going to come up with a Steve Bannon to try to destroy the country to install some Bannon of the left. It's not going to work that way.
But the soundbite of Steve Bannon that they played tonight only underscores why it is so important for the committee to get his testimony. He laid it out right there. Trump's going to deny this, whatever the outcomes are. Bannon shows how premeditated Trump's moves were going to be. They're going to want to hear from him.
Well, and to Rachel's point, Bannon is also waiting to find out whether he gets a prison sentence. And he rested in court today. He said, we're tired of being on defense, we're going to go on offense. He said a lot of lies before this trial.
Remember, he said he was going to make it the misdemeanor from hell.
Quote, misdemeanor from hell. Today, he didn't call a single witness. He rested.
Didn't go to defense.
Because they don't have anything. So that is also an arena in America where sometimes, I won't even say all the time, but sometimes the truth and witnesses and evidence and people under oath still matters in court. Shout out to Water and Water helping go at the fire. And then with regard to Donald Trump, yes, I think everyone's basically right. I think Joy's absolutely right when you look at the hardening and the calcifying of the rotten backbone of Trumpism over everyone else inside the body politic of the Republican Party. Having said that, Donald Trump got fewer votes in 2016, and he got fewer votes in 2020, which is why he tried to stage this violent coup. It's not like people have constantly found majorities for him.
Despite Pottinger today, if you hear saying, well, it was a close election. No, it wasn't. But underscoring that those witnesses, some of them are still Trump supporters. It was not a close election.
Well, and Kayleigh McEnany, who, you know, sort of has slid through this whole hearing process, she was still lying about the election right up until the 11th hour.
From the podium.
From the podium.
Not
even
just
as
from a TV studio.
Correct, but she's advising Ms. Matthews, who spoke tonight. They're getting together and kibitzing in the background saying, yeah, we should probably put a stop to all this violent talk and the talk of election. She was still lying to the final hour.
Steph, we have about 30 seconds. Who do you have on your show tonight?
I've got some former witnesses in these hearings that I'm really excited to speak about. Really, their experience, where it goes from here. Really, what happens tomorrow? For everyone who participated, what's their next move? I want to know what happens to Sarah Matthews when she goes to work tomorrow, working for the GOP.
That's right, and especially with the additional drama of them affording anonymity to the second witness now that they've done that for all these people who came forward and sat there and did live testimony, put their name and their face on television and were willing to say it. Those are brave, brave folks.
Liz Cheney laid that out in her final remarks, and it was so important.
That is going to do it for us, for our little group right now, but our live coverage continues in just a moment with the great Stephanie Ruhle. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
My finger.
Okay.
On my finger. I had it burned off yesterday. It felt great.
Yeah, I think these people in their mind are thinking, well, if Donald Trump ever got near the White House again, look what's happened before to other people who have come out and have, stated the truth. So, in those cases, we've respected their requests to, not make their identity public. But we know there's so many more people, I think, who have that same fear.
Even during this hearing tonight, while former Deputy Press Secretary Sarah Matthews was testifying, the House GOP tweeted out saying, just another liar and pawn in Pelosi's witch hunt. They then deleted that tweet. For them to be disparaging not only a witness as she is testifying, but a witness who has been incredibly loyal to the former administration, worked up until the end of that former administration, and is still working for the Republican Party on Capitol Hill.
It's disturbing because I don't know what they stand for anymore. When you have people who really are true conservatives, people who have worked on behalf of the administration. I mean, Mr. Pottinger, who testified tonight, he was 4 years with the Trump administration. And he really took some time during his testimony to talk about the good work they've done. In the Middle East, for example, the Abraham Accords, he talked about our stance with China and the progress that we've made in the Pacific. I mean, these are important things, and these are competent people who worked for the last administration to advance these goals, but they reached their breaking point. There was a line, and on January 6th, I think the two witnesses we had tonight clearly stated like they couldn't be part of this anymore. It just didn't reflect their values.
What is going on with the Secret Service? I mean, the idea. Clearly that's going to be something you're going to be looking a lot into in the coming months. The Department of Homeland Security Inspector General has now opened a criminal investigation. Do you believe these messages were intentionally deleted?
It's really hard to say. There's several people we've learned have obtained private counsel. I mean, these are government employees. If they need legal
the ones
representation
who were in the
line
vehicle with the former president have now
obtained private criminal lawyers as counsel. If they need counsel in the line of duty for their, responsibilities on behalf of the government, they are provided counsel for that. So it seems unusual, and I think there's a lot more to know here, and that really is going to be something that we look at.
There also seems to be some sort of schism or big difference between Vice President Pence's detail and the former president's detail. Are details loyal in some, are there camps in the Secret Service?
I don't know enough about the Secret Service and their culture, but certainly should not be. No law enforcement officer, military officer, government employee should have a loyalty to a person or an individual. It's the oath that everyone takes, which we've reflected on extensively.
It was startling to see the video, some of the video outtakes of the January 7th speech that the president was attempting to make, being counseled by Ivanka Trump, not wanting to say that the election is over. My understanding is, according to others reporting, that there's actually a lot more outtakes, that this went on for quite some time.
We understand. The White House photographer, videographer explained to us that, and Donald Trump's sort of a natural in front of the camera. That's been his avocation, right? That this was about a 3-minute video at the end, but it took about an hour or more to film this. And we picked things that were just impactful. I mean, the idea wasn't to show outtakes in the sense everybody has to read the script a few times. But he had trouble. He was pained to say the words that the election is over. That was,
he
really what I emphasized at the end of that clip, because he couldn't say it.
Yeah. Congresswoman Luria, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Don Lemon picks up our coverage right now. Don?
Hello, everyone. Welcome. This is Don Lemon tonight. So it was unhinged, relentless, remorseless, a campaign to overturn the election and defy the will of the American people by using an enraged mob to try to delay or deny the certification of the electoral votes. The January 6th committee promised us new revelations in tonight's primetime hearing. What do you think? I think they delivered, showing us exactly what happened, minute by minute, from the time Donald Trump told his supporters to go to the Capitol to the time he finally told them to go home, telling them that he loved them after they trashed the seat of our democracy, after they beat police to within an inch of their lives, and they threatened to hang his vice president. And let's not forget what they were doing there, right? We talk about hanging the vice president and trashing the Capitol and what they did to police officers. Remember, these are people who were breaking windows, stealing things from offices, leaving feces behind, urinating in the Capitol. How soon we forget, right? And while all of this was going on, while they were peeing in the Capitol and leaving feces, taking things from people's offices, threatening to kill lawmakers, 187 minutes is when the president, when all this was going on, refusing over and over again to stop them because he wanted to hold on to power. We are going to do a deep dive for you tonight into what we heard and what we saw tonight. Witnesses who have never spoken publicly before, never before seen video. But even after everything the committee has revealed, everything that they have shown us, this is stunning. Outtakes from the speech the then president recorded just one day after his own supporters rioted at the United States Capitol. Watch.
Whenever you're ready, sir.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday, and to those who broke the law, you will pay. You do not represent our movement, you do not represent our country, and if you broke the law, you can't say that. I'm not gonna, I already said you will pay. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defied the seat of justice. It's defiled, right? See, I can't see it very well. Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. Let's go. But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
But Congress is certified. Now Congress is
Yeah,
certified.
right.
Now Congress
I
is
didn't say over, so let me see. Go to the paragraph before. Okay? I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday. Yesterday is a hard word for me.
Just take it out. The heinous attack.
Ah, good. Take the word yesterday, because it doesn't work with the heinous attack on our country. Say on our country. Want to say that?
No, keep it.
My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote. My only goal was to ensure the integrity of the vote.
Okay, let me just say this. I read a teleprompter every day. It's not easy, right? It's something you have to get used to, right? And I'm not always perfect. But I mean, I don't want to hear any more criticism about how President Biden delivers a speech after watching that. No criticism. Yesterday? Anyways, last night committee member Adam Schiff told me it would be significant what the president was willing to say and what he wasn't willing to say. And now we know. He wasn't willing to say the election is over. The committee also playing for the first time Secret Service radio traffic as agents.
Things politically always happen in August that could, in fact.
Cameras were anxiously and desperately waiting to carry his message to the armed and violent mob, savagely beating and killing law enforcement officers, revenging the Capitol, and hunting down the vice president and various members of Congress. He could not be moved. This evening, my colleagues, Mr. Cmgus of Illinois and Ms. Luria,
midterm elections, and they can kind of weaponize that, the Republicans can on the Democrats, and say they are more concerned about what happened in January of 2021 than gas prices and fuel prices and inflation, and use that against Democrats going into the midterms. You know, again, this conversation that the 1-6 committee is having right now is more about 2024 than 2022. So Democrats, at least from a political standpoint, have to be very careful about how much that dominates the conversation when they're trying to say, look, we are doing things for the American people, but also trying to undercut the former president if he, in fact, tries to run in 2024. And Republicans, by the same token, they are looking to see if and when the former president announces his candidacy. Many Republicans will tell you privately they don't want that to happen before the midterms because then that dominates the conversation. And if he does, though, Democrats tee up a few more hearings right before the midterms and say, you see, and make all of the Republican candidates answer for whatever President Trump is saying at that point in time.
Yeah, the timing on that, we are all waiting with bated breath. Chad, thanks for being up late with us. Good to see you.
Likewise.
So let's get some insight and analysis to what we heard tonight from the anchors of The Story and Special Report, respectively, Martha McCallum and Brett Baer. Great to see you both tonight. So I want to start by asking you, what stood out to you, Martha, in tonight's hearing?
You know, I think the headline here was that they were looking at dereliction of duty and whether or not the president upheld the constitutional oath that he takes as president. And I think they went a long way to showing that he was not acting actively seeking help from the Department of Defense, from the Department of Homeland Security. He wasn't making those phone calls at the time. He was tweeting as the doors were being broken through at the Capitol building. And all of that, obviously does not come off well. And it takes everybody back to that day. And I think there's a lot of political underpinning in terms of what they hope to accomplish here. And, we can kind of get to that in a moment with a little bit of demonstration of some of what we heard tonight as well.
Mm-hmm. I think the former president looks horrible in this presentation. He looks like he is only caring about stopping the certification of the election as stuff is going on. He's watching TV in the dining room off of the Oval Office, and they paint this picture of this 187 minutes to show, as Martha mentioned, their charge of dereliction of duty. The one thing I think at the beginning of the hearing, we heard there were more hearings to come, and that they have new evidence, and there will be more hearings in September. And again, we're creeping towards a November midterm election. But here is the Vice Chair, Liz Cheney, talking about what they're seeing with the new stuff.
Doors have opened, new subpoenas have been issued, and the dam has begun to break. And now, even as we conduct our 9th hearing, we have considerably more to do.
So the dam has begun to break. I mean, that'll probably be a headline on some newspaper somewhere. Obviously worth pointing out, there's no minority pushback from another side, but they are making the case specifically against Donald Trump.
Yeah, to me as a lawyer, this is everything the prosecutor would want and nothing that the defense would want. I mean, they don't have a seat at the table, so there's been this constant, conversation about whether Republicans hurt themselves by not, they couldn't get the members they wanted by not allowing any of their other members to be seated. Yes, there are 2 Republicans on this committee, but they clearly are not aligned with the president's interests, so there is no defense.
They did say that, and you remarked about it after we got off the air when Liz Cheney at the end said, for all those who said that if there was a pushback or a cross-examination of Bill Barr, that he would be a wilted flower under cross-examination, he wouldn't be. But we were saying, well, why not let the cross-examination happen if that's the case?
Well, and if we're going to continue to talk about, as they did tonight, the events that happened in the motorcade and what happened that day with the president, we have these Secret Service folks who keep saying, we're waiting by the phone, we're ready to come testify, and they continue to offer testimony on that point and to those points, but not from those agents and people who have stepped up and said, there's more to the story, or we don't exactly line up with what we've heard so far.
I think, you're always going to get stories that don't exactly line up. Right? We heard from Cassidy Hutchinson that there was a lunge forward at the driver and that there was a lunge towards another member of the team who was in the car. We didn't hear that corroborated this evening. But, when all is said and done, when you look at this, right, I just going back to the office afterwards and looking at what we've been listening to, this is all about 2024. The question is, does January 6th disqualify the former president from running again? Does it disqualify him with his own supporters, donors, people who are going to make that decision about who they're going to get behind? I mean, that's really the question. Does it impact his own decision ultimately about whether or not he could be reelected? And we see in some of the polls that we've seen in the past 5 or 6 days, or maybe over the last 2 weeks in total, we see a little bit of movement from, the sort of complete Trump support to maybe searching for other people out there, and we heard that discussion. I think tonight we saw a very interesting presentation for Mike Pence, who we know from talking to people around these campaigns that that's a galvanizing notion that he may want to run again. And this moment from General Milley, I think, is significant for that potential. Let's watch this.
Vice President Pence, there were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that, and he was, and I can get you the exact quotes, I guess, from some of our records somewhere. But he was very animated, very direct, very firm, and to Secretary Miller, get the military down here, get the Guard down here, put down this situation, etc.
So he went on to say that he got a call from Mark Meadows saying, look, let's kill this narrative that Pence is in charge. The president is still in charge here. And I just want to also mention, to put a button on this, this was just hours after he had been pushed down the stairs into the secure bunker area. And he came up out of that bunker and said, we're going to get this thing done tonight. And they finished it at 3 o'clock in the morning, was able to, sort of pull it all together after that very harrowing experience and, make sure that they certified that vote.
Some of the most dramatic video is the exit there as protesters are confronting the police officers, and Secret Service is getting very worried about getting the vice president out, not only for him, but their own security in that testimony.
Traffic. Talking about like it's now or never, kind of, we have to make a decision about whether we're going to get out of here. But Martha, as you said, this is so much about 2024, and we've all covered the president. We know the president, meaning the former president, and about whether he's going to run again. I almost feel like these hearings are kind of ramping him up, like I have to come back and vindicate myself, and it may push him to make that announcement, feeling like he's being attacked with no defenders on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, you could look at it a number of different ways, whether that's going to be the impetus for him to do it, whether he's going to lose significant support in independents or moderate Republicans, that his polls won't shore up. We don't know. But if Democrats are trying to not make him run, it seems politically antithetical, because they are doing everything in these campaigns around the country to run against Donald Trump. I do want to play the one outtakes of the speech that he delivers on January 7th. Now, remember, the Rose Garden message, he is pulled, according to this testimony, by a number of different White House aides to make this statement, and he finally does it at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But the next day, here's some outtakes from that speech, and he doesn't want to say the election is over.
I would like to begin by addressing the heinous attack yesterday, and to those who broke the law, you will pay. You do not represent our movement. You do not represent our country. And if you broke the law, you can't say that. I'm not going to, I already said you will pay. The demonstrators who infiltrated the Capitol have defied the seat of justice. It's defiled, right? See, I can't see it very well. Okay, I'll do this. I'm going to do this. Let's go. But this election is now over. Congress has certified the results. I don't want to say the election's over. I just want to say Congress has certified the results without saying the election's over, okay?
And he's still making that case today, saying that he won the election, and his supporters, a number of them around the country, are still running on the 2020 election. So politically, how that plays, I think, is going to be fascinating to watch. It'll start to bubble up in November for the midterms, but whether he announces a run before that will really be a significant political moment.
So what is the end game, then, of this committee? Because they can't prosecute him. They haven't worked well with the DOJ, who says... We've got some breaking news tonight, by the way. New York Congressman Lee Zeldin attacked during a campaign stop as he runs for governor. Man got on stage as Zeldin delivered a speech on bail reform at a VFW. The attacker wrestled with Zeldin, pulled out some type of blade. Congressman Zeldin released a statement moments ago, grateful for the attendees who stepped up quickly to assist and the law enforcement officers who quickly responded. I'm as resolute as ever to do my part to make New York safe again. This suspect will likely be right back out on the street immediately. Zeldin's opponent this fall, Governor Kathy Hochul, tweeting, I condemn this violent behavior in the strongest terms possible. It has no place in New York.
Military was Meadows to Miley. And you know what Meadows was worried about? Meadows wasn't calling him to say, protect Mike Pence or protect the Congress or get over there so people don't get hurt. He was calling him to say, make sure we correct the narrative that Trump is not still in charge. Well, he wasn't in charge. Pence was the one summoning the military, summoning law enforcement, refusing to leave when the Secret Service wanted him to leave the Capitol, determined to do his duty. Trump hates weakness. Really, that day, it was Pence that showed the strength, and Trump was holed up in his dining room with his Diet Coke like a big baby.
Peter, we may have heard one side of the evidence tonight and throughout the other hearings, but they're not from one side of any political party. These are Republicans who we saw tonight. Sarah Matthews, who currently works for the GOP, who was a press secretary. What happened to her? Tonight, the House GOP put out a tweet calling her a Pelosi pawn. She's got to go work for the GOP tomorrow. Earlier tonight, Trump wrote something publicly calling this woman a liar. She worked for him. Pottinger, you could hear, is still a Trump supporter. He actually said, well, you know, the election was close, which it wasn't. He made a point to say, well, Trump did a really good job with Asian foreign policy. Asian foreign policy, Trump started a trade war that resulted in us having to bail out farmers to the tune of $23 billion. Does America realize the point that Liz Cheney continues to hammer home? These are not Democrats with agendas. These are Republicans, some who still support Trump.
Yeah, and that's one of the strategies this committee has shown throughout these hearings this summer. The witnesses being called are almost entirely Republicans. They're almost entirely Trump supporters or Trump allies at one point or another, even if they have now broken with him. And these are not Democrats. These are not liberals. These are not even never Trumpers. These are people who worked for President Trump, supported him, voted for him. Remember, Liz Cheney voted for him twice. Adam Kinzinger voted for him twice. They both voted against impeaching him the first time around. These are not lefties and deep state actors, as the former president might put it, out to get him. These are his own people. And that's what makes the case so damning. Now, Dan Goldman's right. This is not a trial situation. It's a one-sided proceeding where there is no defense. There's no cross-examination. We don't have all of the evidence. We're only seeing the selected, edited clips. Hopefully, they're going to release all these depositions at some point down the road. We can examine the entirety of the evidence. But it is important to note that all of the people saying J'accuse are people who at one point or another thought that Trump was their president, somebody they supported, and somebody they wanted to be successful.
Dan, we didn't hear from the Secret Service, despite the fact that after Cassidy Hutchinson, it was rumored out there that Ornato and others, they were going to come down and they were going to tell the other side of that story. They haven't done that. All they've done is gotten private counsel and given us no text messages. But when this really is in the Department of Justice's hands, can they actually get those text messages? Can they get the missing call logs from the White House? Can they call these guys to sit down?
I don't think those text messages exist, and I don't think the call logs exist. I think that if the call logs existed, the National Archives would have turned them over pursuant to the congressional subpoena. But the Department of Justice will be able to get a lot more testimony than even the January 6th committee has gotten. Because with a grand jury subpoena, if you do not comply with that, you go to jail. It's very different than a congressional subpoena, even though Steve Bannon is on trial to go to jail for defying that. But you will sit in jail until you testify if you defy a grand jury subpoena. Pat Cipollone will also very likely not be able to rely on executive privilege because the DOJ will go to a court and will get a ruling that executive privilege does not apply to misconduct. And that was what was going on that day. So the Department of Justice will have access to more evidence. But I also believe that we will hear a lot more from the Secret Service as the summer goes on. And Tony Ornato will likely come in and he will testify. But it is really, really suspicious as to why those text messages from the Secret Service on January 5th and 6th were disappeared. It reeks of a cover-up because it doesn't make any sense. They knew they had to preserve them. And conveniently, those days are the ones that are missing. So there's a lot more to this story. The Department of Justice will be able to access more of it than the committee. But I don't think they need much more than what we have in order to move forward right now. They need to dot their I's and they need to cross their T's, which means they have to interview a lot of witnesses. They will not charge this case until the spring of 2023 is my best guess. Certainly not before the November elections. There's a lot of work that goes into building and charging a criminal case. So I know viewers want it to happen tomorrow. It's not going to, but there's the more than breadcrumbs. There's a tremendous amount of evidence that we already know about.
Dan, it's not tomorrow. It's been 18 months. If you want to make the argument that it was a routine system upgrade with the text messages, that's why they deleted it, okay. But to say that you can't retrieve these messages anymore, baloney. In order to truly wipe something, to delete it, that's a whole other level. Claire McCaskill, Daniel Goldman, Peter Baker, thank you all so much. Coming up, we're going to ask a former committee investigator about that missing information. And later, a dereliction of duty, or even more, what that means to those who take the oath and actually mean it. Our special recap coverage just getting underway on this very busy and very important night in America.
Installing Ring was one of the easiest and the smartest things we've done.
I set up the indoor cam in minutes, and now I can see what's happening from anywhere.
Dry mouth and worse. Keeping your partner awake? Go to CPAP.com and find a